Well, hello everyone. Happy Friday, which you know what that means, another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you have graced us with your presence, welcome. We are super happy to have you here. The way this works, super simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. In that chat box, I work through your questions, concern, comment of the day in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I do not, but either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. Guys, we survived the big chill. You know, March threw us a curve. Mother Nature, you know, had a laugh for a while there, and we had temps in the 20s and 30s. But we are now on a warming trend. So I'm really excited about where things are going from a temperature standpoint. Really happy with what that's going to mean for the lawns here in the near future. For any of you guys that are tuning in, as you guys know, we are on YouTube. YouTube is our primary platform, but we are also available on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. So if any of you guys here are in the house on Instagram, feel free to be part of the conversation as well. You're not going to see anything that I show on screen, but if you have a question, I'll look over here every now and then, and I'll make sure that I answer it. We got Shauna in the house from Instagram. It's one is in the house from Instagram. Let's see what we have in the live stream here on the YouTube. All right, so first up, we got Jimmy Miller. He says, let's go. I never thought watching a lawn live stream would be what excites me about Friday nights. Hey, you know, here's the thing. I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not. I think that is a compliment, Jimmy. I mean, you got to figure lawn care, especially this time of year, is serious business, you know? We're finally getting past all that winter weather. It is officially spring. Today, it actually felt like spring, which is really good. And, you know, going forward, man, we should be 70s, 80s temps from what I'm seeing in the forecast of the Southeast, which means the lawns will green up. And I get it, man. It's a good time. I'm glad that you guys at least have fun. If you don't learn anything, at least hopefully it's entertaining, right? Something to do on a Friday night. I appreciate you coming and spending some time with us here this evening. All right, so we got Mike D in the house. He says, spring is in the air. It is, Mike D. It is. Spring is in the air. It is in the air, guys. And again, guys, as always, they still haven't fixed that bug in the software that I use. So some of your comments, the first part of the first 10 minutes of the show are going to be jumbled, but I will work through them anyway. All right, so he says, hydrate and drink and take allergy meds. Yeah, it's not really allergies. I woke up this morning, man, with like a stomach issue, and it was not good for the first half of the day. Rested for a while. The second half of the day got a lot better, so I am 100% good to go now. Got some tea, got some an Arnold Palmer here as well, so I am good to go. We're doing well. We're gonna be just fine. All right, so Mike D's up. He says, I just picked up the sales stuff. Miramichi 444 2 bags. Thank you so much for that, Mike. So yeah, that's a great point. A great way to start out one of the talking points that I had for the show tonight. So you guys know that Miramichi Green recently released a new fertilizer, and a completely organic fertilizer, 444, as a way to get it out there and have you guys start using it, getting great results, and to hopefully leave some great reviews on the product. The price on it's been lowered. It's going to be a temporary thing. Once this initial batch is sold, it's going to go up to the price it's going to be at, which is $10 more than what it's listed at the store. So I can show you here really quick what I'm talking about. If you go to the Golf Course Lawn store, and you go to, see if this will load, and you go to our fertilizer section. Let's use this one. So go here, shop, and then lawn fertilizer. What is going on? We have some kind of problem, guys, tonight. I'm not sure what's up. Hopefully it's working for you guys. On my side, it is not loading. It looks like Shopify is possibly having a problem. All right, well, I will show you guys in a second whenever it begins working what I'm talking about and what Mike D is talking about. All right, so the long short of it is there's a fertilizer that Miramichi released. It is the price on it's been dropped temporarily again for the first batch, and then the price is going to go up to $10 more than where it currently is. So hopefully the technical issues that Shopify is having are resolved here soon, and so I can show you guys that, because I got some other cool stuff to show you too, as far as like blog posts and that kind of thing. So we shall see. We move on. All right, next up is Jermaine Battles. He says, hey, Ron, what's going on, Jermaine? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Thanks for coming to spend some time Friday night on the live stream and the live Q&A. And then next, we have Luis Ayabareño. He says, hello, everyone. I missed last week's chat. Great to be back online. Yeah, Luis, so one of the things I was supposed to show, and I might be able to do because I already had it pulled up, Luis had a question, right, as far as Primo, because we're getting into the time of year where Primo is going to be a thing here soon, with the temps getting warmer, lawns are starting to green up. I do my first Primo Max, my first plant growth regulator application in late April, early May. The first week of May is when I typically do mine. But one of the questions he had was, hey, if I'm going to be spraying Primo Max, how do I go about doing that? What do you recommend? Like, what's some strategies for doing it? Because this is his first time using plant growth regulator on his lawn, and he has Kentucky bluegrass. So I'll go over here to the store, which is still not loading, but I've got the this is the label for Primo Max pulled up. For Kentucky bluegrass, the rate is 0.6 ounces, 0.6 fluid ounces. So if you got Primo here, I think I've got a bottle here somewhere I can show you. 0.6 ounces mixed with a gallon of water, and that's sprayed over 1,000 square feet. So if we were to measure that out, it would look something like this. So you see on the measuring cup, on the bottle, you've got a measuring cup here. You've got 0.5, so it'd be 0.5 all the way full, and then another 0.1. That would be the monthly rate. That would be what you would spray one time, and that would cover you over the entire month. So say, for example, if you started in May, it'd cover you for the entire month of May. However, that's not how I typically recommend spraying it, especially after some testing that we did last year as far as doing split applications. So what I would do is you have this rate, the 0.60 rate for Primo Max for Kentucky bluegrass. What I would do is I would take that rate and divide it in half. So you're gonna still spray a total of 0.60 fluid ounces over the course of the entire month, but you're gonna break it up into 2 applications. So the first of the month, you'll take this 0.60 rate and you will divide, let me get over here, you'll divide this in half. So you'll spray 0.3, get this up here. You'll spray 0.3, so right, I'm not quite there yet. I'll put a little bit more in here. You'll spray that much mixed with your liquid fertilizer of choice. I mix it along with the carbon kit and Turfplex is what I typically do. So you'll take 0.3 fluid ounces of Primo Max, you'll mix that with whatever liquid fertilizer you're applying along with it, and you'll spray that on your lawn. On the 15th of the month, so we'll say you're going to start in May, on May 15th, then you will spray the second half. So you'll spray another 0.30 ounces along with your fertilizer of choice. So that is how I do it. Then the nice thing about taking that approach is that you don't get the tip burn. You don't get the tip burn, which is a temporary yellowing. So I can show you here now that it's actually working. Is a temporary yellowing that you get on your grass if you spray Primo, you spray Trinexapac Ethyl at full rates. So if you want to see what the labels are, what the rates are for your particular grass type, you go to the golf course lawn store. Now that Shopify's fixed their problems, you go to lawn fertilizer, pick Primo Max, and then in the description, we've got a video showing you how we like to mix it and how to apply it, but also you've got the product label here. So you hit that, and then you can simply search for your grass type. So if I have Kentucky bluegrass like that, it'll take you to this section, which will show you the application rate per 1,000 square feet, and then also per acre. Most of you guys aren't dealing with an acre, you're dealing with smaller lawns. So you would take this left column is what you would use to determine your application rates for Primo Max for your plant growth regulator. So there you go. Hopefully that helps, Luis. Also, to help along with that is there's a blog post that we did a couple weeks ago, and I can actually show you guys that as well, that talks about plant growth regulator. So if you go up here back to the store, not that one, and you go to blog, the third one, I mean, depending on when you're watching this, it probably won't be the third one anymore, but it talks about how plant growth regulator can make your lawn thicker and greener. So if you go to the section 3 of this article, it talks about how to avoid tip burn. It basically explains what I just explained. And it uses Kentucky bluegrass as the example because, 0.60 is easy to divide in two. It's a nice even number, makes explaining it a bit easier. So if you want to recap, you can either watch a section of the live stream again, or you can go to this article, which I will actually, I'm gonna make it easy for you guys. I'll actually go here and I'll link this in the chat for Luis, at Luis Ayabarreño. And that will take you exactly to that section that talks about how to spray plant growth regulator, how I recommend doing it to get all the benefits with none of the negatives. So there you go. I said I would take care of that, Luis. Hopefully that explanation helped, got you all taken care of. And if you need anything else, definitely let me know. Definitely let me know. All right, next up we have Jackie Bear. He's with his well wishes. He says, have an excellent stream. I holla. All right, thanks so much, Jackie Bear. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the kind words and wishes. Jackie Bear is always, not say always, but most of the time, he is the first one to be in the comment section of the show. So I always appreciate that, Jackie. It's noted, and I appreciate all the love and support. This is going well. Hopefully, same for me. I am doing better, doing a lot better right now than I was, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 hours ago. So feeling much better. Thank you for the kind words. All right, so we have a question here, or comment from Instagram. He says, so let's see here. Shauna says, okay, so question about acelepryn. She says, what's the easiest way to get the right amount of acelepryn to apply in April for good protection during the season? What rate do you use? Excellent question. So that's a good point, Shauna. So before we get into PGR season, which really, if you're in the Southeast, is not likely to be until mid-April, more than likely May, the first part of May, acelepryn is something that you can be doing here in the next couple of weeks. I do my acelepryn application, which is the insecticide that one of the insecticides that Syngenta makes, but the one that I like to use. I tend to do that the first part of April. So a couple of weeks from now is when this will happen. So not this weekend, perhaps next weekend is when I will do my acelepryn application. So Shauna on Instagram has a question as far as what rate do I use. So in the description of this product, Shauna, if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, in the carefully written description of this product, you'll see a video. And in that video, I show you the rate that I use. However, since you haven't watched that yet, the rate that I like to use for acelepryn is 0.20 ounces mixed with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. Reason why I like that rate is that it's a good catch-all rate for grubs, billbugs, annual bluegrass weevils. You can go heavier than that. Like the label, for if memory serves me, you can go up as high as double that. Like 0.4 is, there's some, depending on the insect you're targeting, but some of them get into the 0.4 range for the higher end of the application rate. However, that 0.20 rate, right, which is right here on the bottle, that is a good catch-all rate. You're not using more of the product than you actually need to, and it produces a great result. I'm able to apply this once in April, and I don't have any problems with grubs, any issues with other insects damaging my lawn. The first year that I started using Acelepryn, which was 2 years ago, it was Acelepryn G at the time. That's when we had that big problem with army worms. There was eating up lawns in the southeast United States, really throughout the entire country, but particularly in the southeast, we got pretty hard with it. My lawn and Alex's lawn, we had no problems with army worms whatsoever. There were other lawns in the neighborhood that got damaged by them. We didn't have any problems. So that's why I'm a big fan of Acelepryn, because it takes care of army worms, sod webworms, any kind of turf caterpillar. And while it controls the lawn insects the insects that will damage your lawn, it does not target invertebrates like earthworms or pollinators like bees. So as far as an insecticide goes, it is as gentle as it can be as far as being an environmentally conscious option. So this is what I use. The rate is 0.20 ounces mixed with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet. So just take however many square feet you have, multiply that by 0.2, and away you go. So if you have, say, a 4-gallon backpack sprayer, right? 4-gallon backpack sprayer will cover, the way I use them, will cover 4,000 square feet. So in that case, you would do 0.2 times 4, so it'd be 0.8 with 4 gallons of water, covers 4,000 square feet. So you can simply go up to, you can just do 0.4 twice, or 0.5 and then 0.3, however you want to work the math out. But yeah, for the way I use a sprayer, 4 gallons, I'll spray that over 4,000 square feet. And as far as the spray tip I like to use, you didn't ask that, but I may as well cover that as well. I like to use the flood jet tip. So this is a soil, we want to get it in the soil. So this is the tip that I use. The same spray tip that I use for pre-emergent is the same one that I use to spray Acelepryn SC. It also comes in a granular as well, so I can show you guys that real quick. As far as options, like Acon, you got options, right? So you go to shop, and then the insecticide fungicide section, and then for Acelepryn, you can see you've got two options. You got the SC, and then you have the granular. The granular is more expensive because shipping heavy bags is more expensive. That's just the economics of it. As far as effectiveness, they're both equally effective. As far as coverage, they cover the same amount if you are spraying the SC at the rate that I recommend. So if you're spraying at that 0.20 rate, that is, you're going to get the same coverage around 22,000 square feet out of either the granular or the liquid. Just depends on which one you prefer. So there you go. We have that in stock and shipping now at the Golf Course Lawn Store. So go grab some if you want to prevent insect damage in your lawn. Highly recommend it. All right, so we have one more question here before we get back to YouTube. It's from Napets2609, says, planning on top dressing the front in early May. Should I let the grass grow before PGR? So yes, it's really your call. I've done it both ways. I will tell you that if you don't apply growth regulator, your lawn is going to recover faster from top dressing. Kind of makes sense, right? Like what the way PGR works, or the way Strexapac Ethyl works, is that it allows leaf to grow so that the grass leaf, the part that turns green that we really care about, it still allows that to grow. But as far as stalk growth, as far as the portion of the grass that causes it to grow tall, it suppresses that. So if you were to spray, if you have a lawn under regulation and you top dress it, it will still recover. It's still going to grow through it, but it's going to take longer than if the lawn is not under regulation. So I've done it both ways. What I would say is this: if it's the first time that you've top dressed your lawn, don't spray PGR on it. Don't apply this before you top dress. Because the first time you tend to go heavier, you tend to have spots that are going to take a bit more material, and you're going to want the lawn to recover a bit faster. So don't do any primo until after the lawn recovers. If it's your second, third, or you're doing some spot top dressing, you can feel free to do this. So I can tell you, ever since I'll see all the videos you guys have seen the last, I don't know how many years, 3-4 years of me top dressing my lawn. In all those videos, the lawn has been under regulation. It's been under Primo's been on the lawn. So it does grow through. It's not like it's going to take weeks and weeks and weeks that your lawn's never going to recover from it, but it will recover faster if it's not under regulation, as just common sense would dictate, right? So it's your call. If you've done it multiple times, feel free. If you have not, if it's your first time, I would wait until the lawn recovers, and then you can hit it with Primo Max and enjoy all the benefits of growth regulator. And Shauna, I know you guys can't see the screens, can't see the chat, but for you guys on Instagram, this is the blog post that's on the store. Just go to the store, go to blog, and you'll be able to see the article I'm talking about on plant growth regulator. So hope that helps. If you guys need anything else, definitely let me know. Appreciate the question. All right, back to YouTube to our regularly scheduled programming. All right, we got Andrew Phillips here in the house. He says, hey, Ron, and all. Starting to warm up here in the great state of Texas. Yard is green, and I have not even applied any fertilizers yet. Shows that what I did last year paid off and is giving me a great head start for this year. Absolutely. Yeah, you know, the investment that you make in your soil as far as biostimulants and everything you can do to improve soil quality, it's going to help you throughout the growing season, but it's also going to help you. The lawn is going to take longer to go into dormancy. It's going to come out of dormancy sooner. It's going to handle drought conditions better. There's really no negative to it. So I'm glad that you're getting great results, Andrew. I know that you got turned into a biostimulant program, and sounds like you're getting all the benefits from it. So keep going, sir. Keep going. Glad that it is working out well for you. Guys, one thing you'll see as well, while I look for the next comment here, is this week, what took like months of work to put together, I know it might seem basic, but it took months to put together, is finally live, or the first part of it is live. So you guys have been asking for a lawn care schedule, saying, hey, as far as like, what should I be doing in the spring, the summer, the fall, the winter, as well as what should I be applying? So we put together, spent a lot of time, put a lot of thought into this, and built out this schedule that is free. If you guys are on YouTube, you guys will see a pinned comment that will take you directly to it, and it looks like this. So if I go here over to the store. You can see the yearly lawn application schedule. If you guys are watching this after the fact, it will be pinned as a comment in the comment section of this video. So if you're watching this after the fact, just go into the description, you'll be able to see it there. So what this does, it covers spring lawn care, summer lawn care, fall lawn care. So you got all of them broken out as far as what you should be doing in each season, or what I like to do in each season, as far as when to get your pre-emergent down, along with videos, when you can do your dethatching and turf raking. I use the term dethatching because that's what most people are familiar with. You guys know when I say dethatching, I really mean turf raking, but most people have no idea what turf raking is. And everyone knows what dethatching is. So that's why this section is labeled that way. Talks about scalping, getting your soil test done, core aeration, when you get into the point of doing lawn leveling work. So for each season, it gives you ideas around like watering, like how much water to put on your lawn, how much is too much water, how much isn't enough. And then as you work through all of this, it talks about herbicides, how to prevent weeds in your lawn. And then you have a month-by-month product application calendar, which you can access by just hitting number 5. And what this will show you is a month-by-month breakdown of what I like to do, the program that I like to do. This is a representation at a basic level of what in the Golf Course Lawn Academy is provided to members. So again, month by month talks about scalping your lawn. It gives the application rates, links to products, that type of thing. It covers you from March all the way through October. So you guys asked for it, you got it. Hopefully you guys enjoy it. Feel free to share it. I mean, a lot of work went into this. Hopefully you guys get some value out of it. And there's going to be even more. So for spring, there's going to be a more detailed dive that we're going to, another article that is going to be put together that'll be linked to this. So stay tuned for that. But this is the overarching, encompassing of like everything. So hope you guys get some value out of it. Share it with friends, family, anyone else you think can benefit from it. And hope you guys get a lot of value out of it. It was a lot of fun putting it together. A lot of work, but a lot of fun. And hopefully you guys are, it's useful for you. All right. Next up, we have Jason Harrison in the house. He says, let's get this party started. Final prep work for this weekend. Next weekend, it begins. I like it. I like it. You're not the only one. You guys saw earlier this week, if you guys are subscribed to the channel, I did a little YouTube short there throwing down some Essential G on the lawn. I'm not the only one. Also, Lee at the turf park. You guys know the Real Rollers turf park. They have the 2 zoysia plots and the Bermuda plot. Personally, I would like to see 2 Bermudas and 1 zoysia, but we're here where we are. So you want to see Lee out there doing the business. He's out there dropping some Essential G on the lawn with his Make America Real Again. Love the shirt. Out there dropping some Essential G on, I think this is the El Toro plot that he's got that on. So you see him putting that down there. And Real Rollers getting this looking as fine as it can be. He also fertilized as well today as well too. And all good stuff, So you can see it's not just me that's throwing down Essential G. It's not just me. Even Real Rollers, Andrew, everyone, a lot of people are getting their soil right, which by extension is going to get your grass right. So good stuff. All right, next up is Doug 350Z with the twin turbo package. He says, happy Friday, Ron. What's going on, Doug? Thank you for coming to hang out, sir. I appreciate you as always. Appreciate you as always. Gary Kelly Jr. says, happy Friday. Hope you are better. I do feel a lot better now, man. If the live stream were 10 hours ago, 8 hours ago, it would not have been good. It was not a pretty sight. It was not a pretty sight. Then Jason Harrison was saying, don't forget to hit the like button. Definitely, if you guys are enjoying this, I know we're just getting started. I know it's a big ask, guys. We're only 22 minutes in, and to ask for a like this early seems a bit greedy, but I'm going to still do it. I'm going to still say, if you guys would not mind, hit that like button while you're sitting down with your meal, your beverage of choice, whatever you happen to do. Hit that like button on your way in. It does a whole lot to help support the channel. We got over 100 people in the live stream right now and only 38 likes. Surely we can do better than that. Surely we can do better than that. Same thing for you guys on Instagram. Definitely hit that the heart button, the like, show some love. The Maestro's in the house on Instagram saying, what's up, Ron? What's going on, Maestro? Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you. Next up, we have Tutrilla in the house. Tutrilla is here. He says, hey, Ron, and happy Friday, everyone. Is it me or is it just hot outside today? Hey, listen, you better enjoy this heat. Just like earlier this week, we had 20-degree temperatures at night, 30-degree temperatures at night. Look what it did to my lawn. It pains me to see this. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys what this cold weather, what it did. It did me rough, man. It was rough. It was rough. But here you go. Here you go. Nope, that's the wrong one. Wrong picture. This one right there. This guy. So, we still had to lay some stripes with the outlet. Stripe action is on fire, if I do say so myself. There is some green, guys. You can see like a tinge of green throughout. But the 20-degree temps at night, the 30-degree temps at night definitely hurt the lawn as far as color. But now that we are back in the 70s and 80s where we're supposed to be, it is going to green up. It's going to be just fine. But that is what the temperatures that we did this week. You still got some green coming through there. That's what it did to me. That's what Mother Nature did to me this week, man. It was not good, but we recover, right? Looking at the forecast, it's supposed to be, I think it was 80s, mid-80s today. Let's see. It was, yes, you can actually see the forecast. It was 63 right now, but the high today was, I believe, at 80 degrees. Then we got 79, 78, 75, 69, and none of the lows are dipping in the 30s, just in the 40s, which I like. We can live with that. So guys, fingers crossed, we are on a warming trend. All this cold nastiness is behind us. Bermuda should take off, and we should be good to go, right? That's the plan. That's the hope and prayer. So Tutrilla, embrace this heat, man, because the heat's coming. It's not, the cool weather's not coming back. Cool weather's not coming back. Early this week, that was your time. That was the send-off for winter. It is springtime now. All right, next up is Jimmy Miller. He's back. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Just finished spraying the lawn with Celsius, showered, made a drink, and I'm ready for the party. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. I like it. And that's one thing, guys. So one question I've gotten for some viewers is, around how quickly herbicides work based on temperature. So if you sprayed, say, Celsius or Certainty a week, like earlier this week or last week, the cold temperatures are going to cause it to take longer to work than if you say you sprayed it today. If you sprayed today, given where the temperatures are going, you should start seeing results in less than 2 weeks. 10 days, you should start seeing the weed that you're targeting begin to yellow, and then it'll begin dying off, because herbicides work better whenever the plant's growing more aggressively, which is when temperatures are warmer. So warmer temps mean that your herbicides work better, fertilizer works better. Really, as far as dropping your first granular fert, unless you're like in Florida, really the first part of April. So when does April start? I think it's on a weekend. April Fool's Day is on a weekend. Yeah, it's a Saturday. So not this Saturday, but next Saturday, if you've got your whole supply, of everything that you need, if you don't have it as yet, you still got time to get it. That is when, if you're in the Southeast, I would start dropping granular fertilizer. Liquid, if you've been spraying biostimulants between, even now, that was fine. But as far as throwing down your granular, the beginning of April, that is go time. It's time to party, man. Time to give the lawn what it needs, because it's going to begin greening up here a lot more aggressively now that temperatures are where they should be for this time of year, right? Doug is up. He says 85 degrees here in North Carolina. Man, I wish we had that. I know we're only at like low 80s today, so we weren't quite 85. All right, next up is Ahmed Damra. He says, hey, Ron, from H-Town. I got family lives in Houston. I used to live in Houston in the 90s, in the late 90s. I used to live in Houston for a while. He says, how often do you recommend to fertilize? Depends on the fertilizer that you're using, but the products that we recommend and that we use in the golf course lawn store are designed to be applied monthly. So I use a granular once per month at the beginning of the month, and then I spray liquids twice a month on the 1st and the 15th. So I'll show you really quick here, Ahmad. So if we go back to the golf course lawn store. We go to shop and then the lawn fertilizer section. So all of these Humic Max, the complete, which is a because the name would imply complete fertilizer, it's got nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium in it. And then the stress, which is just a nitrogen and potassium product. All of these are designed to be applied every 4 to 6 weeks. I apply them every 4 weeks, and what you'll find, the rates that I give in the description assume that you're going to be applying it once per month, once every 4 weeks at the lower end of the application rate. So, good example. If you look at Humic Max here, if you look at the label, that gives you two options. It gives you spreader settings for a pound of nitrogen, so 0.9 pounds of nitrogen, which is not what I do. And then you have the spreader setting for half a pound of nitrogen, which is the setting that I use, right? So that works out to about 3 pounds per 1,000 square feet. That's going to put out about half a pound of nitrogen. And the same applies for its brethren, its kinfolk, the complete and the stress. So I will apply the stress 12-0-24. That's going to be going out with next weekend to start the season. And then on the same day, I'll also be spraying the Carbon Kit, which is a liquid biostimulant product, along with Turfplex. So I do a combination. I do a combination of liquid and granular fertilizer. I apply granular at a lower rate. It does most of the heavy lifting, but most of the nitrogen demands for my lawn comes from the granular. And then I use the liquids twice a month at much lower rates to help fill in. That helps promote a nice even color, not too much surge growth or anything like that. It just works very well as far as just moderating or moderating is the best word, moderating how quickly the lawn grows while also getting consistent color. Between the granular and liquid, I apply around 0.7 pounds of nitrogen over the course of the month, which is less than Bermuda actually calls for. I get away with that because of the biostimulant program that I do in my lawn. So there is that. Now, if you want more help on that, I've got, we did a blog post all about fertilization. So 2 came out this week. There was the guide, which you guys have seen, an email went out about that. And then there's this one that talks about tips for fertilizing your lawn. Literally, it's all about lawn fertilization. So if I bring this up here real quick, I'll show you. So I'll also link it in the chat. So this blog post, top tips for choosing fertilizing for your lawn and how to use it, right? This is a very extensive post. You can see it was updated earlier this week. It talks about what is lawn fertilizer. It assumes that it's a brand new person that is learning all about fertilizer and how to use it and how to apply it to their lawn. So what is lawn fertilizer? Why is it important? When is the best time to fertilize your lawn? How to conduct a soil test? How to choose the right fertilizer based on your soil test. It gives the pros and cons of granular versus liquid. So like granular is easier to apply. Cons of granular, takes longer for the results to show up compared to liquid fertilizers. So we go through each of those, the pros and cons of granular versus liquid fertilizers. Choosing the best fertilizer for your lawn. This is where we get into that program I was talking to you about as far as using that split split program, the spoon feeding program where I do granular and liquid. That's all detailed in this video that's in that as well. Talks about the fertilizers that I like to use, which are the ones from Lebanon Turf. And then we get into liquid fertilizer options. We have 901C, you got Turfplex, you got NutriKelp, talks about the benefits of each of those and why I like to use them, the benefits of each of them offer, and then how to apply them, because now you've been talking about as far as what is fertilizer, why do you get a soil test, strategies for using it, what the benefits of pros and cons of granular versus liquid. And now we get into how to apply liquid fertilizer to your lawn, how to apply granular fertilizer to your lawn, some tips around that. Talks about the Carbon Kit, and then finally some final thoughts on fertilization. So this is a very extensive blog post that was updated again this week that talks all about lawn fertilization. So if that's something that you're interested in, I will link that in the chat as well. This will be in the show notes as well as far as the description. So if you're watching this after the fact, which I know some of you guys like to do because you don't have several hours on a Friday, I get it. It'll be there as well. So hope that helps. This one we did not send an email out on because I didn't want to spam you guys too much, but Ahmad, just for you, is going to go into the chat now. Ahmad Damra, and there you go. That's the blog post all about lawn fertilization, So hope that helps. If you need anything else, definitely let me know, but I appreciate the comment. All right, next up we have Jackie Bear. He says 73 here in Dallas, Fort Worth. It's not bad. I'll take 70s, 70s and 80s. That's good. It's just 50s and lower. We just can't have that. I'll even take 60s, 60s and above. That works. That absolutely works. Okay, Mike D is up next. He says, if I plan on leveling my yard during the height of the growing season, do I get my soil game up now, or should I wait until after the sand leveling gets down? Essential G, biostimulants, etc. I would do it now. There's no reason not to. You think about it. The granulars, Essential G is biochar, compost, humate, some silicon. It's a blend of nutrients and different ingredients that are all about improving soil quality. And it's not like fertilizer to where, you do a granular fertilizer, you're going to get, 6 weeks or so of effectiveness out of it, depending on the kind of fertilizer you're using. Biochar hangs around for years. I mean, if you look at some studies, there's biochar there are studies that will say that biochar will stay resident in your soil for up to 500 years. So it'll all be dead and gone, and the biochar that you apply will still be in your soil. The compost can last between 12 to 18 months. So what I'm saying, Mike D's, is that as far as the granular aspect of it, I would absolutely get that down now. I mean, I apply Essential G to my lawn every single month as long as the ground isn't frozen. And the ground isn't freezing in Georgia, which means every single month that gets applied on my lawn. So if you guys want to see what I'm talking about or what Mike D's talking about, Mike D, it is going to be under shop and then Miramichi Green biostimulants, this guy right here. So Essential G, this is what goes down on the lawn every month. So now's a great time to do it. It's a great product. And you look at Andrew Phillips and several other people that have been using granular biostimulants on their lawn for a while. There's really no negatives to it. There's tons of benefits that you get from introducing organic material regularly and also introducing biochar. So hope that helps. If for me, I would do it now. All right, next up is Mike Harvey. Mike Harvey, I see a question here on Instagram. We're going to get to that here in a second. Don't you worry, Instagram, just stay tuned. He says, Mike Harvey, hi, Ron. I used the wrong rate for prodiamine. As you know, I've been fighting Poania. I put down 2 granular applications since then. Shouldn't weeds stop popping up? I pull and they just come back. So for POA, no, not really, because remember, the POA that you're seeing now started germinating like months ago. Like you might see it now that we're seeing a bit of temperature, but the time to prevent POA in your lawn is really in the fall. So in your fall pre-emergent application, that is what prevents Poanua. Some of it may show up in the late fall, depending on temperatures and where you happen to be. But really in the springtime, this time of year, when we get just a little bit of temperature, that's when it's really going to wake up and begin taking off, right? So the way you prevent the germination, you really limit that, is by getting a good fall pre-emergent application. So prodiamine works okay against POA. It by itself doesn't do a great job. So if you're going to use prodiamine, if you can use mix some simazine, like under the brand name Princep, along with imazaquin, like that combination. So prodiamine, simazine, and image, that's a good combination to use in the fall, early September timeframe, that does a good job of preventing Poania from growing in your lawn, in warm season lawns anyway, right? If you have the budget, or you can get some friends or buddies to go in with you on it, the best product for preventing POA in your lawn is, in warm season turf anyway, is Spectacle Flow. So you can apply this in the fall and you're not going to have a lot of problems with POA in your lawn this time of year. So what you're dealing with, Mike, is what I'm trying to say, is the pre-emergent that you've applied a month ago, that is going to help against crabgrass, against spurge, against weeds that begin germinating when soil temperatures get to 55 degrees or warmer. The POA started germinating months ago. You're just starting to really see it. It's really starting to come alive and take off now that it's getting a bit warmer. So if you want to get rid of POA, and I think you already have this, the way to treat it now, you can do 2 things. You can wait, because once it gets really hot, it'll die off, because it doesn't like higher temperatures. Or if you really want to get rid of it, you can use Certainty with a surfactant. So let me get it. This and these 2 products together, the rate for Poanua is 1 large scoop over 1,000 square feet. Like that will take care of POA, especially this time of year. Now that it's starting to warm up, it's not going to take long to get rid of it. So you'll see the measuring spoon, move my cup over here, even though this is a clean spoon. So you've got 2 ends. You got a small end, which is what I typically use during the summer months for taking care of sedges, and you got the large end. So small end, big end. For POA, you're going to want to use the big end. So one of these over 1,000 square feet, that is the base rate for POA. You can actually go a little bit heavier than that, but one large scoop with a gallon of water and surfactant will do a good job controlling POA in your warm season lawn. So if you want to get rid of it, you don't want to wait for temps to get warmer and just have it die off. You can absolutely use Certainty along with surfactant, and that will control it. But just again, POA is prevented in the fall with your fall pre-emergent application, not your spring. So hope that helps, sir. Sorry you're dealing with that. I believe you already have Certainty, so if you want to get an application down now, especially now that temps are a bit warmer, it's not going to take. It's going to be a lot more effective now, given that we're on a warming trend. It won't take long to take effect against the POA annua. So hope that helps. All right, next up we got Michael Carroll. He says, from Instagram, he says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday to you and everyone. Just had a minute to sneak away from my commitment tonight to say thank you for all your help with the MySoil test results. You are very, very welcome, sir. No problem at all. You're very welcome. Thank you for getting away from your commitment. Don't get in trouble. I don't want your wife or whoever, maybe graduation or whatever you're supposed to be at right now. I don't want anyone coming after me. So I appreciate you coming to hang out, but go take care of what you got to take care of. This is going to be recorded. You can always watch it after the fact. You don't have to watch it all live. Even though I appreciate you watching it live, you don't have to. All right. Next up, and actually, you know what? Let me show you guys the thing that I was talking about as far as that I couldn't show you from Mike D as far as the sale on the organic. So Miramichi Green, I can do that really quick and then I'll get back to questions. Miramichi Green recently launched the premium organic. This is an excellent product. Think of this as almost like some of the benefits of Essential G, along with a microbial package. There's humate in here. This is a new fertilizer they just launched, and they want to get it out there for you guys to start using it and getting feedback and seeing the kind of results you get with it. It has a bit of iron, so I'll go over here to your to the composition, the analysis. So it's a 444. You've got 9% calcium, a bit of iron, 5% humate, and also a bacteria and fungi package that's put into this as well. One bag covers 7,200 square feet. So it's this pricing that you're seeing right now is not where it's going to stay. This is just for the initial batch that we have. Once this sells out, that initial batch is gone. We're going to go back. The price is going to go up by $10 to where it was before. So if you guys wanted to take advantage of saving some money and getting an excellent product, then I want to let you guys know. Just bring it to your attention. So as far as what my plans are this year, let me do this real quick. As far as my plans this year for that particular product is the front lawn, I'm going to do an experiment. So you guys know that starting next month, I'm going to top dress the front lawn with carbonized PN, which I did a couple of years ago. So I'm gonna do that again this year. And then just on the front lawn, I'm going to be treating the front lawn and the vanity strip only with an organic program. So the front lawn is going to get sprayed with the Miramichi Green liquid fertilizer products. So the liquid products, so really Zero, NutriKelp, and Biospectrum. And then for the granular, only for the front lawn and the vanity strip, it's going to be this. It's going to be the 444. So you guys are going to be able to see the results from this. This is going to be on the vanity strip, and the front lawn is what we're going to be using this all season. The back lawn is going to be the Lebanon Turf products, Turfplex, my other, the other products I like to use. The front lawn's still going to get Primo, still going to get Growth Regulator, but the front lawn is going to be just organic from a standpoint of fertilizer inputs. It's going to be it's going to be the Miramichi Green Show. It's going to be 444 on the front lawn, and again the carbon kit. That's what's going to be looking at that. And I'll be able to show you guys. I'll do video and show you guys YouTube stories, and you guys can see the results of how the front and back compare, how they look compared to each other. So stay tuned for that. If you're not a subscriber, it's a good reason to subscribe to the channel. You can see how that progresses. But yeah, definitely take advantage of that if you're someone that wants an organic product. Again, given that it's an OMRI listed organic product, it's not just saying it's organic, it's like it's OMRI listed, they got the certification. You can use this on golf course lawns, vegetable gardens, you can use it pretty much anywhere you want, because again, it's a truly organic granular fertilizer product. So check it out, it's on sale. Once it sells, once the initial batch that I have sells out, then that's gonna go up. The price is gonna go back up to the to what it was before. So hope that helps. All right, next up is Isaac Momperhouse. Awesome name. He says, "Smash it! Happy Friday." Question: does anyone know what happens if you go over your tenacity yearly limit? Is it bad for the grass thing or bad for the environment thing? Probably both. Probably a bit of both. I mean, as like anything, Isaac, I mean, if you vitamin C is good for you, right? Vitamin C, certain, I don't know how much you're supposed to take every day, but a certain amount of vitamin C every day is good for your body. If you take if you take a little bit more than you're supposed to take, I mean, you probably get away with it. Not gonna be too bad, but if you go way over, it can become a problem, right? Like anything else, like water's good for you, but if you drink too much water, it can cause problems, right? So to answer your question, is it a bad thing for the grass and for the environment? The answer to both those, I would say, is yes. It depends on how much over the rate you went. So good examples, say like the application rate for prodiamine, right? This is an easy one that I have on top of my head because I get asked it so many times. The annual application limit for prodiamine on warm season grass, so say Bermuda grass, is 0.83 ounces over 1,000 square feet. Let's say you did 0.9, right? So the annual limit is 0.830, but you went up to say 0.9. You are over. You're using more than you should. You should not do that. It's not a good practice to be in. But I don't know that you can necessarily see a real adverse result versus if you went to say 8 ounces. Or 3 times rate, or 4 times rate. So you did like 3.2 ounces per 1,000 square feet. That is where you're more than likely going to see some adverse results on your lawn if you go over the rate by that much. So it depends. It depends on how much over the limit you did. I would encourage you not to do that, though. I mean, I'd encourage you not to make a practice out of exceeding the annual limit. It sounds like it was an accident, so it just whatever. Mistakes happen, but I would say I would not make a habit out of doing that. Not make a habit out of doing that. Like mix up like how much you're going to use and use that amount on the lawn. This is it kind of segues into one of the points I wanted to talk about on the show tonight. Is if you guys have like a lot of products in your garage you maybe have built up over the years, right? Some stuff that you're not using anymore. It's really important to dispose of that stuff properly. So one of the viewers, Joe, he that's what he does for a living. He says, hey man, if you wouldn't mind, I know this is the time of year when everyone is like, getting all freshened up on their lawn care products. They may have some old stuff they want to get rid of. Make sure you tell them it's important to dispose of, unused lawn care products that you have no intention of using the right way. So take them to a facility that's designed to handle that type of stuff. Don't just dump it down the drain. Don't just throw it in the trash. You want to take it to a place that's designed to process that type of stuff. One, for the same reason that Isaac is asking, right? Because you want to make sure we are good stewards of the environment, and that you don't end up putting this stuff into water we have to drink. So if you have like old products that you're not, again, that's just been sitting around forever, don't throw them in the trash. Take them to a place and dispose of them the right way. So I told you, Joe, I would talk about it, man of my word, and that is now covered. All right, so let's see who we have up next. We got Doug 350Z Twin Turbo. He says, Mike, I did Ron's rate for Celsius and Certainty, and a month later, all my POA is gone. Yeah, so that rate that I gave you for POA, it works. I mean, it was used on the turf park. The turf park was covered in POA. If you guys look at some of the YouTube shorts on the turf park, there's one from maybe a month ago showing when I was spraying Certainty on the turf park, and then there's another one that shows the results of Certainty against POA on the turf park. So the important thing, and this is true for a lot of professional herbicides, is that one, you want to make sure you're spraying it at the correct rates. So for POA, that one large scoop with over a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet, or I should really say this, that one large scoop over 1,000 square feet, because depending on how you dilute it, people dilute products differently. I use 1 gallon over 1,000 square feet, but some people use more than that. But the big thing is 1 ounce of active ingredient that goes over 1,000 square feet. That's the low end, or that's the base rate for POA. You can go up a little bit heavier than that if you want to. But the key thing that's going to help you get the best result with Celsius or with Certainty is using a surfactant, is using this. This stuff is not that expensive. It's like, $20 or so. It's not that expensive. And what this does is it helps the herbicide adhere or stick to the plant's leaf, the weed's leaf, the plant you're targeting, and it really helps with uptake. So if you apply, say, Certainty or Celsius, both of them, say tomorrow morning, and then you get rain or heavy rain on Sunday, the spreader sticker is going to help the herbicide stay on the plant leaf. It's going to accelerate how well it works. It's an important part of getting a good result with herbicides in your lawn. Don't use it for fertilizer. You don't need to use it for anything like that. But for herbicides, unless the label specifically tells you not to use it, and it will be on the label if it says you shouldn't use ionic surfactant. But in the case of Celsius and Certainty, for both of those products, they work better when you use surfactant along with them, which is why in the kit that we make, surfactant is included. So if you go to the shop and then weed killer, Like we could have just done a kit that just had Celsius, certainty, and a marker die, but the surfactant, this is an important part. This is an important part of getting a good result with those products. So that's why in the kit for warm season grass, you see you've got Celsius, certainty, surfactant, and marker dye. So all of them are all together. You save a bit of money by buying them in a kit. And the same thing for the cool season kit, tenacity, Sedgehammer, and then again, the surfactant and marker dye. Now here's the thing. Now this is a good example. Sedgehammer, if you're just spraying that by itself, Sedgehammer technically does not require surfactant. So if you're just spraying Sedgehammer, you don't have to use a surfactant with it. But tenacity does benefit from one. So if you're spraying them all together, adding a little surfactant is not going to hurt. But if you're using just Sedgehammer by itself, you don't have to use surfactant. But it's included in the kit just for completeness. So that way you have everything you need to get the best possible results. So that's something I want to talk about because I know a lot of you guys are trying to take care of weeds in your lawn. And yes, while it's easy just to focus on the herbicide, it's also important to pay attention to the adjuvants, to the helpers that go along with it to help ensure that you get the best possible results. So all you guys in Instagram, thank you guys for coming to hang out. Definitely hit the heart. Give me some likes. I appreciate it. Same thing, guys. We're at 110 people in the live stream, only 70 likes. We can do better. We can certainly do better than that. All right, next up we got Myrtle. He says, thumbs up, y'all. Thanks for all you do, Ron. I appreciate it, Myrtle. Thank you for the kind words and for taking some time out of your Friday evening to hang out in the live stream. I appreciate you. And guys, I've gone through all my show notes, so I think we're good. Now we can just get into questions, which is what you guys really want, right? All right, next up we have Mike Harvey. He says, when do we put out a Celloprint? I need to make sure those armyworms stay away. I do it next month, so you can do it. There's a fairly broad range, but I tend to do it earlier in the season. Like when I was using Caravan G, I would do that around at the same time, like early April. And now that I'm using a Celloprint, I would apply this in the April timeframe. On camera, apply this in the April timeframe. You can do it later in the season if you want, but I prefer to get it down like this time of year. You know, late March, early April is when I would apply this. In the description, as I've already stated earlier, in the description, Mike, there's a video that shows how to mix it, how I apply it. Talks all about chlorantraniliprole, the benefits of that, the active ingredient in it. You know, April, May timeframe is a great time to do it. So everything you should need using the droplet, like the spray nozzle, like all that's linked in there. Pretty much everything you need to get a good result from a video showing you the description. You've got everything you need to be able to get a great result with it. The only thing you really need to have outside of a Celloprint is a backpack sprayer of some sort. We do carry one in the store, but you know, as long as you have a calibrated backpack sprayer, you can use any one to apply this. So the window opens really next month, so next weekend, and then into May as well. The idea of how I use it as a preventative, I like to apply it earlier in the season for that reason. Get it down early, keeps grubs at bay, keeps armyworms at bay, and you're good to go. So to answer your question, next month is when I would recommend doing it. All right, let me see here. Nothing from the folks in the grams. We can go on to our next question. Next up is Robert Wallace. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Thanks again for all your help this week. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, Robert. Got you all squared away. That thing that you needed should be on its way to you. Should get there soon. If you have any other problems or any issues, just let me know and we'll make sure we get you taken care of. I appreciate you reaching out to me and giving me a chance to help out with that because obviously never want you to not have a great result. So glad that we got it all squared away. Even if you are a Clemson fan, for the Bulldogs fan, it had been fixed a long time ago, but because you are a Clemson fan, I had to be a little less responsive. They had to be, you had to suffer a little bit because, the orange. If you do the red and black, you can get better service, but, Clemson, so sorry. All right, next up is K Ward. He says, I'm in the house. You are in the house. You are in the house, along with the 100 plus other people here tonight. So thanks for coming to hang out, K Ward. Next up is Justin Judkins. He says, I'm at a work meeting, but I got to get the questions in for replay. Thanks for all your help. We really appreciate it. You're very welcome, Justin. Thanks for coming to hang out and just poking in just your head real quick, just to say hi. We have Wayne K in the house. What's going on, Wayne K? I know who you are. I know how to pronounce your name properly too, because you told me exactly how to do it. So appreciate you coming to spend some time here in the live stream as well, Wayne. Next up, we have Luis Ramirez. He says, hey, Ron, I recently picked up an Allet Sterling. Man, hang on. We got to clap it up for that. It's baller status. It's a nice mower. He says, can you share your process on using the Scarifier and the Verticut? How often and sequence on Bermuda grass? Thank you. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, one, for asking the question, Luis. But as far as how I would do it, okay, so initially when you get the Sterling, you're gonna want to go through a process. I'll tell you what I did anyway, right? When I first got mine, not my Sterling, but my C27, you're gonna want to go through a process of reducing the thatch levels in your lawn. So using the turf rake a lot. So you're gonna go, it's gonna take multiple passes, it depends on your levels, but you could be turf raking, say 4 or 5 different passes over your lawn to get the thatch levels down. So that's thing one, just running the turf rake to really clean up all the excess thatch in your lawn. That's the first thing. Once you have that, so once you're out there and you're turf raking and hardly anything is coming up, then you can scale that way back. And I got good results of doing it once per week. Because remember, every time you turf rake the lawn, or Scarify, that they call it, for Lord knows why Allet does this. With the C27, they call it a turf rake. With the Sterling, they call it a Scarifier. It's the same thing. So we'll use the right terminology. You can Scarify once a week once you have all your thatch levels and debris under control. Once you have everything that under management. As far as verticutting, starting the end of May. So typically you don't need to do it now. You don't necessarily need to do it. I mean, unless you want to do a verticut as part of your thinning out the lawn. So if you're scalping and you want to do a verticut to help further thin out the lawn, that's fine. But as far as when your lawn will more than likely need it, will be the end of May, would be the first time is that I think that verticutting would become necessary. So turf raking once per week, once you've gone through that initial clean out, and then verticutting once per month. The reason why is, you talk to Alice and they'll tell you, there's really no limits. You can turf rake as often as you want. You can do technically every time before you mowed if you wanted to. However, it just makes your mow take twice as long, right? Because you're going over the entire lawn with a turf rake and you're going over the entire lawn when you're cutting it, because you got to do a cleanup cut when you're done. So I find that doing it once per week really is the sweet spot from a standpoint of combing the grass, which really helps set amazing stripes. If you look at these stripes, that is from turf raking. That's as defined as those stripes are. I've done it. I've mowed the lawn with the True Cut, with the Greensmaster. While they both do a good job, the stripes never looked like they did until I started regularly turf raking. So that's what you're seeing there, how defined those stripes are. The once per week turf raking is going to produce that. It's going to help you really burn them in, whichever pattern you like. It's going to make them stay nice and defined. And then again, verticutting once a month, starting the end of May, it should be all that you'll need, and you're gonna love the way your lawn looks. The stripe, if stripe action is your thing, you're gonna really love how that Sterling does on your lawn. So again, thanks for the question. It's a good one. It's an awesome mower. I'll give you one more clap because great choice. Because not only is it a mower, it's also like a lawn care tool, right? You can do all the other cultural practices along with it. Verticutting, especially if you're out there real mowing a lot, what'll happen, and it's something that I'm sure a lot of you guys have experienced as well. If you don't have a way to thin your lawn out in like mid-season, so say you scalp your lawn in like now, this time of year, right? And then you go all the way until after you do your initial scalp, all you do is just mow. So you mow and mow and mow, you're living your best life, stripes looking great, lawn's looking awesome. What's gonna start to happen, not necessarily in May, but by the end of June, when it starts to get really hot, you'll start having cutting issues. So because the lawn's gonna get really thick as a function of real mowing, you may start seeing you're gonna get scalping in areas that you did not have scalping before, because the lawn gets so thick that the mower, the roller begins to float a little bit on the grass instead of really getting down and running on the soil like it's supposed to get the best possible cut. So verticutting is a way to prevent that. So you got a couple options. You could verticut, which is a less aggressive way of thinning the turf out mid-season. The lawn doesn't look like death, like it's like scalping will. Or you can do a mid-season scalp. So if you don't have a verticutter, you can do a reset mid-season, late June. That will thin the lawn out a bit, and then it will, restore the look as far as, or will prevent the cutting problems that you'll have from just mowing and mowing and mowing and mowing and never doing anything to thin out the lawn throughout the season. So that's where verticutting really comes in. It's a non-aggressive way of just thinning out the lawn, so doing that once per month, starting May 30th, the end of May, and then June 30th, and then July 30th, and August 30th, and then that, depending on where you're in the country, that's likely when you'll be done with verticutting, is going to really help with the lawn looking nice, stripes looking nice, and not having any kind of any kind of cutting problems. So hope that helps. A great question, Luis, and enjoy the new machine. It's a great, you made a great choice. All right, next up is Justin Judkins. He says, I unintentionally split my prodiamine application in February. When would you recommend to apply the second application? In San Antonio, Texas, will prodiamine have any negative effects on actively growing Bermuda? Not if you stick within the correct rates. So if you did half of the rates in beginning of February, you can do the other half now. That's going to be absolutely fine, Justin. And again, as long as you stay below the limit, the annual limit. So again, that 0.83, if you're being precise, but 0.80, just to make the math easy. If you're staying below that 0.80 mark between both applications, then you're going to be good to go. So yeah, no worries at all with that. Hope that helps. All right, Kevin Sheehan, you're back, man. What's going on, Kevin? He says, hey, Ron and all, it's getting crazy green around here. Yeah, with all the warm weather we're finally starting to get, it's not going to take long for the lawn to really begin to take off, right? All we need is sunlight, which we're getting plenty of that, and some heat, which we are now getting, and that's a great combination. So if you are in the Southeast United States and you've got your bags of granular fertilizers you've been kind of sitting on and just waiting, raring to go. I think I have a picture from like last week. So if you're like David, like this, where you got your country club, you got your essential G, you got all your liquid fertilizers just raring and ready to go. Next weekend, the beginning of April, is go time. That's when you can start dropping your granular fertilizer and your biostimulants, anything else that you want to do. I mean, ideally, what should be happening, especially if you're in the Southeast, your lawn should be greening up. You should be more than 50% green at this point. So you're good to go as far as start putting out your granular fertilizer and getting the party started, getting the party going. Next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, I just saw 10 beetles, so I'm definitely applying a Celiprin next week because grubs not far behind. Yeah, grubs, like lawn damaging insects and also lawn disease like fungus are things that are best prevented than treated after the fact. If it's just a better thing to do. Like I've had really good results by getting a preventive insecticide application out in the April-May timeframe, and just you get it down and you don't have to worry about it. And it prevents a lot of headaches that take a long time to recover from. You think about it, if you have a fungus problem in your lawn, like if you look at a couple years ago when I had some large patch in my lawn, right? So that happened in April. So in April, I had a large patch outbreak, a big chunk of large. You actually can see it. You guys want to see what it looked like? I can show you guys that. It's actually in the product description for Headway. So if you want to see, you go to shop and then to fungicide insecticide. If you go to Headway, you can actually see what happened to my lawn. So here, this picture is my lawn. This is a large patch in my lawn in April. And then this is 2 weeks before, application of Headway G. And then a couple weeks later, this is what it looks like. So if you look, it's the same spot. You can still make out that ring, sort of, but it took, 2 weeks for it to get to that point. It's still not even 100%. So why not prevent like this from being a problem in the first place by getting, a preventative fungicide out, also watching your watering, watching your nitrogen input. But I mean, a good preventative fungicide application. I'm a huge fan of it, huge believer of doing that. It prevents issues like that. Because the thing is with insect damage and with lawn disease damage, you go out and you apply, let's say you have like grubs and they're tearing up your lawn, right? They're eating your lawn, you're having some dead spots die in your lawn from the grub damage. You go and you apply a Celiprin once you see that, it's going to kill the grubs, but it's not like you apply a Celiprin and then just like that, the lawn turns around and it's green the next day. What you're doing is you're getting rid of the problem. You're getting rid of the issue that's causing the damage to the lawn, which is going to allow it now to recover. Same thing for lawn disease. You apply a fungicide to an active disease problem in your lawn. It's not like applying the fungicide is like applying fertilizer that's going to reverse the process. It's going to prevent what's happening from getting any worse. It's going to kill the fungus, arrest its spread, so it's not going to get any worse, which is then going to allow the lawn to recover. It's going to heal and recover over time, but that takes time. Again, you guys saw between like before to where it got better to where you can barely see it, that's like 2 weeks. So better just prevent it in the first place, in my opinion, than treat it after the fact, which is why why that's in the schedule, in the calendar, and why I recommend doing it, around this time of year. So for fungicide, that can wait until May, early May. But your insecticide, I like to get that down in April timeframe. All right, next up is Archie Amos. He says, "Evening, young man. Great show as usual. Any decision on subscription sales as of yet?" Yeah, so I'm looking into that. Archie's talking about is he wanted the ability to, what did I do here? Let me get this off. What he wanted was the ability. He wanted the ability to. Oh, I saw it. I went over to my Instagram feed. He wanted the ability to, and this one, and Archie's coming back up. Yeah. He wanted the ability to be able to put Essential G on a subscription, right? Meaning that you subscribe for it and then we just send it out periodically. I'm looking into that, like what it's going to take logistically to make that happen. Like one to track it and just make sure that it works right. I'm looking into it, Archie, and if I'm able to do it, I will let you know. I am putting some thought into it, and I am researching it. Just hasn't happened as yet. So fingers crossed. But in the meantime, just keep ordering it like you have. Just put it on your calendar once a month. If you want, I can send out an email to you and say, "Hey, Archie, it's time to put down more Essential G," or like a week before, say, "Hey, it's time for Essential G. Get your order in." I can do that too. But yeah, subscription would be easier. So something I am working on, looking into. All right. Next up is Demarculus Thompson. He says, "Greetings, Ron. Thanks for the shorts and blogs this week. Great information. You are very, very welcome, sir. A ton of work goes into it. The shorts are easier. At first, I didn't really like the YouTube shorts. When they first came out, I'm like, oh man, it's like they're trying to make, turn YouTube into TikTok and Instagram. But the more I play with them, I actually like it. It's fun. It's a fun way to make, interesting and engaging content. You have a minute, so you try and cram as much information as you can that's entertaining to watch within a minute time frame, which is kind of fun. And you guys seem to be liking it. So there's still gonna be obviously long form content on the channel. That's coming. I got to do that. Because like I am not someone that cannot talk. Like as far as the gift of gab, right? As far as being able to make a pontificate on a point for probably longer than I should. That's definitely me. So that content is still going to be available for people that want that. But also we're going to start sprinkling some shorts in as well because some of you guys seem to be liking that, and it's easy enough to do. All right, next up is Eric Garcia. Eric says, "Hey Ron, I have an odd-shaped yard with plenty of swales. My Outlet Liberty slides due to its drum. I'm considering selling it and getting a used McLean or True Cut. I'm on a budget. Any thoughts?" Yeah, so it's an option. I mean, it's an option to go to a True Cut. I'll tell you of the two, I haven't seen your lawn on a slope. The True Cut of all the mowers I have, it works best on a slope compared to the Outlet. Mainly because of the size of it and the weight of the machine. The Greensmaster, the True Cut is by far the best on a slope because of the rubber tires, right? So that would be if you're definitely going to get rid of it, then the True Cut is what I would say to go with if you're asking me. What I would say though is, have you tried mowing or changing the pattern that you use, like the direction that you mow? I find like if I mow a slope, like take my front lawn, right, which is sloped. If I try and mow it completely sideways, I don't get a great cut doing that. If I mow up and down, like up and down the slope, the cut isn't great doing that either. The best cut goes from mowing diagonally, right? So you're kind of splitting the difference between going up and going sideways. And if you try that for your swale areas, I think you'll find that the Liberty should do a bit better. I'm not sure if you've tried it. You may have, and it's still just not a fit for you. You need something with more traction. If that's the case, then yeah, a True Cut is what I would go for. But I would also encourage you to play with your mowing patterns too, right? Play with how you're approaching those uneven areas and see if you can make it work. Because the thing is this too, right? Even if you get a True Cut, yes, it has better traction, but you're still going to want to make sure that you're cutting the sloped areas in such a way that the cut is even. And from what I have found, doing it in a diagonal pattern doesn't have one part of the reel. It makes sure the height of cut is even as possible. If you cut like lengthwise, you're going to find that the side of the mower that is lower is going to cut a little bit shorter, and the side of the mower the side of the reel that is on the higher part of the slope is not going to cut as height. So you're going to as well. So you're going to find that you're going to have like almost. Most people don't notice it, but I can see it. You'll notice like you have like this terraced look, like almost like a short area, and then a short part of the stripe, and then a slightly taller part of the stripe, like all the way down the slope. If you mow diagonally, you're not going to get that. If you want to see what I'm talking about, I've got a video that has me not talking at all in it and just shows mowing a slope the way that I have found of trying different ways that produces a good result. So check this out, Eric Garcia, slope mowing. And this applies to rotaries too. I mean, for real mowers, you know, we're mainly talking about real mowers on the channel, but if you got a rotary, this will work for those as well, like taking this approach. So check that video out. It covers mowing, the method of mowing a slope that I find produces the best result. So hope that helps. If you are going to get rid of your Liberty, then I would go True Cut. But that's just me. Next up is Love to Weld. He says, thank you much for the month-by-month schedule. I do appreciate it. Thanks, Ron. You are very welcome. If you want to show you that you really appreciate it, what I would recommend and what I would ask is that you share it. So if you really like it, share it with friends, family, your neighbors. Here's the thing. Don't be that guy. Don't be that guy, that gal. Don't be like, hey, well, I got this really cool guide and I'm just going to use it. I'm going to hoard it and keep it all to myself. I'm not sharing it with anybody. Share it. You know, let other folks know about it. You know what I mean? If you guys want to pass it around, let other people get some benefit from it too, as well as the blog. The blog, we got tons of content that's on there. Try to get a new piece of content on there as regularly as possible. Don't always hit that, but I mean, every week there's going to be some new content on the blog. That's the goal, between the blog or some schedule or knowledge base article or something like that. Like every week there's going to be something cool or new for you guys to take a look at. That is my goal. So I'm glad you found it helpful. Please share it, and that goes a long way. Goes a long way with helping out. Next up is Mike D. He says, when we spray liquid fertilizer with the foliar tip, and by the foliar tip he means this one, this guy here, this tip, T-jet, fledget tip, our foliar tip. You guys can see there on the ground. When we spray liquid fertilizer, I got the foliar tip. Should we let it sit on the blades for how long? Should we water it in? So you should spray it and just let it sit. So the liquid fertilizers that we carry on the store do not need to be watered in after application. So I'll show you all of these here. Oh, so we go to shop and then lawn fertilizer. Primo does not need to be watered. It's not a fertilizer, but doesn't need to be watered in. The carbon kit does not need to be watered in. Neither does 901C. Neither does NutriKelp. Neither does Turfplex. Neither does Nutrizolve. Nor does Bloomplex. I am not sure about the Greens Plus. The Greens Plus you might, because this one it's a liquid, but it's a slower release. So you know, I don't know that even with this one you would even water it in. This is not one that I use on my lawn. I use between Turfplex and 901C. But yeah, none of these require watering in. So Primo doesn't, and none of the Miramichi products require that you water them in as part of the application. So you use the foliar tip, you spray them at the recommended rates, allow them to dry, leave them alone, and you're good to go. You're good to go. No need to water them in at all. Which is why, Mike D, you ideally want to have some dry weather in the forecast. So if it's going to rain, let's say you're going to spray tomorrow morning, right? And it's going to rain Sunday, that's fine. But what I would not do is spray at, say, 9 o'clock in the morning, and then you're going to have, 2-3 inches of rain coming at noon. I would not do that. I would have, if at all possible, a day where you're going to have dry weather, spray, and just leave it alone, let it dry. There's no need to water it in. That's incidentally part of why Miramichi Green structures the product the way they do. Like, none of their products, you won't find on any of their products where they'll say you need to water it in, because they're all about sustainability. And if their products required that, think about it. Like, they, now that they're available for DIY, like, they've entrusted me to bring like a lot of the products that really are just designed for the professional turf industry to DIY. If you think about like a golf course or an equestrian park, which is where a lot of the customers are as well too, right? If they had to apply these products, they have to apply like Essential G or any of the liquids, and then right afterwards it requires they go run irrigation. Not super sustainable, right? Because water is expensive, the time to do it is expensive. The grounds are unavailable while that's happening. So none of their products really require watering in as part of the application. Really, even the organic, the organic fertilizer, you don't technically have to water in after app. I mean, I water in granulars, but they don't require it. None of their products require that you water them in after application to get the benefits of them. So hopefully that helps, Mike D. If I'm not sure which liquid fertilizer you're using, there may be some that do require being watered in, but any of the stuff that you see on the golf course lawn store, that they shouldn't require that. And all the ones I was just showing you, none of those require it at all. All right, next up is, let's see, Love to Weld. I already got that one. We got Long Whisker. Justin's in the house. He says, yo, what's going on, Justin? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Justin is a cool season grass guy. He also runs a YouTube channel. Just had a house built, so I guess now the house is all done. He's going to get back to making lawn care content. I guess I think you're in Indiana, aren't you, Justin? I think so. So at least you were at one point. I'm not sure if you're still in Indiana, but yeah, your season's starting to kick off here too. So if you guys have cool season grass and you want to support another YouTuber, go check out the Lawn Whisperer's content. He's a good guy. Give him some love and support. And then we have a question here in the chat from Instagram from Shauna. She says, have you used Feature or heard of it? It's a 6000 with 10% chelated iron, water soluble. I have heard of it. I've never used it, Shauna. So here's the thing. I've never put down, like there's Feature, there's Ironite, there's a couple others, just pure iron products. I get iron either between the micronutrient that I apply or the liquid fertilizer that I apply on my lawn will have iron in it. So for example, the granulars like the Stress and the Complete granular fertilizers from Lebanon Turf, those two that we carry on the store, the new ones, both of those have iron in them. Nutrizolve, which is a liquid micronutrient, has iron, zinc, copper, molybdenum, manganese, boron. It's got like the entire suite. So for me personally, I don't see the need to spray a separate iron application because the products that I use between the granulars and the liquids have iron in them. So I don't have to see a need to go out and put down, like I say, a 10% iron product. I could see if you're going to go, you want like a quick boost of green, assuming that all your other nutrient levels are where they need to be, because it's not just iron. Like you didn't have adequate levels of your macros to help support a really green lawn. But say all that's good. And if you wanted to use a product like that to kick it up a notch and get you a quick burst of green, I could see some merits for that. But I would also say just go use Nutrizolve, right? Because instead of just only getting iron, you're also getting the other micronutrients as well that your grass needs. So I have heard of it. I've never used it myself because I personally don't really see the need in my program based on the collection of products that I apply. It's a good question. Hopefully that helps. All right, we have another question here from Fert100X says, hello, Henry. I'm in Alabama with Bermuda. What's a good type of grass for the areas where it's mostly shade? So in the shaded area of your lawn, depending on how much shade you're dealing with, like all grass needs sunlight, needs some sunlight, right? Bermuda is among the ones that needs like all the sunlight. You want to ask like how much sunlight does Bermuda need? Like all the sunlight, as much as possible. Zoysia requires a little bit less than Bermuda. If you get into your cool season grasses, fescues require, especially I think it's fine fescue requires less sunlight. So the answer, without seeing a picture of what you're talking about, it's difficult to give you a clear-cut answer saying like, yeah, this grass type should work in that area. But as a general rule, Bermuda does not like shade at all. Like ice cream and mayonnaise don't go together. That's Bermuda and shade. They don't go together. And as far as warm season grasses, zoysia, a little bit more shade tolerant. You separate over into cool season grasses. Your fescues are more shade tolerant than say even zoysia is, much more shade tolerant. So it depends on how much shade you're dealing with. It will dictate which grass type is the one for you. We have a blog post on like choosing choosing grass types for your lawn. So I'll show you guys that here in the live stream. But if you go to Fert100X, go to the golf course lawn store and go to the blog section. And on that first page, if you scroll down, you're going to see this post, which I'll link for you in the chat. It says, which grass type is best suited to my area? So it talks about all the different grass types, the pros and cons of them, what grass type you would choose for where and what and when. And so check that out. I'm not sure if you click on that link within Instagram, but that is the URL to the post that I'm referring to. That talks about depending on region and talks about all different types of grass. So hopefully that helps. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. But Bermuda, don't try and waste time trying to get Bermuda to grow in shade. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to happen. If anything, at best case scenario, it's going to be thin. It's not going to look good. So it's either cut back the canopy so get more sunlight. So like if you have trees, if you can raise the canopy, so trim the trees back to allow more direct sunlight to hit the grass, that's something you can do. Or you could try a different grass type. That's an option. Or you can, depending on how extensive the shade is, you may just put some ground cover there. So maybe put like a mulch bed or put in like some other type of grass that is very shade tolerant, that's like decorative, that that will look nice in that spot. So it depends on how much shade you're dealing with is what's going to dictate what's the best answer. All right, so we got Mike D up. I see a super chat here. Let me get down here and grab that really quick. Mike D, I think you are the show sponsor. Thank you for setting it off, sir. Appreciate it.
Chat received.
He says, my name in lights for what it means to me, and you are welcome. Thank you so much, Mike D. I appreciate it. You are the first super chat. I guess everyone's holding on to their cash to buy fertilizer and buy products. And no super chats we're lagging tonight, but okay, I get it. I get it. Priorities. I got you. No worries. All right, so Mike D, there you go. Your name in lights for whatever that means to you. Hope you appreciate it. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate all the support. All of the support. All right, so let me go scroll back up here and find out where I left off. Find out where I left off. LG's not here, or if he's here, he's quiet. So in the meantime, I'll just put on some intermission music while I find out where my last point was. Oh, there we go. All right, found it. All right, so next up is Arthur Benjamin. He says, question about backpack sprayers. Is a battery operated sprayer a game changer over a pump, or just nice to have? It's more consistent. So yes, is it a game changer? Depends on who you ask. It's if consistency is important to you, then yes, a battery powered sprayer is going to be more consistent as far as pressure goes than a pump sprayer. So the one I can show you here, the sprayer that I use and like is this one. If you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to the search and just search for backpack. It's this one from Yard Mastery. It is a buy once, cry once sprayer. It's a unit's built like a tank. And the nice thing that's great about this is not only do you get a backpack sprayer, which is obviously that's nice, and that it has two pressure settings, the low and a high. I use the low pressure setting for pretty much everything. But it also includes this stuff. You get an adapter. You get this adapter that comes with it. And that allows you to use an assortment of tips. So you guys always hear me talk about like the T-Jet flood tip. It comes with one of those. And then for spraying your soil-based products, you have the flood jet tip. It comes with one of those. So literally you buy this and you get not only a great sprayer, but you also get the adapter and the spray tips that you need for applying your lawn care products. So literally you buy that and you're good as far as spraying products on your lawn. You don't need to buy anything else. So that is the one that I would recommend that you go with. And again, it's just consistency. You know what I mean? So as far as knowing that you're putting down the same amount of product, so you go through a calibration, right? With a sprayer like this, you're able to calibrate it and say, for me to spray a 1 gallon of product mix over 1,000 square feet, it takes me 90 seconds or however long it takes, right? It's because these sprayers are consistent, it's going to be the same thing every time. As long as the battery's charged up, you're going to get the same, it's going to be the same amount of product coming out over that 90-second period. And when you start mixing plant growth regulator, liquid fertilizers, all these different products all together, which call for a certain amount of the active ingredient, a certain amount of the product to go over a certain square footage, consistency becomes important, right? So I say all that to say yes. I mean, a battery powered one is going to be more consistent than a pump sprayer. So hope that helps. I would consider investing in one. It's a great idea. All right, next up we have, let's see here. We got Fert saying, thank you, sir. You're very, very welcome. You're very welcome. No worries at all. Thanks for the question. And okay, next up we have Mike D. He says, game changer. What were you talking? What was that in reference to, Mike D? Is it a Celiprin or I forget which one you were asking about? But yeah, but I'm not sure. So hit me up again. Let me know exactly what you're talking about. But I'm glad that it is producing the result that you want. All right, next up is Justin Judkins. He says, I just got some Caravan G. Will one application set me up for the season? Is it good to use something like propiconazole through the summer? It's a great question. All right, so Caravan G is a combination insecticide and fungicide product. So the insecticide aspect of it, it starts with I think it's thiamoxaban. I forget the name. It starts with a T. It's the insecticide that's in Caravan. I should show you guys that. The the insecticide portion of it is a one and done. You can apply that once over the course of the season, and for the most part, you are good to go. Let me see, because it's going to bug me. It's thiamethoxam. So there you go. So that is the insecticide portion. So you can apply this one time in April timeframe. Oh, sorry, it's in May timeframe. That's when I would say to do it. Do your preventive fungicide. You could do that in May timeframe, and that's going to get you. It's going to take care of your insecticide for the entire season, and then it's going to take care of your fungicide, your preventative fungicide for the month of May. Fungicide works for about 28 days. 3 to 4 weeks is about what you get out of a fungicide application. If you wanted to do a second fungicide application, so a second preventative one, I would wait until June. So you say you do Caravan in May, then you could do another fungicide app in June, and then you should be good for the summer months. I wouldn't do another fungicide app unless you've got some problem in your lawn, really until the fall time frame to help prevent spring dead spot. What you would do is you would use Caravan for the first app. So the May app would be Caravan. Any subsequent applications, I would not use Caravan again, because remember, it's a combination product. So you're putting down an insecticide and a fungicide at the same time. So there's no reason to double up on the insecticide the next time you're going out to apply your fungicide application. So Caravan once in May is good. If you decide you're going to do a second fungicide application in June, July, whenever you decide you're going to do it, what I would go with is Headway. So it would look something like this. You would use Caravan G for your May application, which you already have. And then if you're going to do another application, you would do Headway. Headway is azoxystrobin and propiconazole. So if you wanted something that can control dollar spot, propiconazole is good for that. You really shouldn't be dealing with dollar spot really too much in Bermuda, assuming you're fertilizing properly. It shouldn't be much of a problem. But Headway is both of those. It's a combination product of two fungicides. You have azoxystrobin and propiconazole in Headway, whereas Caravan is just the insecticide and azoxystrobin. So I would do this one in May, and if you're going to do another application, another fungicide in June, July, I would use Headway. So this once, and then this, again, if you're going to do that, if you're going to follow up. Same thing if you're using Caravan to do to treat an active disease problem in your lawn. So let's say the lawn gods hate you, and you have like a large patch outbreak or some other problem in your lawn in the May timeframe, and you have a bag of Caravan. So you apply Caravan. Really, when it comes to fungicide or dealing with an active outbreak, a disease problem in your lawn, you really want to do a follow-up afterwards. So if you had a disease problem in beginning of May, you did Caravan, you put that down. 3 to 4 weeks after that Caravan application, you're going to want to do another fungicide app just to ensure that you're suppressing the disease, that it's gone, you're getting rid of it. So for that follow-up application, that should be either straight propiconazole, straight azoxystrobin, or a product like Headway, which is a combination, but I would not do another insecticide fungicide again. So hope that helps. I have beat that one to death, and if you need anything else, let me know. Next up is Kay says, is there a shipping restriction on Caravan G? There probably is. I mean, let me see. In the bottom here, I'll tell you which states it can't go to California. So it doesn't look like, it looks like New York and California. It cannot go to those, but Headway can. So if you look at the bottom, I'll show you here. Okay, if you go to the store and you scroll to the bottom, it'll list like where it cannot be shipped to. But Headway will go to and I think the reason why it can't go to California is not the fungicide aspect of it, it's the insecticide that's in Caravan. But Headway and Acelepryn, you can use those in both those places. So if you're in California, I'm not sure if that's where you are, then go with Headway or go with Acelepryn. So on my lawn, I don't actually use Caravan, because the one thing, we can talk about this, the one thing with Caravan is while the insecticide is pretty good, it's good for grubs, it doesn't really do anything against turf caterpillars. So like if you have like sod webworms, army worms, the guys that will damage your lawn, like any kind of turf caterpillar, Caravan, the insecticide within Caravan doesn't do much for that. So a better combination, which is what I started doing a couple years ago, and what I'm going to do again this year, is to use Acelepryn for my insecticide and use Headway for my fungicide. So you have the best of both breeds. You got as far as insecticides, in my opinion, acelepryn is the best insecticide to use on a residential lawn, on lawns in general. So this is what I would use. And then for your fungicide, I would go with Headway. So if you're in a state where caravan can't be shipped because of a restriction on the insecticide active ingredient, then you can go with acelepryn or Headway. So hope that helps. Kay say, if you need anything else, let me know. I like it, man. You guys are getting into it, man. You're getting into the point where you're starting to think about your preventative fungicides, insecticides. You're getting your fertilizer games together. You guys are, and hopefully at this point, you guys have gotten your soil test done, because that way you know what fertilizer you should be using on your lawn. So I'm hoping that's already been done and out of the way. All right, next up is Steven Johnson. He says, I have a bag of Caravan G. After I apply and water, how long should I wait to let the animals or kids back into the lawn? So once you water it in and let it dry. For most lawn services, you'll find that if they come and they spray your lawn, they'll put like a little sign in the yard, a little sticker in the yard. They'll say stay off the lawn for 24 hours. Really, it's until the product dries. So 24 hours, it will be dry in that amount of time. But if you sprayed, like you put down, say, Caravan, say early in the morning, crack of dawn, you watered it in, and then the lawn's completely dry by noon. It shouldn't take that long, but it's dry by noon. If you want to let fur babies, kids back out in the lawn later on in the day, you could absolutely do that. The big thing is to water it in and then let the lawn dry. Same thing for herbicides as well. So if you're spraying like Celsius or Certainty, you spray them once the lawn has dried, like it's completely dry, then you can re-enter the lawn. So that's the big thing about it. So if you want to be super safe, you apply it and just wait a full day until you let anyone back on the lawn. But really, once it's dry, you're good to go. You are good to go. All right. Next up is Palmo's Low. He says, the Lawn Whisperer. Hey, Justin, glad to see you back on your feet. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's right. Because Justin did have a pretty nasty injury there. I forget. I don't know how it happened. Was it a saw? Something. Got like a big gash in your leg. So glad you're doing better, sir. Next up is VMH. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. I'm planning to do my grub man. It's just like, I should just change this. The theme of the show is the season prep, and getting your insecticide is part of that. But I really should just said, hey, let's talk about insecticides, because that's what the show's turning into. All right. So VMH says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. I'm planning to do my grub treatment early next month and disease preventative early May. Do those sound okay? Those sound perfect. That is exactly what I would do, VMH. That's what I would do. And if you look at the lawn care guide, the one that you guys have likely received in email, and the one that's also linked, it's a pinned comment in YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you'll see it. Or if you're watching this after the fact, it will be the pinned comment in the comment section, and it'll also be in the show description. In there at the very bottom, it'll have you doing it exactly that way. It'll have you doing, your preventative fungicides in May, June timeframe, and then acelepryn in April. So, yep, you're doing it exactly how I would do it. Next up is Kevin Sheehan. He says, hey, Ron, have you ever heard of spraying molasses on the lawn? I've heard of it. I've never done it. I believe the idea behind it is that it's a way to help like boost microbial activity in your lawn. It's like a way, like some of the products that will be like these liquid thatch products, like the liquid aeration products will have some of them will have molasses in them to help boost microbial activity, to help break down thatch. I don't do that because I use BioSpectrum. So if you go to shop and then the Miramichi Green Biostimulant section, so the carbon kit kind of negates the need to do that, because not really zero, not NutriCalc, but the BioSpectrum, this is a microbial food, and like it helps stimulate microbial activity in your soil. So kind of like what molasses aims to do, this does that as well, along with the kelp product, along with Release Zero. So I have heard of it. I get the same. I get what molasses is trying to do and more from the carbon kit, which is why I don't do that. Which is why I don't use molasses on my lawn. But if you've got it, you want to give it a shot, by all means. But if you've got the carbon kit, there's really no need to do that. All right, next up is Darren Proctor. He says, hit the like button. Thank you, Darren. I appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the show, if you guys are getting some value out of it, please hit the like button. It's a free way to support the channel. Costs absolutely nothing. Sends good vibes to the YouTube algorithm and says, come on over here and let's talk about turf and lawn care and all kinds of fun stuff. So if you guys wouldn't mind doing that, I would really appreciate it. CTM's up in the live stream. He says, what's up, Ron? Not too much. How's it going, CTM? Next is Vashon Brooks. He says, Loved the latest email. Great resource. It mentions aerates in March and FERT in April. Would you suggest pulling cores and dropping FERT now? Swanee, Georgia. Yeah, so late March, early April, that's when the window opens for doing your aeration. And as far as pulling cores and dropping FERT, yeah, so as far as that goes, fertilizing, I'd say wait till next weekend, your granular FERT. Mainly, if for nothing else, that you're starting at the beginning of the month, right? Because like if you look at the lawn care schedule that I put out, and also like if you're a member of the Golf Course Lawn Academy, the calendar that's in the course assumes that you are applying your granular at the beginning of the month and then your liquids beginning and then on the 15th. So that's why you can do your granular now if you want to, Vashan, but I kind of say wait till the beginning of the month, because then it makes it easier to say first on the 1st I do my granular and liquids and spray, and the 15th I just spray my liquids again. So it's easier to get on a routine if you do that. So it's your call. If you want to put down your granular now, you can. But for me, I'll tell you what I am doing will be next weekend is when I will be doing mine. So hope that helps. And as far as pulling cores and dropping FERT, yeah, you could make a big party out of it, right? So you could go and you could do your aeration next weekend if you're a boss, and then do your fertilization right afterwards. No problem with that at all. No issues at all with that plan. Next up is Matthew Beliski. He says, good evening, all. Got a mow-in at 1/2 inch in the first NAP of the season with the rain coming this weekend. Got 1/4 pound of N, and then some potassium. Of the 12-224, early green up of the celebration is as advertised. Nice, very cool, Matthew. I'm glad you're getting a good result with your celebration. Your celebration Bermuda. Very cool. Next is Trevor Johnson. He says, happy Friday. I have plans tonight, but just want to stop by real quick and hit that like button. I appreciate that, Trevor. Have a great stream, Ron. Thanks. Appreciate all the kind words and well wishes. Hopefully you're going to have fun in whatever you're going to be doing. If so, be safe. Be safe. He's got a follow-up. He says, P.S. Some neighbors came over and asked what I'm doing with the lawn because it looks great. I told them about your channel and the great content. One neighbor already ordered a soil test. Nice. Very cool. Love to hear that, man. Thank you so much for sharing, passing on the good word. And you got them started. You get the soil test done. Once they get the results from that, then they can pick out their fertilizer. They can get their biostimulants going. They got the whole package. And all that's left at that point is to apply, mow, and dominate, right? And then you guys can start this whole thing. You and your neighbor can have like a thing like Alex and I have going on, right? Where, his lawn's awesome, my lawn's awesome. We kind of, we kind of go back and forth. So yeah, it's a good thing that you're sharing content and sharing tips and tricks and stuff with your neighbors. Because here's the thing you got to realize too, right, Trevor? Even though you're giving away or you're giving away a lot of your secrets to your neighbor, let him know where you're getting your information from. It still comes down, once you're doing everything else, it still comes down to like who's mowing more, right? So if you're mowing more than he or she is, you're still going to come out on top, right? And plus you're ahead of the game. Like you probably got a season on them, so it's going to take a while for them to be able to catch up with you. So don't be afraid of sharing the content or sharing tips. Don't keep it for yourself. Don't be that guy or gal. Great lawns benefit everybody. All right, next up is Alex Ristano. Man, I gotta hate butchering people's names. He says, hey Ron, I sprayed my first application of fusilade glyphosate on my common Bermuda. Ooh, yikes. Ouchie. Ouchie, 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 ouchie. So you sprayed that on the lawn, and the let me see, I don't think I have that sound effects, but the Bermuda is probably feeling the pain. It's feeling the pain. He says, how long should I wait to fertilize to push more growth for the second application? So what I'll tell you, with fusilated glyphosate, I didn't see anything until like 7 days in. 7 days in, it began yellowing off and then really began dying off. What I would say is give it a couple of weeks. At week 2, if you want to introduce fertilizer to try and push more growth and to get it to die off, you can do that. But I gotta tell you, like when I did that combination, I didn't have to do any of that. I didn't have to like spray any other fertilizer. I didn't play any games to try and get the Bermuda to grow faster, to help promote growth, to help the herbicide be taken up and to kill it off. Just that combination, fusilade at check the label, but I believe it's or the video that I did on it. I think it's 1/2 ounce of fusilade over 1,000 square feet. and an ounce and a half of the 47% glyphosate product over 1,000 square feet. I believe that's right. 1.5 ounces to 2 ounces. So but check the video that I did on it. Like that combination, it was one and done. I didn't have to do anything else to get, as far as to have to do follow-ups or anything else to really accelerate the product working. You just got to be patient. It's going to take a couple weeks to begin, or take a week to begin showing results, and then a couple weeks to begin really dying off. But once it dies off, it's gonna be gone. It's gonna be burnt to a crisp. It should not come back. It should not come back. Not easily anyway. I mean, it's not gonna be like the results you would get if you had only sprayed glyphosate. Like that, you would need multiple rounds. Fusilade and glyphosate, you should not need multiple rounds to clean up a Bermuda lawn. It really shouldn't. It's a great combination. Next is Ravens since 96. So I guess you are a Baltimore Ravens fan. He says, how about new sod? Okay, so you're asking about questions for new sod. So I'm not sure what you are asking, Ravens since 96. So as far as new sod goes, I'm trying to think. You can still do acelepryn. You can still do Primo if you want. Like once it's rooted in, you're mowing it regularly. Yeah, you could do Primo on it. You can still do biostimulants. You can still fertilize it. The only thing, it depends on the sod, what kind of sod you have too. The only thing, if your lawn is a cool season lawn, that you want to stay away from is if you can avoid doing pre-emergent for the first 6 months, or in some cases a year, that would be ideal. But outside of that, once the sod is established, it's rooted in and it's growing, you can begin your program. You can start using preventative fungicide, insecticide. You can fertilize it, based on your soil test results. You can do everything that I'm talking about. Everything that's in that guide, you can absolutely do. That's a pinned comment on the for this live stream. You can do all that. So yeah, so no issues at all. All right, so we got another super chat. One here from Mr. Yamaha Gold, new show sponsor.
Super chat received.
From Yamaha Gold. Thank you so much for the super chat, sir. I really do appreciate it. And man, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Can I do this? Can I edit this? I think, yeah, there we go. I can just copy and paste it. There we go. Because you got all these cool, fancy emojis, and I don't have to go through and have to find them all. But through the magic of copy and paste, I don't have to. So there you go. Yamaha Gold, your name in lights for whatever that means to you. Thank you so much for the super chat. Appreciate all of the love and support. All the love and support. Next up is Justin Judkins. He says, my naive and overeager self unnecessarily bought dithiopyr a few years ago, but leaning now on prodiamine and spectacle flow. When and how do you think is best to not waste that expensive dithiopyr? So what I would do is this, Justin, is spectacle. I would leave that for the fall, for your fall pre-emergent application. And then for the spring, I would use either prodiamine or the dithiopyr. So if you did prodiamine this spring, next year you could do dithiopyr. You did prodiamine, you can just go back and forth. You can do prodiamine this year, and then next year you could do dithiopyr. That is what I would do. Of the two, even though dithiopyr doesn't last quite as long as prodiamine, I actually like dithiopyr as a spring pre-emergent more than prodiamine, because it can kill, like especially if you're a little bit late to the game, it can kill young crabgrass, whereas prodiamine cannot. So as a spring pre-emergent, I like dithiopyr quite a bit. I mean, either of them will work well, but dithiopyr has that one benefit that prodiamine does not. So spectacle in the fall, and then alternate back and forth between prodiamine and dithiopyr for your spring application. That is what I would do, since you have all three of them. All right, we got from Instagram, we have TD Win22 in the house. He says, what's up, Ron? This is Travis. What's going on, Travis Winston? He says, had to watch you from IG today. Happy Friday to everyone from the Golf Course Lawn Squad. So you guys know Travis. He coined the Golf Course Lawn Squad phrase. He's always in here, but it looks like tonight he's busy. He's on the gram. So I appreciate you coming to hang out and still supporting anyway. Travis, thanks for all the love and support. And I did pass on all your well wishes to everyone here on YouTube and the Twitter and the Facebook. So there we go. Next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, Ron, last year I bagged my clippings. This year, I'm thinking about not doing that. What do you think about clippings? I have areas that sunk, so I tend to get light scalping with the grass catcher on. Okay, so a couple of things there. So until last year, I was a mulch guy. I was like, mulching is the truth. Just mulch your lawn. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about bagging your clippings. It takes too much time and all this kind of stuff. And I still believe in that. There is still, as far as a way to get the most out of your fertilizer, return nutrients to the soil, mulching is the way to go. So if you're mowing regularly, that's a great benefit. From an appearance standpoint, bagging your clippings is superior. Like the way the lawn looks when you bag clippings regularly is very different to the way it looks whenever you are mulching the lawn. Also, last year, when I started turf raking and also bagging on my clippings last summer, I didn't have any disease problems in my lawn, which is, you could say could be coincidence. We'll see this year what happens. But that's something also that by not throwing clippings and debris back into the lawn, I didn't have any disease problems throughout the throughout the summer last year at all, like that I've had in years past. So there is that as well. So you're saying you should start getting a slight scalping with the grass catcher on. So what that would mean to me is you're letting this catcher fill up too much. So the grass catcher can and does change the height of cut if you let it get like completely full. When I run the Allet, I don't let it get all the way full. Like I'll let it get, I should say if I'm scalping, I can do that. If I'm turf raking, I can let it get fuller. But if I'm cutting the grass, like I'm actually like mowing, I don't let it get much fuller than a third. So around a third, I'll empty it out and then I'll go back out there and I'll keep mowing, because you got this basically a big anchor right on the front that's hanging off the front of the mower, which is going to pull it down, right? It doesn't take much. It can change the height of cut by, a couple eighths, a quarter an inch, and that's enough to cause like cutting problems, scalping problems. So what I would say is continue to bag your clippings if you like the way the lawn looks when you do that, and if you have a way to get rid of them, a convenient way to get rid of the clippings in your lawn. But just empty the catcher out more frequently. In other words, don't let it get completely full, because again, you're adding 10 pounds, maybe more in some cases, depending on how damp your grass is, to the front of the mower, which does change the height of cut. So that is what I would do. And then if you decide, hey, I don't want to have to empty the grass catcher more frequently, then don't bag your clippings, and you won't have to worry about that. But I like the way the lawn looks now that I started doing it. I don't know that I really want to go back. I really like the way the lawn looks when I am bagging and catching the clippings. And if you're using Primo, if you're using growth regulator, like what comes off isn't that much, right? So it's not like you end up with this huge problem where you got tons of clippings you got to figure out how to dispose of every week. Even on my lawn, which is close to between 11 and 12,000 square feet, if you're using growth regulator, you still don't have like, this 10 bags of clippings every week that you have to figure out what to do with. But from a standpoint of getting the most out of your fertilizer, from a standpoint of just getting the most out of your nutrient inputs, mulching is superior to bagging your clippings, because you're literally returning it right back to the soil, right? So there's my spiel on that. So it's really, really your call on which way you want to go. So some people say that, if you mulch your clippings over the course of the season, it's almost like adding another fertilizer app, which makes sense to me, right? You're putting all this material back in regularly. It would make sense to me that I don't know how you exactly quantify it's equivalent to a fertilizer application, but it is adding organic material and nutrients back into the soil. So hope that helps. Next up is Cooper's dad. He says, since too early for fertilizer, if my lawn is low in potassium since scalp has taken place, should K be added to age stress? If so, what's a good and quick source? So what I would say is, there are pure potassium options, Cooper's dad. That's an option. What I'm going to be going out with on my lawn to start the season is this. I will go out with the Stress, the 12024, this fertilizer. So it's got 24% potassium in it. That is what I'm going to be rolling with to start the season out. And then I'm going to transition to Humic Max. So it just depends on what what you're going with. So this is a good choice for adding a boost of K to your lawn. There's also a product that we have in the Golf Course Lawn store that is just a pure potassium product. So if you go over to Lawn Fertilizer and page 2, if I can find it, like this is just a straight potash product. This is just straight potassium, if that's what you want to go with. So this is only potassium, and then the other one is a 12% nitrogen and 24% potassium product. So I'm going to be using the former, the 12024. If all you want is potash, then this is what you can go with. So what I'll do is I'll get a link of this and I'll drop it. I'll do both of them. I'll put them both in the chat for you. How about that, right? I'll make it easy for you. So this is at Cooper's dad. This is the straight potassium. straight K. And as far as the other fert, the one that I'm going to be using, then it is this guy. So Golf Course Lawn Store and this one. All right, so that you should have both of those in the chat here now. And if you need anything else, let me know. So you got both choices. You got one that has some nitrogen and also has some micronutrient. I think that the Stress 12024 also has some iron, has some kelp, has some humic acid in it. So it's not just fertilizer. It's also got some biostimulant in there as well. And then the other product is just a straight potash product. So there you go. So that is the other option. So hope that helps. You're all good to go, Cooper's dad. If you need anything else, do let me know. We got another super chat, one from Rick B. Thank you so much, Rick B. Appreciate the super chat. Appreciate all the love and support.
Super chat received.
He says, I had hand bit really bad this year. I did certainty surfactant treatment. Can I mow this week? Yes. Yes, you can. So really, that's a good question. So you didn't ask this one in particular, but really when it comes to herbicide applications and mowing, you want to give it at least 2 days. So after your last mow, so you want, if you mowed, say today, you want 2 days to pass before you apply your herbicide. And then once you apply it, you want to give at least 2 days post applying the herbicide before you mow again. So if you sprayed certainty on Monday, you would not mow before Wednesday. Really, Thursday would be better if you can wait. So yeah, so if you did it last week, you can mow this week. You're good to go. No problems at all with that. And you did surfactants. You did certainty and surfactants. So good job. You should get a good result. You should get a good result by doing that. All right, so let me see. I think we have a question here, a comment from the Instagram. Let's see. Douglas Paul Simon says, getting ready to reseed the back back lot, waiting for temps to rise. Kentucky bluegrass and perennial ryegrass blend 50-50. Cool season here in Ohio. I need turf quick, so I'm gonna take the risk and reseed in the fall. Have a good summer, Ron. I appreciate it. Thanks so much, Doug. Thank you for taking some time to comment and for joining us on Instagram. Appreciate all the love and support. All right, next up is Alejandro Cardenas. He says, if my goal is 3/4 of an inch height of cut, which I think it's a great height of cut for real mowing. He says, would conventional wisdom dictate that I have to take it down to 1/2 inch? I took it down to 5/8, but I feel like it's still scalping with the height of cut raised to 3/4 of an inch. So are you talking about your scalp? It's up to you. Just below the height of cut is fine. So 5/8, 1/2 inch. Yeah, I mean, you're talking, there's not a whole lot between 1/2 inch and 5/8. It's pretty close. It's not, it's, what is it? It's 0.625 is 5/8. So it's like, a tenth. 0.12, so a tenth and change, almost 0.13 of an inch. So you're not talking about a lot here. But you're saying if you want to, Alejandro, you can go down to 1/2 inch. You can scalp down to 1/2 inch and then begin mowing at 3/4 of an inch. But if you scalp truly at 5/8, you shouldn't have cutting problems. You shouldn't be getting scalping at 3/4 of an inch just yet. That shouldn't be the case. Now, here's the thing: whenever you scalped, you did remove all the material, right? You didn't, like when you scalped, you took all that debris out. You didn't just cut it and throw it all back in the lawn. Because part of what we're trying to do when we scalp is to get rid of a lot of that old dead grass, get rid of any thatch that's built up, and allow the mower to run on the turf, on the ground, right? To allow it to produce a good cut, the best possible cut. So if you didn't remove the material as part of your scalping, I mean, you're kind of working against yourself, because you shouldn't, I'm trying to think here, you really shouldn't have cutting problems if you scalped at 5/8 and then you are, your regular mowing is at 3/4 of an inch, if you're mowing frequently enough. So what will cause scalping is if your height of cut is set to 3/4 of an inch, and I'm not sure where you are in the country, but if you're somewhere where it's hot right now, which I imagine would only be Florida or maybe South, or maybe like Houston or Southern California, to where you're mowing enough, you're mowing so infrequently that you're taking off more than 1/3, that will cause you to get yellowing or scalping, discoloration between mowings. So a couple of things: if you did your scalp properly, and you did your scalp properly where you also removed all the debris, mowing at 3/4 of an inch should not cause discoloration when you cut. If it is, I would say pick up your mowing frequency, because if you're mowing often enough that you're taking off, you're not violating that 1/3 rule, you should be able to mow at 3/4 of an inch pretty much all season long and not have the color of the lawn change if your mowing frequency is where it needs to be. I maintain my lawn at 3/4 of an inch, and I don't have scalping or cutting issues as long as I do like my verticutting and my the stuff that I do throughout the season to manage it getting too thick. But in other words, after I mow my lawn, you can't tell a day or two later that it's been cut based on discoloration. And it just looks like it's shorter, but there's no change in color really in the lawn. It's just looks nice and tight and green. So hope that helps. You said Tifway 419, by the way. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. I mean, my lawn is a blend. It's a mutt lawn, right? It's Tifway 419 and Arden 15. So you shouldn't have cutting issues really at 3/4 of an inch if your mowing frequency is often enough. You know what I mean? So what I would say is there's a couple of things. One thing that I didn't think about that just came to mind. Make sure your mower is sharp, because what can happen too is if you are cutting your lawn at 3/4 of an inch, or really any height, with a dull reel, with a dull mower, it's going to cause injury. It's going to be like tearing at the grass, and that's going to cause it to yellow between mowings too. So if you have like a scalp and small like areas here and there, then you got some areas where you're just cutting too low. But if wholesale after you mow the lawn, it gets, a day or two later, it gets kind of yellowish and just gets a little bit discolored, make sure that your mower is still cutting paper. Make sure that it's sharp, because Alex and I had this issue not last year but the season before, where it's like summertime and he's out there mowing. When I'm out mowing, he's out mowing, right? And his lawn was like, it just the green pop wasn't there. The color wasn't where it should have been, right? And I just out of the blue I said, dude, have you checked your mower? Have you checked that it's cutting paper? And he's like, no, I haven't checked it in a while. So he checked it, and it was like a butter knife, like no paper was being cut. He sent it out, got it sharpened. When it came back, literally it was a night and day difference. Within a week, it was like the lawn was completely transformed. So I say that assuming you scalped it properly, assuming you how to cut a set properly, and assuming you're mowing frequently enough, check your mower and make sure that it's sharp. Because if it's not sharp, you'll have discoloration problems between mowings, and there's nothing you're really going to do to be able to prevent that. So I'm trying to think if there's anything else I can think of. It's one of those three: mow more frequently, or show your mower sharp. That's what I would tell you. And also, if you have it, I'm not sure what real mower you have, Alejandro, but make sure that it is set up properly, that you're like you have a greens mower, right? Like a greens master. Like you can adjust the height of cut on both sides individually. Like there's a bolt that can lower the reel, and you can actually have it tilted slightly if you're not careful. So if you have like an AccuGauge or like a bar and a screw, something to be able to check your height of cut, make sure that it is the same on both sides. Make sure that the reel is the mower is set up properly, so you're getting to where it's cutting at the same height on both sides. So outside of that, I can't think of anything else. Mower needs to be sharp. Pick up your mowing frequently. Make sure the mower is set up properly, and that should do it. Between one of those four, that should get you squared away as far as the mowing problem. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know. But that's between one of those, that should get you squared away. Next up is Casey Baker. He says, I'm in North Texas. When should I apply Celsius Certainty Combo? Should I blanket spray? I've got a good bit of POA and a handful of other weeds that I need to kill. Low rate to prevent yellowing the yard. Okay, so in that video that you saw on the in the description. So this video, let me see. I'll actually show you here. So if you go to the Celsius Certainty Kit that Casey's talking about, this video was shot in either July. I think it was like July is when I did it. So this one here that's in the description of the product, this guy here, that was shot in July. And the rate that I used for Celsius and for the rate I use for Celsius is the higher rate. It's 0.45 ounces with over 4,000 square feet, right? So that is on the higher end of the application rate. And there was no discoloration on my lawn in the areas that I was spot spraying with it. And that's in the heat of summer with surfactant. With Certainty, I use a lower rate because I was only treating sedges. I wasn't going after Poanua. So to answer your question, if you want to get rid of the weeds, you can spray them now. I would follow what you see in this video. That's what I would go with. But the only difference I would change as far as the Certainty rate is you're going to want to increase the rate of certainty where it's one scoop, one of the large scoops over 1,000 square feet if you're targeting Poa annua, because the rate shown in this video is for the certainty rate assumes that you're dealing with like nutsedge or kalinga. If you're dealing with Poa, which is more of a beast to get rid of, you have to you got to go up on the rate, and and if you look at the rate, the label for certainty, it calls for one large scoop at a minimum, one large scoop over 1,000 square feet. But check out this video, that will get you squared away as far as how I like to use that combination together, and it produces a good result. Like a lot of people follow that and they get a great result with it. As far as when to do it, you can do it now if you want. You know, if the weeds are there enough of an issue to where you want to get rid of them, and they're all throughout the lawn to where a blanket spray makes sense, then you can absolutely do it. I did that. I blanket sprayed that combination on my neighbor's lawn, not this year, last year, and did a great job cleaning up all the weeds in his lawn. So hope that helps. Just follow what you see in that video, and the only adjustment you would make is just the application rate for certainty. So just read the label, obviously check the label, read the label. The label is lost, read the label, and it will tell you for Poa annua that you need to be at least 1 ounce, one large scoop, one large scoop over 1,000 square feet. So hope that helps. Casey, if you need anything else, definitely let me know. All right, Mark Weber's up next. He says he just became a member. Awesome. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you for joining the YouTube channel. Thanks for all the love and support. Appreciate it. Really do appreciate it, sir. It's a great way to support the channel over an extended period of time. So thank you for doing that. Something I've been thinking about doing is, and I'm toying with the idea, and I don't know that you guys would really care, so you may have to let me know if you think it would be worthwhile. I was thinking about doing, because the members portion of the YouTube channel is a smaller group, and I was thinking about doing like a live stream just for members of the YouTube channel, to where if you guys wanted to like join the show, if you want to get on and ask questions, and I can bring you in and we can like talk back and forth about what's going on in your lawn, that kind of thing. I was thinking about doing that. It would be shorter than this one, obviously. It'd be maybe an hour sometime during the week if I can find time to do it. But it's something I'm toying around with doing. So if you guys would think that would be valuable, or you're thinking, hey, Friday night's enough, 1 week of you talking for hours on end about grass is enough, and we get all of our questions answered this way, we're good, then we can do that. And if you guys think there'd be some value in doing like a live stream that is just for members of the YouTube channel, that's going to be, again, a little more intimate. And again, you guys can come in, and if you have a camera, you can get on, you can ask your questions and talk. We can talk through whatever you're dealing with. That is something that I'm considering doing, just provide a little more value for you guys, if you guys would like that. So let me know. You guys got my email address. It's ron@golfcourselawn.com. It is that right there, ron@golfcourselawn.com. So if you're a member of the YouTube channel, drop me a line and say, yeah, I think that'd be valuable, or no, I don't need that because we get enough here. And if I don't hear anything, then I'll assume that you guys don't want that. Silence is golden, right? Next up is JB. He says, I rent a lawn top dresser for $200 a day, a mini skid steer for $120, and a trailer for $40. Can I put 8 yards of mason sand and drag, and then top dress with compost on the same day? Yes, you can. Yeah, oh yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. That's absolutely doable. I would have some help, Jay, but that's completely doable. So I'll tell you, like, I have top dressed my entire lawn, which is between 11 and 12,000 square feet, and Alex's lawn, which is 6,000-ish square feet, in a single day. So that's a lot. That's like 18,000 square feet. It's a lot of top dressing. And we've done all that in a day. So yes, if the big thing you've got is a top dressing machine, which makes it a lot easier. You've got a skid steer to load it, which helps. So yeah, here's the thing that's going to help speed that up. Ideally, what you're going to want, Jay, is a person. If you can, having 3 people doing this, so you and 2 other people, is really going to make it go fast. Because what will happen is you can have one guy or gal running the skid steer, and another person running the top dressing machine. So you have like an assembly line going, and then the third person with a leveling rake working it in. So the way it would work is you would go out, you pull up the top dressing machine, the person running the skid steer would load it up, and then they would pull it out on the lawn and start laying the material down, and the person that's out there doing the raking will then rake it all in. And then while they're raking in what you just dropped, you're heading back and grabbing more. And then you guys can obviously alternate, because the person that's doing all the leveling, all the raking, is kind of getting a bum deal in this whole scenario, right? So you guys need to rotate, and one person do the skid steer, and then you guys can trade off. But that is a very quick way to top dress a lot of area relatively quickly. You have one person on the skid steer, another person like actually laying the material down with the top dressing machine, and then another raking. That all they're doing is just raking and dragging it in, and you'll burn through 8 yards in no time. I'll put it this way, like a buddy of mine, Brett, who is sometimes on the show. If you guys remember last year during the summer on a Saturday morning or Sunday morning, whatever. I think it was a Sunday morning. Saturday morning I would have been at karate, but we did his lawn. We did 4,000 square feet. I think it was like 3 bags of the super sod level mix. We did like 3 bags of that in like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It didn't take us hardly any time at all. But we had, like, he was doing, he was running the skid steer, and then he would bring, so it was he and then his daughter and myself. So I would rake for a while, while he was loading the skid steer. Then I would run over there once he's done, and then go and grab the top dressing machine and start laying it down. And while I'm doing that, Sydney would grab the leveling rake and she would start working the material in. So 3 people is the magic number to make top dressing go really quickly. And again, in our case, it was 3 bags, so 3 yards of material in under 2 hours. You know what I mean? So if you're doing it by yourself, it could be all day. If you have help, by mid-morning, by noon. If you started early in the morning, by noon, you'd be finished. So there is that. So hopefully that helps. And your process as far as doing the compost and the sand. So if you're not mixing them, so you're going to do the compost and then do sand, what I would do, let me see here. I would do, if you have a way to mix them, that would really be best. But if you want to put the compost down first and then put the sand down afterwards, then that would work as well too. The best thing is to have them mixed together, right? So hope that helps. You got like a quick crash course on how I like to top dress lawns, and hopefully the explanation makes sense to you, like my logic behind why I do it the way that I like to do it. The only thing I didn't see you mention, you got the skid steer, you got the top dressing machine, you got the trailer. The one thing I would also recommend, and I know it's going to add more pain to this and more work, is get an aerator. If you can aerate the lawn as part of top dressing, you're going to get a better result. Like, it's a great time to open up the lawn, do a good aeration, beat the lawn up, and then it's going to help that compost and sand integrate better with the existing soil. So that's the only thing you didn't really mention that I'd recommend as well, is aerate the lawn prior to top dressing. It doesn't have to be the same day. You could do it a day or two before. It could even be, I want to say much more than a day or two. Like a day or two before that, you're actually going to do the leveling and then come back and do your top dressing work. But I would encourage you to aerate as part of this. All right, next up is Alejandro. He says, yes, I took out all the material. Maybe it's time to level the lawn south of Houston. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, that's another thing too. Or that's one thing I didn't think about. Or you're cutting too low. You got to raise the height of cut up, right? So if your lawn is uneven to where it won't support cutting at 3/4 of an inch, then it's time to raise the height of cut up. You know what I mean? And the nice thing about top dressing is top dressing, the first time you do that, Alejandro, it's going to make a substantial difference in your lawn. It's going to look a lot better. It's going to scalp less. It's going to drain better. There's tons of reasons, tons of benefits to doing top dressing work on your lawn. And as far as you being able to cut lower without scalping, that's also a side benefit. But the second time, so if you did one, like say in May, late April, early May, and then if you had enough left in you to do another one at some point, like a little follow-up touch-up later on in the season, you're gonna be shocked at how much better the lawn looks. And a lot of the cutting problems that you're having now should go away, because 3/4 of an inch really isn't very aggressive. I mean, it's aggressive for a rotary mower, but for a real mower, 3/4 of an inch is not low. If you told me you wanted to cut like at 1/2 inch or below 1/2 inch, now you're getting into your lawn needs to look. It needs to look more like this. It needs to be look like pool table smooth to really get away with cutting below at 1/2 inch or lower without scalping. It needs to look like that as far as smoothness goes to get away with that. But 3/4 of an inch, not necessary to be that smooth. Just a good one top dress, maybe 2, and you should be good to go for cutting at 3/4 of an inch. And you said you have an Outlet Sterling 51. Thanks for all the tips. You are very welcome, sir. Great mower, great choice of mower. It's an awesome machine, because it's not just a mower. It's also a verticutter. It's a turf rake, scarifier. Thanks, Outlet, for all the confusing terminology. And it's a great bit of kit. So congrats on picking that up. Papa Most Low is also here on Instagram as well. So we got a question here on Instagram. Let's switch over here real quick. He says, should azoxystrobin and propiconazole be watered in as part of a preventative plan for brown patch? So I do. Whenever I apply, I don't spray my fungicides as a liquid. I do them as in granular form. So Headway, obviously a granular. And when I was using Caravan, that's also a granular. So I apply that and then I water it in. So I'm not sure. I would read the label based on for the product that you're using, Tanner. But that is what I have always done. I've always applied them and then I've watered the product in after application. So hope that helps. Next up is Kevin Smith in Dallas, Texas. He says, hey, Ron, I'm in Dallas. Can I use your weed combo on St. Augustine grass? You can. Yes. So this combination, Keith Smith, is so Celsius and Certainty are safe for all warm season grass types other than Bahia grass. So it can work on, you can apply it on St. Augustine. So it covers St. Augustine, Bermuda, Zoysia, Centipede. You can apply on any of them other than Bahia grass. And really the Bahia grass restriction applies to Celsius. Certainty can be sprayed on Bahia grass. So if you have Bahia grass and you have sedges in it, you can use Certainty on Bahia. It's just Celsius that you don't want to spray on Bahia. But yes, doesn't apply to you. You've got St. Augustine. That combination can be sprayed on St. Augustine without problem. No issues at all with that. Next up is JT. He says, also in North Texas, I have St. Augustine taking over my Bermuda lawn. Should I manually reel mow low and often enough to set the St. Augustine and let the Bermuda regain ground, or cut up the St. Augustine and sod/seed? Yeah, so mowing low, I mean, you can mow low and it's going to make the St. Augustine mad, but I don't know if it's going to be necessarily enough to kill it. You could use, let me think, you could use a selective herbicide. You could use like quinclorac. You could use quinclorac. That will injure St. Augustine grass, especially if you use, if you mix an MSO, like a methylated seed oil with it as well. That will help injure that. Like that's safe for Bermuda, not so safe for the St. Augustine grass. So you could do a combination. You could spray the St. Augustine with quinclorac with methylated seed oil with an MSO, and then also mow it low. The Bermuda is going to like that. The St. Augustine, not so much. But I would not rely only on like mowing, at real mowing the lawn as a way to get rid of the St. Augustine. Again, it's gonna make it angry. It's gonna injure it. It's not gonna like it. But as far as a way to get rid of it like permanently, that's not a great strategy. Not a short term one anyway. Quinclorac is a better way to do it. Like that, again, is safe for your Bermuda, but not so safe for your St. Augustine. Not safe for your St. Augustine. All right, so we got a question here from DK Randall. He says, how do I become a member? Okay, I can show you how to do that. That would be actually in the chat, actually I can just do that. I'll make it even easier for you. I can send you a link of how you can become a member. So if you go to the to any of my videos, right, you'll see an option to subscribe, and then also next to it there'll also be an option to join, or you can just click. You can just click this link, which will do the same thing. So let me see, at DK Randall. DK, you still here? Am I doing it wrong? At DK, I may have lost you. You may have already left the show. All right, well, if you are still here to join channel, you can click here to join channel. There you go, channel, and that one. You can click on that, but another way to do it is if you just go to YouTube and go to just again any of my videos, or just go to you'll be able to there'll be a link to be able to join. So if I go to Ron Henry, can I find myself? Here we go. So right here. So if you look at this is me streaming. You can actually see yourself. So you can see our channel members. You get listed in there. There's the channel members, and right there you've got a link to subscribe, and then also a link to join. So you just hit that one, and that will get you squared away. See, this is a live stream. It's us streaming about joining the channel. So I'll put this in the chat as well for you guys. But in the description of this video, there's going to be a link to join. I just put one in the chat as well, and or you can just go to any of the videos, and there'll also be right next to subscribe. There's going to be an option to join. So you've got multiple options for doing that, DK. Hope that helps. Need anything else? let me know. Let me know. And then, again, if you guys that are channel members, give me some feedback. Let me know if you guys would want to do like a live stream that's just for you guys. Again, it's going to be shorter, but it'll be, you guys can get on, and it can also be like phone a friend from a standpoint of like, you'll be able to, if you have a microphone and a camera, you can jump on and we can talk about stuff if you want to do that. Just something I'm throwing out there. All right. Fee M says, love your work, Ron. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for all the loves and support. And then George Paddle says, so educational. Love your stuff. I appreciate it. That's the goal. That is the goal, to share the little bit that I know about lawn care and getting a golf course lawn with anyone that will listen. So I really do appreciate it and happy that you're getting value from the content. Billy Gilbert is up next. Man, we're going to have a short show tonight. It's funny. Sometimes we have 5 hours shows, and then we have, on the other side of the spectrum, we do like 2.5, 2 hours. We might be out of here short tonight. You guys are not asking a ton of questions. Billy Gilbert's up next. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Thanks for the live stream. You are very welcome. Very welcome, Billy. And the next is Jonathan Daza. Okay, he says, hi, Ron. I'm in Los Angeles, and I have turf-type tall fescue. During the spring, I'm using 1608. For the summer, should I switch to 12024 FERT or the 0048 with potash to withstand the summer heat? Thanks. I would go with the 12024. What you'll notice in that fertilizer as well is that it's like 65%, it's a slower release product. So even though there's 12% nitrogen in it, it's got more slow release nitrogen than Humic Max. So Humic Max, the 1608 that you're referring to, Jonathan, that one is 35%. 35% quick release, or sorry, 35% slow release fertilizer, so 65% quick release. And then the 12024 is the opposite. So it is like 35% quick release and like 65% slow. So as far as something as a product you can use at the beginning of the season to wake the lawn up, get things going early in the season without like dumping all that nitrogen quickly into the lawn, it's a great option. And also for those of you guys with cool season lawns, your ryegrass, your Kentucky bluegrass, when you're just trying to make the lawn survive through summer and you still want to feed it, it's a good option for not pushing a lot of quick growth in the lawn, and the higher potash will help that. Will help the lawn deal with the stress of summer heat. So yes, what you're talking about is exactly what I would do. The 1608 this time of year for your cool season lawn, your turf type tall fescue, sounds like a great plan. And then when the summer hits, switching to the 12024 is a great option. Because in addition to the potassium that's in there, you're also going to get the kelp and humic acid as well, which is also helpful for grass health, for soil health, and by extension your grass health. So that is what I would do. Great question. I like where your mind is. I like what you're thinking about. Next up is, let's see. Next up is Jam23. He says, problem with Carbon Pro G and things alike is that it isn't profitable for us commercial operators. Clients aren't going to pay what it costs. It depends on the client, Jam23. I agree with you. Like if you are, I don't know, like a True Green or any of those services, it's not like most of your clients, those clients where they're just paying just have someone keep weeds out of their lawn and put some fertilizer down to where the lawn looks decent. Yeah, you're right. They probably aren't going to want to pay for that. But people, for some clientele that want a pristine lawn, they want, also are interested in a more sustainable approach to lawn care, then they would pay a bit more for that. You know what I mean? And, you look at, the one thing with the I know the Carbon Pro G only comes in a bag, but if you look at take for example, I can show you here. Take for example the Essential G, right, which is like Carbon Pro G 2.0. So if you look at that, Carbon Pro G comes in bag form, right? But it also comes as a super sack. So you can buy like a 2,000, a huge sack, 2,000 pounds of this stuff, and save quite a bit of money. So it's quite a bit less expensive. It's like I haven't done the math on it, but it's the equivalent of 50 bags, but it is more than a third less expensive. So you got a super sack for carbonized PN, and you also have one for, for Essential G, for Essential G. So if you look at what comes, you get that. So you see that's standing next to a person. So you see how big that is. That's like the equivalent of 50 bags of Essential G. That's what it looks like. It's all the good stuff. And if you're someone that you may have only a few customers that spring for this optional extra, you could have this back at the fort, and you could take some of this out and apply it to their lawn. It's a less expensive way of versus buying it by the bag. So it just really depends. I mean, I agree that if you are thinking for the average person that is comparing what you do against like a True Green or Turf Mark or or Turf any or Turf any of the lawn care services or businesses that spray lawns, like if you're comparing it against that, then yes, they're likely not going to want to pay extra for it. But there are people that want that X factor. They want one, also they want a more sustainable approach to lawn care, and they're willing to pay for a product like this. So I think it just depends on one, who your clientele is, and then also how you position it. Because I can tell you, Miramichi Green sells a ton of this stuff because they sell all of it that they can make. So there is a huge market for for granular biostimulants in the lawn care space, in the DIY space, and also the professional turf space. I mean, put it this way: they sell more of it. They sell a lot more of it to the professional turf industry than they do to DIY, and it's mainly because it's only been in recent years that they've really taken an interest in DIY. I've been talking about their products more. I've been using it, been promoting it, showing folks how to use it, and they're selling it more to DIY now. So I guess what I'm trying to say is there is definitely a contingent of customers that would pay extra to have this in their lawn. So just depends, man. Just depends on who you're marketing it to, and that will that'll dictate what they're willing to pay for and what they're not willing to pay for. So hope that helps. All right, next up is Michael Robertson. He says, do you know, I get this question, I get this email I get this email like at least twice a week. He says, Ron, do you know what's a good alternative to Arden 15 hybrid Bermuda grass seed that's no longer available? Not really. So there's Monaco and there's Yukon. If you are not opposed, if I can steer you away from doing seed, I would say go get Tahoma 31. So if you want to do a renovation and you're going to be doing a new Bermuda lawn, I would say use Tahoma 31. It's the new hotness. It's the lawn tools are running it on their lawn. There's a couple of viewers that show have done Tahoma 31 renovations. It's a very pretty grass. It's a really nice looking Bermuda. So I would say do that. It's only available in sod form, from what I understand. I don't think you can get it in seed. But if you are bent on using a seed for your renovation project, then Yukon, Monaco, those are ones those are grass seeds that have been sold for a while, and people seem to like them. So Pennington has not announced a replacement for Arden 15 as yet, and it's been over a year now. I think it was like it's been at least a year. It's been at least a year since Arden 15 was discontinued. So they've not announced a replacement that I have heard of as yet. So Yukon or Monaco if you're doing seed, and then if you're going to go do sod, go with Tahoma 31. That is what I would recommend. In other words, if I got crazy and decided I was going to redo my entire lawn, which I'm probably not going to do because then I have to can you imagine all the top dressing, all the work? Oh, it'd be terrible. But if I decided I was going to do that, and I were going to stick with Bermuda, then Tahoma 31 is what I would use. Outside of that, I would if we're not doing Bermuda, I would maybe do Zoysia, but I don't know. I really like my Bermuda lawn. You can beat up Bermuda. You can, it's more rough and tumble type grass. You can beat on it and it tolerates it just fine, which is good for me. So sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, Michael, but you got some options. Yukon or Monaco, and there you go. Or Tahoma 31. Okay, DK Randall says, I'm here. Okay, yeah, so DK, if you look, you should see the links that I put in the chat there for you as far as how to join the channel. And pretty much any of my videos, if you watch any of my videos, you don't see it because you're not really paying attention to it, but next to the subscribe button, there should be a link to join. It's not showing up on mine because I'm logged in as me, but yeah. There's plenty of ways to do it. And also in the description of any video, there's also a link to join the channel. All right, let's see. Next up, we have a question from the Gram. It says, Phil Foster says, just put down Humic Max from your store today up here in Connecticut. Nice. So you're getting going, man. So your lawn's already starting to green up, and yeah, that's true. You have cool season grass, so your lawn doesn't go dormant like we do in the Southeast. So yeah, that's awesome, Phil. Let me know. Keep me posted on the results that you get with it. And that's another thing, guys. A small ask that I have. It's not a huge ask, but a small ask that I have is that if you guys are using the products, so a lot of you guys are buying like tons of the fertilizer products, the liquid biostimulants, the granular biostimulants, if the herbicide kits, if you guys are using the products and you're getting good results with them, you're liking the results you're getting, please consider please consider going to the store and leaving a review. So some of you guys will go and you'll leave a review on Trustpilot, which I appreciate. That's awesome. But I also want reviews on the store as well too for products. So if you guys get some of the organic, right, you're going to try this out and you start running it and you love it, come here and leave a review. So the way you would do that, like for Essential G is a great example. You can go here and then you can just click on the stars and it'll take you down to the section where you can see the existing reviews. And there you will see a button that looks like this, a black button that says write a review. So if you bought something from the Golf Course Lawn Store and if I can trouble you or ask you to take 5 minutes of your day, of your time, and leave a review on the store for the products that you've bought, I'd really appreciate it. The feedback really helps. So, for anything that you bought on the store, leave a review on the products as well. So definitely do that. So yeah, DK Randall, I know that's not what you're asking me, but in addition to joining the channel, another way to support the channel is to leave a review for products that you have purchased in the Golf Course Lawn Store. Kind of like, leaving a thumbs up on the live stream. It costs you nothing. It's free to do. And I really would appreciate it. Next is Bharat Boba. He says, my backyard has a 15-degree slope with the majority of the soil makeup being silt. The builder used poor quality sod. What steps would you recommend to improve my lawn? Cool season location. Okay, so you're dealing with a slope. As far as it's the same. Here's the thing. It's the same steps that I would recommend for improving a flat lawn. It's the same thing. So the things I would say is that would be, we want to consider in your case, Bharat Boba, is if you're going to do leveling work, right? So here's one thing that's different between a flat lawn and a slope lawn. If you're going to be doing any kind of leveling work on your slope lawn, because you said you have cool season grass, I don't know if it's fescue, maybe not, but if you got like a ryegrass or Kentucky bluegrass and you want to level it, the key thing is to go thin, right? To not go really heavy, because what will happen is if you go heavy with like a sand or a compost application, when it rains, you're going to get a lot of washout. It's going to make a big mess. So by going light on your application of top dressing material, then that's going to allow it to stay in place. And that's thing one. What I would also recommend is if you've not, and again, I haven't seen the slope to know what the grade looks like or whatever, or if it's even safe to do this. If it's safe to do it, I would also consider aerating the slope. So say you're going to top dress. A great way to help the sloped lawn hold on to that compost material or that sand material or whatever you happen to be using for top dressing is by aerating it just before top dressing, because you've got like all these holes, all these voids opened up all throughout the lawn. It's going to help the sand and soil mix integrate better with the existing soil. So even if you have to have a friend like hold the aerator, because again, I haven't seen the slope, along with you to just make sure it's safe while you're making your passes back and forth. That's something that I would consider doing. And then the same program that I use for a flat lawn applies. Outside of top dressing, it's pretty much the same stuff. I would get a soil test done, and actually I can show you here. I can put it all. I can sum it all up for you here in the infographic. So scroll down, and right here you can see you would get you eliminate weeds. If you got weeds in your lawn, eliminate weeds using a herbicide that is safe for your grass. You got cool season grass, so like a 3-way or tenacity or sedgehammer, like one of those, or a combination of those, depending on the weeds you're trying to target. Get a soil test done. That is going to tell you, let me scroll in here. That is going to tell you what kind of fertilizer is the best fit for your particular soil type. Then you're going to fertilize your lawn based on the fertilizer that you've chosen. And then it's just mowing, mow some more. And then you will get a lawn that looks pretty awesome. So it's not really rocket science. There's not a ton to it outside of ensuring that the nutrient program that you're putting together makes sense for what's going on in your soil. To help sweeten the deal, the other things that I'm a huge fan of that are going to help your lawn look awesome are introducing biostimulants. So a good granular product that I like and has been very well received. I mean, there's not a ton of reviews on a lot of the products on the store because people don't leave reviews for some reason, but there's a lot of reviews for Essential G. Like, people really like the stuff, right? So this is something that you can apply pretty much anytime the ground isn't frozen. You said you're in a cool season location. I'm not sure where in the country you are, but if the lawn or the ground is not snow covered and the soil is not frozen, you can apply this. you can apply this product. This is going to help improve nutrient uptake. It's going to allow you to get more out of fertilizers that you apply to your lawn. So we're going from a two-pronged approach. You are going to use a soil test to figure out what fertilizer is the best fit for your soil. And then you're going to use biostimulants, a granular biostimulant like Essential G, and then a liquid biostimulant combination like the carbon kit. That's going to help you get more out of your fertilizer, because the whole theory, or the way my ethos, or the way I like to my approach to lawn care is, like, don't go after like an awesome green lawn directly. Like, that's what some people will do. They'll take it and they'll go to some big box store, buy a bag of fertilizer, hit the lawn with that, and turn it green for a little while, and then it doesn't really stay green. A better approach is to focus on building healthy soil. If your soil is healthy, your pH is where it needs to be, you got the right balance of nutrients in the soil, then you can't help but have great looking grass. But like, good grass is a byproduct of great soil. Kind of like a six-pack is a byproduct of a good diet and regular exercise. It's the same thing with your grass. So hopefully that helps. I mean, I covered the one thing that's really different between a flat lawn and a slope lawn, and that really is when it comes to top dressing, and and then your mowing practices are going to be a little bit different on a slope lawn than a flat lawn. But as far as like nutrient inputs, it's the same. It's the same thing. There's not really a whole lot of difference. So I hope that helps. I hope you got some value out of it. Also, feel free to check out if you're in some of the live stream, you'll notice at the top there's a pinned comment that has free annual lawn care schedule listed there. So if you go here as well, which I will link here in the chat for you, at Barat, there we go. If you go here, this free guide talks about, it's the main guide that has a lot of other content that's linked to it, that covers like spring lawn care, summer lawn care, fall lawn care, winter lawn care, talks about top dressing, talks about fertilization options. There's also another blog post from earlier this week that is literally all about fertilization that I linked earlier in the show. So check that out as well. I'll see if I can find it here again and link it to you really quick. That will between that big guide and that article that's all about fertilization, that's plenty of reading material that should get you all squared away. And of course, if you have questions, you can always reach out to me. You can always email me or leave a comment on a video, and I'll do my best to help you out. So this is the link to that fertilization, like all the tips on fertilization. So between those two, should be good to go. Next up is Zach Salinger. He says, "Hey, Ron. I'm in North Carolina, and I have quite a bit of green fuzz." Technical term, by the way. Green fuzz is a technical term. I haven't done any fertilizers yet. I have the 1608 Humic Max and Turfplex. Would it be a good time to begin those at lower rates to wake the lawn up? I would do it starting next month. So not this weekend, but next weekend. You said you've got quite a bit of green fuzz. The beginning of April, April 1st is a weekend. I think it's a Saturday. Yes, I'm not lying to you. It is a Saturday. That is when I would start. And remember, with Humic Max, you are applying, if you use the rates that I recommend, which is 3 pounds per thousand, you are literally applying just under half a pound of nitrogen. So not a ton, not a lot of nitrogen. You're not going crazy on nitrogen. And then Turfplex, the rate that I use for Turfplex is like 6 ounces per thousand, which is a tenth of a pound of nitrogen. If you want to back that, I'm going to be applying at 6 ounces per thousand. But if you want to back that down to half that, you could go out at like 3 ounces if you wanted to. Just if you want to be like super, super uber conservative, that would be fine too. But your Humic Max at 3 pounds per thousand, and then Turfplex at 6 ounces per thousand is a good number. That's what I would use throughout the entire season. You're not putting a ton of nitrogen in the lawn at that, with that combination. So hope that helps. Give it until next weekend, mainly because then you're starting on the first of the month, and it becomes really easy to track when you do your Turfplex application, and then when you do your second Turfplex application, like in the middle of April, like it's easy to say 1st and 15th, versus if you do it like this weekend, it'll be like 25th and whatever 15 days from now is, right? So start at the beginning of the month. This makes life a lot easier. Next up is That Texas Boy 04. He says, "I've been meaning to thank you for the ultra fast shipping a couple weeks ago. It literally shipped 5 minutes after the order." That's good. So I'm glad that the shipping is is meeting your expectations. That Texas boy. The goal is to get stuff out to you guys as quickly as possible. Not everything, unfortunately, can be shipped that quickly, but like the person that handles the fulfillment, like they've got a couple of jobs. Like some of it is to answer some customer emails. A lot of it I still answer myself, but answer some customer emails and to go through orders and make sure that they get fulfilled. If there's one of the orders or one of the products that can be fulfilled quickly, we try to get that done as quickly as possible and get it out to you on in the same day, if at all possible. If possible, and that's not always the case. Typically, if you order earlier in the day, it makes it easier. For a good example, if you're ordering, let's say if you ordered Primo Max, a Celiprin, any of the, and you order, like say the Celsius Certainty, Tenacity, any of those herbicides that are in the kits, if you were to order any of those tonight, they would ship tomorrow. So they would be on their way to you would get tracking tomorrow morning at some point, and they would ship tomorrow. So, but other things like the granular fertilizers, those only ship throughout the week, throughout the through Monday through Friday. So haven't been able to figure out how to get those going to you guys on the weekend as yet. Maybe in time, we'll see. But yeah, I'm glad that we are meeting your expectations, that boy. If that's the case, if that's the case, definitely leave us leave some feedback, leave a review once you started using the products, or if you want to go on Trustpilot, leave a review there too. That also helps. And thanks for all the love and support. I do appreciate it. So let's see what we have here in Instagram. We got Mayan152. We got Ryan, Lester, Mrs. Keels, a couple other folks. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream, guys. Appreciate you guys. Next up is Jonathan Daza. He says, to follow up, what else can I do to prepare for the summer heat outside of the 12-0-24 FERT? Outside of the FERT, using a moisture manager, something like Hydratane or Foreplay is a good thing to do as well. So I will show you. You go back to the store and you go to shop, and then you go to soil moisture management. Under there, you'll see a couple of options. You've got Hydratane in a granular. You've got it in a liquid, and then you've got the new option from Ecologel, which is Foreplay, which is basically Hydratane. It's got some kelp in it. It's got some surfactant, like a wetting agent as well. It's got some surfactant. So this is four things, and with Hydratane being the largest component of Foreplay. So and it comes in a hose end sprayer as well for easier application. So if you want, you could go with Foreplay, or you could go with Hydratane. Either of these are good to apply to your lawn. That's going to help. It's going to help reduce watering requirements. It's going to help your soil retain moisture. A better way of saying it is to make moisture available to the root zone of your grass throughout the summer. What I would do though is if you're worried about that, Jonathan, I would not wait until it's summertime. I would not wait until it's summertime to apply it. So you want to start putting that in let's say, summer for us starts like June-ish. So really May is when I would start using one of these moisture managers on your lawn. I would use either Hydratane or Foreplay, whatever your choice. I would use one of those on your lawn starting in May and just continue. They say it lasts for 90 days. I reapply every 60 days, like every 2 months is when I do it. So if you did an application in May, so May, June, you would do another one at the end of June, and June, July, and then maybe one more in August, and that would be it. So whichever of these you decide to go with, that's also going to help as well as far as helping your soil or your grass tolerate summer heat, help make sure it has enough moisture. So yeah, outside of that, not much else. That your biostimulants, your regular biostimulants, but not much else. That you should be in pretty good shape outside of the 12-0-24. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. If you want to email me, if you have any other questions, you can do that as well too. Because I think you and I have emailed back and forth before. Your name looks familiar. Robert Rainey is in the house. He says, just stopping by to say hello. Hope you all are well. We are, Robert. Thanks for coming to hang out. Holding that high finish as always in your avatar picture. I like it. Next up is Victor Stams. He says, hi, Ron. Can I seed Kentucky bluegrass in dead sod if I turf raked extensively to remove the dead roots, or do I need to remove the sod altogether? Nice love bracelet. So here's the thing. I've never seeded Kentucky bluegrass. So to know, Here's if you were getting rid of an existing lawn, I would kill off the existing lawn and then I would rake out as much as the old debris as I could, and then I would do the seeding work. So I believe that's what you're asking. So if the lawn is dead, if the existing grass is dead, and you've removed a lot of the old debris associated with it, so what you pretty much got is a bare lawn, so you've prepared the surface, it's pretty much just bare soil, then yes, you could do the the seeding. Would I overseed? Now you didn't tell me what kind of sod you had. You said, would I remove the sod altogether? Like, I would not overseed. Let's say you have Bermuda. I would not, if you have Bermuda sod, I would not overseed the Bermuda sod with Kentucky bluegrass. I would get rid of it. I would cut that out. If you have existing sod that's Kentucky bluegrass, and you don't want to take the work of cutting that out, I'd feel less bad about that. But if it's a different grass type, I would get rid of it before doing the renovation with the Kentucky bluegrass seed. It's kind of difficult to understand because you didn't tell me what kind of sod you have. But if you're trying to be ultra conservative, I would remove the existing material, remove the existing sod if you can, and then do your Kentucky bluegrass by seed. That's going to give you the best chance to have the seed that you're putting in be the dominant plant, right? Like, if you may have done a decent job killing off the sod, you may have, you may not have. And if you didn't, what will happen is you'll end up having whatever grass is currently there and the Kentucky bluegrass growing through, which is probably what you don't want. So I would get rid of the existing grass if at all possible. So hope that helps. Jonathan Daza says, is tenacity and speed zone a good combo for broadweeds? Yes, you could do tenacity and speed zone. That's a good combination as well for cool season grass. Yep, that could work, Jonathan. It all depends on what you're targeting. So look at the tenacity label, look at the speed zone label. If what you are targeting requires both of them, then mix them both together. If what you're requiring only requires tenacity, only spray that. If what you're requiring only requires speed zone, only spray that. So just apply the herbicide based on what the problem you're trying to solve. Just don't go out there and just blast along with everything you have just because you have it. You know what I mean? Like this, when people ask me about spraying, like even like Celsius and Certainty on warm season grass, and I'm like, if you got broadleafs, then spray Celsius. If you got sedges or POA, spray Certainty. If you have sedges and broadleafs, then you can mix them together and you can spray them both at the same time. They play nicely together. You know what I mean? So it just depends on what you're dealing with, the problem you're trying to solve, on which herbicide is the best fit, and if you should even mix both of them at the same time. Next up is Eric Leon. He says, "Hey Ron, what's your verticut regimen?" I've been told every 4 to 5 weeks for verticut. That's about right. But how often do you turf rake? I went until I was getting a lot of dirt, then I stopped. Okay, so you probably went a bit too aggressive, Eric. So when it comes to setting up your turf rake, you want to set it up to where the turf rake / scarifier, if you have a Sterling, is just above the level of the soil. So if the My Soil Test Kit were your lawn, this was the soil level, right? So grass is above here, but this is your lawn. You want to set up the turf rake to where those little spring-loaded fingers comes just above the surface of the soil, of the dirt. If it's getting down into the dirt, that's too aggressive. You don't want to do that. You're going to be doing extensive damage. You're going to be taking out some of the grass along with it, and you just don't need to do that. So, as far as how aggressive, I don't go any lower than 2 millimeters. So if you're just starting out, you can start at 6 millimeters or 4 millimeters, and then work your way, and that's above the surface, and then work your way down to 2. And then once you're at 2, you can even bring it back up to 4 and just maintain it. Just run it there. You don't have to keep it that low all the time. As far as frequency, once you've got the initial clean out done, you can get by with turf raking once a week. You can do it once a week. That's going to do a good job as far as keeping debris out of the lawn and also keeping your stripes nice and defined. As far as verticutting, once per month. So I will begin verticutting for the standpoint of thinning out the lawn in the end of May. So the first one will be the end of May, then the end of June, then the end of July, then depending on temperatures, the end of August. So I will do it once a month at the end of the month. So end of May, because that's when, now I don't really need to do it. The lawn's already thin. And then and subsequently at the end of every month following that. That's a good way to just manage how thick the lawn is thickening up, especially if you're real mowing it. So I think that covers everything you asked. You asked about turf raking, you asked about verticutting, and you're good to go. So turf raking once a week, or scarification once a week, and then verticutting once per month. Starting in the end of May is what I'm going to be doing. Next up is C. Hills. He says, greetings and salutations, Ron and lawn warriors. Wait, so I'm not a lawn warrior? I mean, so I'm my own special thing. I don't get to be in the lawn warrior category? Not cool, man. He says, have you heard of the Miramichi Green M-Pro Soil Enhancer? Yes, I have. If so, is this a new product or a replacement for the Miramichi Green Essential G or Carbon Pro G? No, it's not a replacement for any of those. Let me bring it up here really quick. It's like a it's the idea behind M-Pro is to be what is that light fluffy stuff that you use on peat moss? It's supposed to be like I believe an alternative to that. So I can actually show you guys here really quick. I'm not even sure if they sell it on the store. Miramichi Green. All right, so let's go to their store and I'll be able to show you the product that he's talking about. So if we go to order online, I'm not sure if they have listed for sale. Let me see if I can find it here really quick. I don't think so. I don't think they even sell it on. I don't think they even sell it online. Let's see. Yeah. So this I think this is this what you're talking about? This is what you're talking about, C Hill. So there's this, which is a peat moss alternative. So if we go back to their soil enhancers, you got Essential G, you got Carbonized PN, you got Biospectrum, and then you have this. You have this this peat moss alternative. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. So yeah, this the problem with this is that it's basically a peat. It competes with peat moss, and it's 40 pounds, and it's expensive to ship. And really, if you're asked, they spoke to me about carrying this, and I said, I said, well, like, why would I do this when? Like, why would I do that when I could just use like Essential G instead? So that's why we don't carry it. I don't even know if they sell that on their store. I don't know if they even sell it. If you look at their fertilizers, there was another fertilizer product that they made as a that was commissioned for someone else, but I don't think it's even for sale. I don't think that's even for sale. But yeah, if that product is what you're talking about, it's like basically a peat moss alternative, and that's why we don't really carry it. So hope that helps. So I can actually find that other fertilizer that I was talking about, because people have asked about it, but they may have removed it from the store, because I know they got a lot of questions, and it was something that was never really for sale. So I don't think it's even listed on the store anymore. Yeah, I don't see it. Yeah, actually, yeah, this one. So yeah, this is a product that they did as well, but you can't buy it. So this is like a 16.6.8. This is another product that's kind of cool, but you can't actually buy this because it was it's made for somebody, and it's not for sale. So, but yeah, no, yes, C Hill, I have heard of it, and no, I would still use Essential G instead. So if it's a product that I think you're referring to. All right, next up is Daniel Ferreira. He says, I just received Yard Mastery's Aerate Humic 12 and 7020. Okay to apply all next week at bag rate. Should be just fine. Should the lawn be scalped down yet? I've only done 2 mows at pre-scalp level, haven't cut down to the dirt yet. So Daniel, if you're planning to scalp, here's my thoughts on the matter. If you're planning to scalp, I would do it before you put down your granular fertilizer. Because what can happen then is if you decide to scalp mid-April, if all the fertilizer isn't down in the soil, like some of it gets hung up in the grass, you're going to be basically taking out some of that fertilizer that you paid good money for, right? So what I would do is I would scalp, and then I would apply, your fertilizer regimen. That is what I would, that's the way that I would do it. And as far as going down to the dirt, you don't have to go down that low. You don't have to be that aggressive. Well, some people do that, but you don't have to be that aggressive. So it's really your call. Maybe you can lower it, a quarter inch, half inch of the height, lower than the height of cut that you're currently at now. I don't know what height you're mowing at, but at any rate, if you are going to scalp your lawn, which you don't have to, but if you are going to scalp your lawn, I would do it prior to putting down your granular fertilizer. All right, next up is, and you said, okay, to apply all on the same day. It should be. I've never used Humic 12 or the Aerate, but it should be, I'd imagine it'd be fine to apply them all on the same day. I can't imagine it's going to be an issue. And he says, Central North Carolina, so not as green up as much as the southern states, should full scalp done before April application. I would. You're asking me. If you're asking me what I would do, yes. Like, but then again, you're talking to the guy that has his lawn fully done and scalped and cleaned out by like the end of February, early March. So yes, I would. All right, next up is to Trilla. So let's see. Since questions are light tonight, can you explain? Can you explain the purpose? Can you explain what a VPN is and the purpose of one? Also, any recommendations on who to use today? There are so many to choose from. So, sorry, I know this isn't lawn related. Yes. So VPN is a virtual private network. And the way you can think of a VPN think of it as like a network within a network. So if this is you in a coffee shop, and I don't know, this is you in a coffee shop, and then this is like the website that you want to go get to, right? If you're in this coffee shop and you're on the wireless that's in the coffee shop, and there's someone that's malicious there that's doing like poisoning, like doing like some ARP cache poisoning, where they're able to intercept the traffic from your computer before it leaves the coffee shop and goes out over the internet. They're able to see not really banking stuff because all that's wrapped in TLS, but like they're able to see like what websites you're visiting. They're able to see a lot of things you probably just don't want them to be able to, right? So what a VPN does is, if you say you have a VPN like iVPN or any of them, ExpressVPN, whichever one you're using, right? What you can do is your connection from the coffee shop is you connect from here to a VPN server, which lives somewhere on the internet. And what happens is all of your traffic, everything, your DNS requests, your web server requests, all of that gets wrapped in this encrypted tunnel. So it's like a network within a network. And all that traffic travels over this encrypted tunnel that no one can really look at easily. And it looks to the website that you're going to, that your point of presence on the internet is the VPN server. So it's a way of it's a very crude way of hiding where you're coming from. So if this is you in the coffee shop, and then like say my fist here, my hand is the VPN server, and then say this is Yahoo, the red is Yahoo. If you are using a VPN to Yahoo, it looks like you are here instead of the network that's the coffee shop. So it's a way of hiding your presence of where you are. It's a way of protecting your traffic on a local network against basic attacks, there's ways around it, but against basic attacks, it's a way of doing that. It's a way to watch. The providers have gotten better at it, but for a while, if you wanted to use a streaming service like Netflix or some of these other streaming services, and you were in a country where it wasn't really allowed, VPNs were a way for people to do that. But yeah, that's them in a nutshell. So if you're in a hotel or any network you don't trust, which pretty much any network that's not at home or not your work network, it's a good idea to use a VPN. As far as which one I recommend, I run my own VPN server. So at the house here, I have a pretty beefy, pretty gnarly firewall that I run. And I have my own VPN concentrator that I run on that. So whenever I'm like traveling or I'm out of town or I'm just like wherever, and I'm never in a Starbucks. Let's say I'm somewhere where they have like open Wi-Fi and I'm doing something that I actually care about and I just want to know that people can't easily eavesdrop on it. I VPN back to the house, and then all my traffic looks like I'm sitting at home. So it's like I have like a couple of different VPNs that I run. I have like I have an SSL VPN, I have an IPsec VPN that I run, but I run my own. Because then I retain all the logs, I retain all my DNS queries, I have all that stuff. So I do it all myself. As far as one I'd recommend, that if you're gonna buy one, iVPN is decent. Like I've like one time I had to do a review for them, and the way they do run their service. And again, I did the review 7, 8 years ago at this point. Their stuff was pretty good, but I mean, just pick one. They're all at this day and age, they are all fairly similar. They're all they're all fairly comparable. I mean, outside, if you want the best, run your own at home, right? But if you don't want to do that, pick any of the ones that have a good offer. iVPN is good. And any of the other ones, just look at the reviews and go from there. But yeah, in a nutshell, without getting too geeky, a VPN is a way of hiding or hiding your presence or where you actually reside on the internet, and it's a way of protecting your traffic from from eavesdropping on the local network that you're on. So there's a lot of benefits to using one if you are worried about people spying on your, looking at your traffic. I mean, I can tell you that most people really don't care, but if you're someone that's, paranoid, or someone like me that has a pretty good understanding of reality and the kind of things that people can do with an internet connection, because I get paid to do some of that stuff, then you run one all the time. But for most people, not really necessary. All right. Next up is Fernando Funes. He says, "Hey Ron, I have a serious problem with POA. What kind of herbicide may I use while I keep doing spoon feeding plan? I just applied image." Yeah. So Fernando, if you have warm season grass, if you have Bermuda, zoysia, Kentucky bluegrass, no, start over. If you have Bermuda, zoysia, St. Augustine, centipede, Bahia grass, warm season grass, right? So not fescue, not Kentucky bluegrass, not ryegrass. What you can use for POA is Certainty. Go back over here to this camera. Certainty and surfactant. These two together are what I would use against POA annua. This is an excellent product for POA, and it's not just for POA. Outside of POA, what it's really known for is for controlling sedges and kalinga. So like, those really like little bright green, grassy looking weeds that show up anywhere where there's a lot of water, that near downspouts or anywhere where water settles in your lawn. That Certainty really shines against that, but it's also good against POA as well. So if you want to get rid of POA, image can work, but it's going to take forever and a day. Certainty will do a much better job. It'll get rid of it faster, and it's also good for things other than POA annua. But make sure you surfactant with it for best results. But again, this is for warm season grass only. So if you have rye, Kentucky bluegrass, or fescue, do not use this. This is not for that. If you have any kind of warm season grass, Bermuda, zoysia, St. Augustine, Bahia, you can use this combination. That's what I would use to get rid of POA on your lawn. It's gonna be a lot faster than image. All right, next up, let me make sure I missed anyone here on Instagram. I was like going off for a while there talking about geeky stuff. Next up, we have Dalen Kraus. He says, "Hey, Ron, I sent you an email of my newly refurbished 1600. Hopefully you can pull it up. It's a 99 model. Don't hate me for going away from the Toro Red." Wait, hang on, let me get this straight. Before I pull this up, I'm going to try and find this. You're telling me you got a Greensmaster 1600, you repainted it, and you repainted it another color other than Toro Red? Is that what I'm hearing? I don't know. I mean, it looks bad. It's not. Oh Lord. Okay. I guess, man. I'm not gonna hate on you too much. I mean, I suppose if that's your thing, it's probably just how you were raised, I guess. It's a nice paint job, though. I gotta admit, it's a pretty sweet paint job. All right, so I can pull up a couple of the befores and the afters. Let me see. So that's a before. That's a before. Okay, yep. So these two. Okay, so this is Dalen's. This is his Greensmaster as Toro intended it. So if we go here, this is his GM. Toro Red. I mean, it's seen somewhere. It looks like it could use some love. I feel you on that, right? So there it is before. That's one angle. We got another angle here. This is the equivalent of like if you got a car, how we always, with a car you take that fender pose, the front wheel turned a little bit. This is the equivalent of that for a greens mower. So the mower is posing, and then this, he went from that to this. Check this out. I gotta admit, I mean, it's not Toro Red, so there must be a point deduction, but the paint job is fire. It does look pretty good. Whoever painted did a really good job. It did come out pretty nicely. And then his other shot here, take this guy off, is that guy. It's almost like a candy, like a little candy blue. I like it, man. I do like it. I mean, it's not Toro Red. It is not Toro Red. I mean, I'm not going to go so far as calling it an abomination because it does look nice. And, the paint job does look pretty sweet. I gotta hand it to you. But yeah, I mean, the red's nice, man. What's wrong with the red? What's wrong with the red? You gotta love the red. You know what you need for it? You need one of these. You need like it's like, since you're going like candy blue, you need like a psychedelic golf course lawn sticker. You need one of these guys, or One of these new ones, the new black ones that we just got. We just got some of these in stock, so you need one of these. You need one of these on that bad boy. If you put stickers on your mower, maybe you're someone that doesn't do that, but if you do, you need one of these. You need one of these. It'll dress it up and make it look, give it that look. But nice job, man. All jokes aside, mower looks awesome. That candy paint job is pretty slick. I gotta admit, man. You get a little clear coat in there too and everything. It looks really good. Really good. Nicely done. Nicely done. You brought it back to life. You gave the mower new life. Great work. Okay, TK's up next. He says, hey, Ron, I'm in New York. Soil temps are about 45 degrees. I have an itch to get back out in the lawn. Is it too early for me to apply pre-emergent? I figure it's better to be earlier than too late. So almost like you've been watching the live stream. So if there's no longer snow on the ground, there's no chance of any snow going forward, TK, and your average soil temps are getting into the high 40s, the upper 40s, I would get your pre-emergent down. I would not wait until they are at 55 degrees. The idea is you want to get it down prior to the temperatures where weeds like crabgrass and other problem weeds begin to germinate. So if it were me, I would get it down sooner than later. So you said you're at 45 degrees. If you want to give it another week or so, and then do your pre-emergent, like say the beginning of April, that sounds like a great time to do it to me. That I would not be opposed to that. If you want to do it this weekend, it's fine. But yeah, as long as you are certain that you don't anticipate getting any more snow or anywhere. You're not gonna get it's not gonna get like an ice storm or anything like that anytime soon. If you don't anticipate that, then yeah, get your pre-emergent down. Early is better than late, to your point. Early is better than late. It is much cheaper to prevent weeds than take care of them after the fact. The herbicides are a lot cheaper. Like pre-emergent is way cheaper than buying post-emergent herbicides. All right, Melvin Otta saying, hey Ron, what's going on, Melvin? Thanks for coming by and stop in and say hello. We have a super chat from Mr. McKish. McKish says,
Super chat received.
and actually, you know what? Hang on 1 second. Before we do that, McKish, you know what? On Dalen's mower, I did not clap it up. I didn't do that. Hang on. So first, we got to do that real quick. I apologize, Dalen. It's like a new to you mower. You redid it, and the paint job, we gotta recognize and give some love and support for that. So I appreciate that. All right, now, Makesha Super Chat. He says, hey Ron, I need your advice. Small patchy Bermuda lawn with an Arizona ash tree pruned for more sunlight. Okay. Would it be smarter to resod with Bermuda or St. Augustine? Would cut the tree down, but HOA issues? Thanks. So I would not resod. Here's the thing: if you just prune the tree, I would give it time because, yes, in Arizona, you guys probably have warmer temperatures than where we are, but as far as like daylight, the length of the days are only now starting to get longer. So if you did the pruning work, I would give it time and see how the grass that before was a little bit patchy, how it responds to the increased sunlight that should be coming through now that you've done the pruning work. I would not put down more Bermuda sod because, like, if the existing Bermuda is not doing well given the amount of available sunlight, new Bermuda sod is not going to do well either. So you're just gonna, you're just throwing money away. You'll put the new sod down, it'll green up really nicely for a minute, and then it'll be like, hey, you know what? There's not enough sunlight to retain that to maintain this level of awesomeness. I'm going to get thin and patchy, and it's going to behave exactly like how it looks now. St. Augustine as well. I don't. If the St. Augustine can be isolated from the Bermuda, like to where the two will never come in contact with each other, and you want to try that, you can. But I would not. In other words, I would not. If this is your lawn and if this is like your entire lawn, and this area here is what's shaded, like from here is a shaded, and so all this is Bermuda, and then you're thinking about just putting St. Augustine in here, I would not do that. That's not, you're not gonna like what's gonna happen, because St. Augustine is not gonna stay here. It's gonna spread, it's gonna encroach into this, you're gonna end up with like a St. Augustine Bermuda lawn. You're not gonna want that. So I would, if they are completely separate to where like they don't touch, they can't touch, and you wanna do that, then you could consider it. But really, if it were me, I would give it time. I would give it time to see how the Bermuda responds to the increased sunlight from the pruning work that you have done on the tree. That's what I would do. Hope that helps. Next up is Sea Hill 21. He says, Ron, you are the lawn king and we're lawn warriors. No, Emperor is not for Pete Moss, but I will send you a screenshot via email. Have a great weekend. King for sure. Iron sharpens iron. Okay, so it's a different product that I'm thinking about. Okay, I thought that was called that. So yeah, send me a picture of it, Sea Hill. No worries. I appreciate all the kind words. Thank you. Oliver Britsom is up next. He says, hey, hey, Ron, do you know anything about the Owlet Buckingham? I saw one for sale locally and was curious. Isn't the Buckingham one of their older mowers, Oliver? Let's see here. Is it even listed on their website anymore? If we go to, we can do it along with me. If we go to homeowner mowers and we look at, maybe the Buckingham is one of their commercial. No, it's the older one. Yeah. Okay. So petrol Romo. Yeah. So it is from the older design. So this is what you're talking about. This guy here, good Lord. And it's got, you got little seats you can ride on it. And a 30-inch, wow, so 30-inch wide. Yes, it's a good looking mower. It lays some nice stripes. So do I know anything about it? I do not know anything about this mower. I've never used it. It's not, and one thing I'm seeing here is that it doesn't allow for interchangeable, scroll up, no interchangeable cartridge system. So it looks like it is just a mower. It's just, and not to say just a mower, it's just a real mower, right? So you're not going to be able to do any kind of turf raking. It does have like a comb, like a fixed comb that's on the mower. I'm not sure if they have a picture of that, but yeah. So it's not like their other mowers, Oliver, where you like the Sterling, where you have the interchangeable cartridge system, or any of their gas powered ones like. I think the Kensington is interchangeable too. Yeah, so like the Kensington has got interchangeable cartridges, and then like their commercial line. I mean, I don't know what you're paying for. I'm not sure how much it is going for, but I mean, in other words, before I bought, I don't know, what's their commercial mowers going for? I know they just had a price increase, so those are probably expensive too. Here, Pro Sports mowers, yeah, they had a price increase. All their mowers are expensive. But I would look at one of the C range. Like if I'm going to spend $9,000 on a Buckingham, and you want a gas powered mower, I would more quickly get out here and get into the C range powered, not the 34 range, like a 27. Why is this one cheaper? 24. Yeah, I would quickly come in here and get into one of these guys, like the 24 or something, and you have all this capability as far as the other interchangeable cartridges. So I would not. If you're going to be spending close to 5 figures on a mower, I would get one that can do more than just mow grass and just cut grass, if it were me. But now if you're getting that Buckingham at a steal of a deal, like it's $2,000-$3,000, so you're not paying anywhere near what they go for brand new, then yeah, then it's like no different than buying a greens mower, like buying a pre-owned greens mower, right? Or buying buying a brand new True Cut. And it's going to cut better than a True Cut's going to cut. So if you're getting one at a good price at a substantial discount, $2,000-$3,000 price range, then sure, by all means, go for it. But if you're going to be buying a brand new one, I would lean more towards their commercial line and go into like a C24 or something like that. That's what I would get into if it were me. So hope that helps, Oliver. I mean, Owlet makes really good mowers. They cut great. Mine, I tell you what, man, you don't know stripe action until you start using an Owlet, boy. I'll tell you. But yeah, it just depends on what you're paying for it. All those I've given you all that I know to help in your decision making process. So hopefully that helps. If you have any other questions, you got my email. I think we've emailed back and forth before, but if you want to drop me an email, my email is ron@golfcourselawn.com. You can hit me up there, and then I will I'll do my best to help you out. So let me know what you decide to go with. Looks like a cool mower. I've never used one myself though. And next up is Daniel Ferreira. He says, are stickers allowed on Honda rotary mowers? Of course they are. They're allowed on any kind of cutting equipment. He's LOL or exclusive to real folks. Happy mowing, everyone. Yeah, Daniel. If you want these stickers, typically, I don't have that many of them. They're fairly limited. So I'll put these, like if you order like a Celsius kit or the Cool Season kit, I'll throw one of these in there. But if you want one of them, let me think. If you order a Celiprin or Primo over the weekend, so between now and Monday morning, it's kind of a pain. I will see that you get one of these in your orders. If you want one of these for your Honda rotary mower, or if anyone else is watching the show wants one, if you order Primo or you order a Celiprin, so either one of these products, I will ensure that you get one of the psychedelic stickers, one of the limited edition ones in your in your order. So, but just only between now and Mondays. If you're watching this like next week, like Tuesday, then you waited too long. So, because again, I don't have that many of these. So, and I normally save them for like the for the kits. So, if you want one, you can get one. And yes, you can absolutely put it on a Honda as long as your mower blades are sharp, the mower's maintained well, it's looking good, and you're taking good care of it. Then yes, by all means, you can throw one of these stickers on there. No problem whatsoever. I'm not going to send the real mowing police out to come get you. All right, next is Scott and Amanda Harrington. It says, good evening. Late to the party. Looking like I'm going to have to scalp again here in South Louisiana. Why do you have to scalp again, Scott? I mean, so I guess you did it once. I mean, if you scalp and then you start regularly mowing, you shouldn't have to scalp again. I wouldn't think, unless you're talking about like your mid-season scalp, like your June-ish scalp to help prevent cutting problems. I mean, maybe that's what you're talking about. But if you scalped in like earlier this month or late February, you should not have to scalp the lawn again just yet. You shouldn't have to do that. So I'm not sure why you would. But I mean, it's not gonna hurt anything. If you scalp it again, it's just if you can just deal with it looking a little bit ugly for a week or two, not a problem, right? It'll grow back. All right, next up is Oliver Ridham. He's back. Oliver says, any best way to turf rake large lawns? I got about 7,500 square feet, front lawn, wanting to clean up the leaves and acorns coming from my neighbor's property. Yeah, so the easiest way to turf rake or verticut, you can go out and rent one. Like there are the ones, like there's the Sunjoe units you can buy on Amazon, or you can go out to a local equipment rental place and pick up a turf rake, or it'll be called a power rake. They'll call it like a power rake, or this is what they'll normally call it whenever you're renting it. But the thing with those, here's the thing. There are two parts of turf raking. There's two jobs to turf raking that most people do not realize. If you use a Sunjoe or you rent a turf rake or a power rake from one of these equipment rental places, most of them do not come with any kind of a grass catcher. So now you're taking something that can be quite a bit of work, and you're making it like double the work, because now if you just use like a Sunjoe or like one of these other rental power rakes, if it doesn't have a grass catcher, you have to turf rake the entire lawn, and then you have to go back with like a grass rake and then get all that debris that you just loosened up. You have to get all that debris and pick it up and then throw it in refuse bags and get rid of it. So it's a colossal pain. So if you have, I'm not sure what kind of mower you have, Oliver, again, this is another reason why going with something like one of these, like, I don't know what your budget is, like going with one of these, if you can get one pre-owned, or going with a like even like a why did it go there? This one, or even like a Sterling pre-owned, or no, you're not gonna find these pre-owned because they're brand new. They're selling as many of these as they can make. So you're not gonna find one of these used, or not easily anyway. One of the biggest benefits is, outside of the interchangeable cartridge system, is that it has a grass catcher. It has, I'm not sure why their site's broken. It's not loading, but it has, no, it's not. It has that. So whenever you turf rake the lawn, like all the trash is going in there. So literally all you're doing is, once you make a pass and it's all full, you take that, you dump it in your trash can or refuse bag, and you continue along your way. So you can rent one from a bunch of different places. You can get an inexpensive one for under $200 on Amazon from like a Sunjoe. But I would, if you're going to think about doing this long term, and you're about to drop some coin on like an Allet mower, you're going to spend some money on a mower, getting one that has the ability to do turf raking and also has a grass catcher, you will thank me for it if you decide to go that route. Like that's way better than doing the other way around, because like manually raking 7,500 square feet is not fun. Like I've manually raked my entire lawn before when I've verticut it without having like an Allet, and it was enough that I swore I would never do it again. I did it like one time. If you can find the video. It's like a video back in like 2018 where the lawn was verticut, and I did it that time. I said, nope, never again, never doing this again. This is horrible. But now that I have a way to do it and not have create a big mess as part of it, it's not a problem. So just something to consider if you're going to start getting into doing turf raking in your lawn. Next up is Mike D. He says, I upgraded my Allet Sterling with a new attachment. Can you tell me if I'm going to stripe straighter with it? Emailed you a picture of the upgrade. Mike D, what is the Allet Sterling attachment? What has he got? So you're going to stripe later with it. So he got his Sterling. He upgraded a little bit, and this is what he put on it. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for all the support. He added that clean golf course lawn sticker. Here's the thing. I don't know if you're going to stripe better or straighter with it, but I will tell you that you've at least added, you've added at least 10 minutes of runtime with that. Kind of like, if you add like a sticker to like your car, to like a tuner car, it adds 10, 15 horsepower. Adding a sticker to your electric mower will add a little bit more runtime. It definitely makes it look cooler. People will stop and they won't pay attention to the mower, pay attention to the sticker. So there is that. But as far as striping straighter, I haven't gotten that feedback yet. But boost in runtime and definitely style points are side effects of appropriately stickering your mower. So thank you for representing. Appreciate it, Mike D. And that was cool. That made my evening. Thank you so much for the cool picture. Looks good. Nice, and the picture's nice and straight. The sticker's nice and straight too. If you guys are adding a sticker to your mower, make sure it's straight. Like don't put it on there cattywampus where it's like, off to the side or whatever. Make sure it's nice and even. Nice and level, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, next up is Mikesh. He says, neighbor has St. Augustine and is encroaching. Yep, so you can use quinclorac. I already gave you an option of that. Quinclorac will work, is safe for Bermuda. It is not, and St. Augustine does not like it. So you could do that. Hit it with quinclorac, and that should do the trick. And yeah, Scott and Amanda said same thing. I'm gonna hit it with quinclorac this season. Yeah, so quinclorac by itself will do a good job. If you use a methylated seed oil, an MSO, with it, you will get an even better result. So on the label, if I can find it here, on the label, I'll put a link in the chat here for you guys. You will see it'll talk about the application rates as far as how much MSO to use based on how much quinclorac you're mixing up. And MSO is not like surfactant, where there's a bit where the range of what you can use is like, if you put like 1 ounce of surfactant or 2 ounces of surfactant, it doesn't make a huge difference as far as like a negative result. With MSO, you need to be more careful about that. You actually need to mix it in the ratios that they say on the label. And then to help with that, you can look at the label at the link that is here at Mikesh. If I could find you, there you are. And this is quinclorac DF. There you go. So look at that and then read the label for it, because it has instructions on how to use methylated seed oil along with it. All right, guys, you guys are quiet here in the live. Oh no, Instagram. We've got a chat here. A question from Instagram. He says, Jason Pratt says, how long does Celsius take to LOL perennial ryegrass? How long does it take to kill perennial ryegrass? You know what? I've never used it on perennial ryegrass. It's going to depend on temperatures. I've never sprayed ryegrass with it. I just know that that's what like all my buddies that do like baseball fields around here, and then when they want to get rid of it, that's what they use. I imagine the same amount of time it would take to kill other weeds. So, well, not that ryegrass is a weed. You guys that have ryegrass lawns, do not send me hate mail. Or I should say this, the same amount of time it takes to kill any other undesirable plant that it targets. That's a better way of saying it, right? So I would give it a couple of weeks. So if given that temperatures are warmer now, if you were to spray it along with surfactant now, I imagine within 2 weeks you should begin seeing the perennial ryegrass start dying off. And yeah, so the same way it would kill spurge or anything else that is labeled to kill, a few weeks is what I would expect based on temperatures. So hope that helps, Jason. But again, I'm not speaking from direct experience on it, because I've never seeded my lawn with ryegrass, and I've never used Celsius against ryegrass. But the people that do tell me they get a great result with it. They don't have to do like multiple applications to get rid of the ryegrass. All right. So next up is Nixa Eagle. She says, hi, Ron. My neighbor put down St. Augustine grass, and it took over. And it took over the whole street. I'm not laughing at you. It's terrible. I mean, it's not cool. Took over the whole street. What will kill the St. Augustine and not injure the Bermuda? Thanks. It's in the chat right now, Nixa. So the same product I was talking about, quinclorac, is safe for Bermuda. Or the better way of saying it is well tolerated by Bermuda, but not well tolerated by St. Augustine. So especially if you mix a methylated seed oil with quinclorac, the Bermuda will be fine, and the St. Augustine will say ouchie. Have a big ouchie from it. So I'll put the same link in the chat here for you. Like that is what you would want to use to, again, if I'm reading this correctly, to target the St. Augustine, but keep the Bermuda safe. That's an easier problem to solve. The other way around is really difficult. To get rid of Bermuda and St. Augustine, that's a tough one. But getting rid of St. Augustine and Bermuda, that one is relatively easy to do. Relatively easy to do. Mikesh is like, yeah, I got to save my lawn ASAP. Well, now you know you have a plan of action. You got a plan of action. You're very, very welcome, Jason. No problem at all. Use surfactant with Celsius when you're using it to get rid of the ryegrass. All right, and next up is Edwin O. He says, happy Friday, everyone, from the Dallas-Fort Worth area. The time is coming to level my Tahoma 31 grass. I'm planning on aerating before, but should I mow before or allow some growth so the grass blades come through the leveling mix? Thanks for the input. Great content. So no, I don't. In other words, I would not change the height of cut. I don't change the height of cut whenever I do any kind of top dressing. So if you're maintaining the lawn at say 3/4 of an inch, you can leave it 3/4 of an inch and do your top dressing work. One thing I would do is this, or I need to correct that. I don't allow the lawn to grow taller. If anything, I cut it shorter. So if you're at 3/4 of an inch and that's where you're going to maintain it, then just leave it there. Do your top dressing. Win, profit, be awesome. If your lawn is at 2 inches and you're going to top dress it, getting it shorter is going to make your life a lot easier. Like using a leveling rake through 2-inch or taller grass is a lot of work. So you don't have to, but as far as making the process easier, if you can cut it shorter, assuming the grass type that you have will tolerate being mowed at shorter heights, then I would do that as before you do your top dressing. So if you have Bermuda, and let's say you want to maintain your Bermuda at like 2 inches, and it's currently at 2 inches, I would cut it down to like say 1 inch and then do your top dressing and then allow it to grow back up to the 2 inches of wherever you want to keep it at. Because like running a leveling rake through 2-inch grass is a lot more work than running it through 1-inch grass or 3/4 inch grass or 1/2-inch grass. You know what I mean? The shorter it is, the easier it is to work the material and to use the leveling rake. So for that reason alone, I would cut it shorter. I would not allow the grass to grow taller. Like it's going to grow through it just fine. I would not like take a lawn that's already at the height you want it and allow it to grow taller as part of top dressing, Edwin. So hope that helps. Let's see. Hiron Yamaha Gold says, hi Ron, I missed you. You missed a few of us. Can you still view my question on turf raking? I might be able to, Yamaha Gold. Did I miss your question? I think I got it, but let me go back up here. I don't think, did I miss some of you guys? Oh yeah. Oh, I did miss some. Oh boy. Sorry guys. I'll go back up. I'll catch it. I'll get back to you. Let me find where I'm looking for your question on turf raking. Yamaha Gold. I don't see. Yeah. Okay. But anyway, but I do see the ones that I missed. All right, so let me find it, guys. I'll put some nice elevator music on while I find. Actually, you know what? We're not gonna do elevator music. We can put some little reggae on while I find it. I'm trying to find where I left off. All right, so I was at this one. I found it. Mike D. All right, okay. So Mike D. So this is where I left off, I believe. I think. Sorry about that, guys. Because will I still need Essential G if I'm already going to be applying the premium organic lawn 444, or just repair the lawn organic fur with the carbon kit? Yes, you can still use. Yes and no. You can still. Would I still use Essential G if I'm using the 444? Yes. But if I have a choice, right? If I had a choice, you're saying, you know what? I'm going to do the organic fertilizer, and I have a choice. I'm either going to do Essential G or I'm going to do the carbon kit. I can only do one of those two. I can do like the granular fertilizer, the organics I'm going to be going with, and my budget only allows me to do either the carbon kit or Essential G. I would opt for the carbon kit because the 444 fertilizer has some humate in it, which Essential G has. It has a bacteria package, right, which is nice as well. It's got some iron, which Essential G does not have. So if it were me, if you could have both, I would do both. In other words, if your question is, are there still benefits to using Essential G along with your organic fertilizer? The answer is yes. The question is, if I'm doing the organic fert and I can only do one or the other, I would go with the carbon kit over Essential G. But if your budget permits, you can do them all. In other words, the the 444 does not replace Essential G. Like it doesn't have, the 444 doesn't have any biochar in it, for example, right? Which Essential G does. The 444 doesn't have compost in it, which Essential G does. So they're not, they both have, they both will improve soil quality because they both have humate. Like humate's a common ingredient between them, but outside of that, they are different products. Like Essential G is not a fertilizer, whereas the organic fertilizer is a fertilizer. So if you can do both of them, yes. But if you can only do one, I would do the organic and the carbon kit. So hope that helps, Mike D. Great question. I'm sure it's what I'm going to get more often. So at least I've got a clip here answering it. All right. So next is Jason Sewell. He says, happy Friday, Lawn Fanatics. First dose of Biospectrum and 901C applied yesterday. Never used before. I can't wait to see how it works. Awesome. Nice job, Jason. Glad you got it down. And then next up is John Williams. He says, hey, Ron, it's odd my grass is not really growing, although it's green. Savannah centipede, not sure if this is normal or there's something I'm not doing right. I cut the yard maybe twice per week. Thanks, sir. Here's the thing, John. The season is just really starting. Like the days are starting to get longer, so more sunlight. And the temperatures are now consistently getting warmer. You got to remember that, Savannah probably didn't get as cold as we did, but it still likely got cold. Just, a few days ago, we had, eaten nights when it would get into the 20s and 30s, which was craziness for like late March. So once the lawn is seeing consistently warmer temperatures and longer, more sunlight because the days are getting longer, then it should begin growing in. I wouldn't worry about it. In other words, I would not worry. If you are concerned that there's something wrong, the way to diagnose that is by getting a soil test kit. So get a soil test kit, see if there's any kind of nutrient deficiency, if there's something going on with the soil that could be holding the grass back. But if it's already green and it's growing, but just not growing as fast as you would like it to, that's likely a symptom of just the crazy weather we've been having. Once it gets consistently warmer, which it's getting, and once the days you're getting the daylight, the available daylight is becoming longer, which it is. You should find the grass will start growing, will start growing more aggressively. It'll start picking up how quickly it grows. If you're still worried though, these cost $30. A $30 soil test will tell you if there's anything you need to be worried about or anything you should be correcting in your soil. So hope that helps. We do have these in stock on the Golf Course Lawn Store. Just go to the soil test kit section under the shop menu and you'll be good to go. All right, next up is E-Dub. He says, I did some seeding today in Texas and I used Scott's Sun and Shade mix with heat tolerant blue mix. Okay. I did it in early spring. Some of it can germinate. And I use this because you have a lot of shade. Okay. So do you have cool season grass or is it like a sun and shade Bermuda mix? Because if it's, I gotta tell you, like, I really wish I didn't sell that product because a shade tolerant Bermuda is not a thing. It just isn't. Like Bermuda, like what they may have done is they may have put some cool season grass in there along with Bermuda, which I'm not really a fan of it either, but they may have done that. But Bermuda growing in shade it's just not a thing. It's like mayonnaise and ice cream. They just don't go together. Like Bermuda and shade just don't work. So I don't know how much shade you're dealing with, E-Dub. I'm assuming that because you're in Texas, you have warm season grass. I am assuming that. And if that's the case, and you used a shade tolerant, like Bermuda, like a warm season shade tolerant mix, and there's Bermuda in there, I don't think you're going to be happy with the results that you're going to get. Because as a general rule, if Bermuda is not growing well in a part of your lawn, given the available sunlight, so not necessarily like this time of year, but like say when you get into like May, right, where there's plenty of sunlight, plenty of heat, if Bermuda is not doing well based on that amount of shade, putting down a shade tolerant Bermuda grass, which again is not really a thing, is not going to perform much better. It's not going to, if it even germinates, it's not going to do much better than your existing lawn is going to do. Your options are to, the best one is to get more sunlight on the area where the lawn is struggling. So cutting the canopy back, like trimming the trees back, just get more sunlight there. Or, if it's an isolated part of the lawn, you could go to a different grass type. Or you could say, you know what, this area of the lawn is just not going to have grass, and I'm just going to put some ground cover, some kind of decorative plants or foliage in there to make it look nice. And that, if it's Bermuda is what you have, that's what I'm going to try and push you towards. But like shade tolerant Bermuda is not really a thing. I can show you parts of my lawn in the front where if there's just a shrub, so it's not even like full shade, just a shrub that's there, and literally within 2 feet, 2 to 3 feet of that shrub, even in the middle of the year, like, in the middle of the summer, like it can be July, the sun is blazing, tons of sunlight. That part of the lawn is, it's not a lot, but it's a little bit thinner than just an area just 4 feet further into the lawn where it gets like where it's not getting any shade from that shrub that's in the front lawn. So Bermuda is very sensitive to shade. Shade tolerant Bermuda is not really a thing. Just isn't. And you say you have 10,000 square feet. That's a lot. It's a lot of lawn. And again, hopefully there's something you can do as far as, reducing the amount of shade that you're dealing with. And that's going to allow the existing grass you have to do better. But like shade tolerant Bermuda grass seed, as a general rule, if the current Bermuda you have is not doing well, applying or putting another Bermuda grass seed there is not going to make a measurable difference in like how the lawn behaves or how well it thickens up there. So not great news, but at least hopefully I'm just saving you some time and frustration by not having you chasing your tail by throwing down seed after something that's probably not going to work without you doing something to correct the sunlight situation. All right, Tom Hoffenkamp is up next. He says, "Good evening. I'm freezing out here in California. Just kidding. But the lawn is. Someone needs to have a meeting with the groundhog and get him to pull some strings." Well, it's doing better now, Tom. We finally have turned the corner. Warmer weather is on the way, so I wouldn't worry about it. We think we should be good to go. I got to tell you though, I was irritated earlier this week. I was not a happy camper. I didn't even look at there's the days when it got down in the 20s. I couldn't even look at the back lawn. Normally I get up in the morning, I get my cup of coffee, and I come downstairs and I start looking at email. And I'll sit there and look at the lawn even though it's not fully green yet. Look at the lawn while I'm like getting my thoughts for the day. And the days when it got in the 20s, I didn't even look because I couldn't. It hurt. I mean, it hurt. It was painful because I knew the green was going away. I knew I was going to lose some green because of all this cold temperatures, and that's exactly what happened. But now we've turned the corner. The green is coming back, and life will go on. We'll be good to go. So there you go. All right, Melvin Otta is back. He's a question. He says, "Hey Ron, I was trying to bring back a common Bermuda front lawn last start of last season. Everything was working good until the town came and destroyed the land. Is there any way to seed if I applied pre-emergent?" Not well. It's not. You're not going to get great germination. Can you apply grass seed with this pre-emergent in the lawn? You can, but it's just not going to be. I mean, you're going to get like less than 25% germination. In other words, I wouldn't do it. It's not going to work out well. It's not going to work well. You're not going to get a good result if you go that route. Typically, I'm not sure what kind of pre-emergent they use, but if it was prodiamine or dithiopyr, you need about a good 4 months, before you start putting any kind of seed into the lawn and you start getting reasonable germination rates. So if they seeded the lawn, or if they did the pre-emergent, if you did your pre-emergent in like early February, so February, March, April, May, June-ish, like mid-June, if you wanted to take on a seeding project or renovation project, you could do it then. But right now is still too early. You're not going to get good germination. Now it's not warm enough, first of all. But even if you were to wait until late April, early May, when the window for seeding Bermuda tends to begin, it's still too soon based on the fact that you did pre-emergent. And again, that's assuming that you applied it in early February. If you did it like last week, then it's not gonna. You're pretty much gonna be done for this growing season as far as getting any kind of good germination for grass seed during the summer months anyway. So hate to be the bearer of bad news, but again, I don't want you to go and take a bunch of time and spend a bunch of money on something that's probably not going to work well. All right, Eric Leon is up next. He says, "I have a Sterling 51 and I went from 10 millimeters down to 6 millimeters. So not really that aggressive." Good. Okay, so that's not bad. But I mean, I'll say this: when debris stops coming out, then call it good. You know what I mean? You don't have to get it right down to the down to the dirt. Is what I'm trying to say. So sounds like you did a good job. If you stop at 6 millimeters, you should be good to go. And again, it depends on how bumpy your lawn is. Remember, my lawn is fairly smooth, fairly flat, and the lowest I've ever gone is 2 mil above the surface, and I normally leave it around 4 millimeters when I'm turf raking, just so I'm not trying to be too aggressive with it. All right, next up is John Williams. He says, nope, that's wrong one. He says, "Savannah centipede. Could I overseed with success if I put down soon? I'm planning on throwing down some in a couple of weeks. What do you think? Thanks." here's the thing. I don't know a whole lot about centipede lawns other than like what herbicides you can spray on them and not spray on them. I've never even mowed a centipede lawn. Um, and as far as overseeding, are you talking about overseeding your existing centipede with centipede? I don't know if that's a thing or if it's even advisable to do that. I'm like, without knowing for sure, I would lean towards no. I would lean towards no, John. And I guess the question I would ask is, before you consider overseeding it, what is the problem you're trying to solve? What's the problem you're trying to solve? Because if you're trying to solve a thin area in the centipede grass, I don't know that overseeding is necessarily a way to do that. What I would say is if you have a thin area and there's nothing that's causing it to be thin, so you don't have like some debris under the lawn, you don't have a shade problem, you don't have a disease problem, then I would say take plugs from the area of the lawn that's healthy and transport them to that thinner area and see if that helps it grow in and fill in that bare spot. The thing with overseeding is that unless you are incredibly careful, and in most cases, even if you're careful, it doesn't always match, you're going to end up with two grass types that look different from each other. It's very unlikely that it's going to match your existing lawn. A perfect example, I tell this over and over again, this story. Like I've had, like my lawn is a Tifway 419 lawn as its base, right? Whenever I had some trees taken out, they brought in what was supposed to be Tifway 419 sod, which it was, but it didn't match. It didn't match the existing sod. So even among the same cultivar, if the sod comes from different sod farms, there can be a difference in appearance. So again, I don't know what problem you're trying to solve, but I would lean towards not overseeding your centipede. I'm not sure what problem you're trying to solve, but in most cases, overseeding it is not the right answer. So hope that helps. Henry Jones Photography is up next. He says, in Charlotte, North Carolina area, I dropped my Magical and Essential G tonight. We'll start fertilizing maybe in the next week or two. I like it. That's a good plan. So you got your Magical down, so you're doing some pH corrections, and then you're doing your granular biostimulant. Nothing wrong with that. And then you can do your fertilization maybe the beginning of April. I like it. It's a good plan. I dig it. Next up is Russ. He says, I think we're past the final frost in eastern North Carolina, planning to core aerate some compacted problem areas soon. Do I need to backfill / top dress with sand the same day, or can that wait a few weeks till after? A few weeks is going to be a bit much. So if you want to get the benefits of aeration as it applies to top dressing, meaning having the top dressing mix integrate nicely with the existing soil, you really don't want to go much more than a few days, because once you aerate it, you pull those plugs out, the lawn's gonna begin, the voids that were created by the aeration, the existing soil is gonna begin relaxing, or gonna begin spreading, or like relaxing is what I like to use. It's probably a better term for it. It's gonna begin relaxing into those voids, and they're just gonna fill in over time. So to say multiple weeks, no, I would not give it multiple weeks. A few days, maybe a week would be okay, but like definitely not several weeks. I mean, ideally you would aerate the day of or the day before you top dress. If your goal is to get the benefits of integrating the top dressing mix with your existing soil from the aeration process. So it's really your call. But yeah, I would try and stack them a little closer together if it were me. All right, let me see. Next up is Dalen Krause's question about what Alec calls a scarifier. Wouldn't it make more sense that the scarifier would be the solid steel hooks? That looks like scarring the ground. Dethatcher being the spring-loaded tines. Man, listen, I've asked them. I've called the local Alec rep here in the U.S. and I said, guys, what? Look, I mean, you can see for yourself. This is the craziness. Like on the Sterling, right? It's called a scarifier. Right, that's the spring-loaded, the spring-loaded tines for doing turf raking. This is their scarifier product. And if you go to their professional mowers and you go like to the Alec, the C20, this one, and you look at the turf rake, that's like the same thing, right? But this one is called a turf rake, and on this one it's called I lost it. On the other one, it's called a scarifier. It's just, I don't know why. I don't know why they call the same thing two different things. What they call a dethatcher is this, which is a more aggressive tool with the hooks on the end. And you're saying, would it make sense for a dethatcher to be the spring-loaded tines? Yes, yeah. I mean, if to me, right, dethatching, turf raking is the least aggressive, right? So if you take like verticutting, dethatching, and turf raking in the order of aggressiveness, turf raking would be the least aggressive. Verticutting would be a little bit more aggressive than turf raking, and then dethatching to me, which is the solid solid blade with the hooks, would be the most aggressive. So depending on whatever tool you have, if you have a solid tool, a solid blade with its hook with a hook end, that is going to be more aggressive than spring-loaded fingers that are designed to gently remove debris out of the turf. So I agree with you. The terminology is confusing. I don't know why they do it, and I've spoken to them about it. But at this point, they probably have a bunch of documentation it's calling it a scarifier in one product and calling it a turf rake in another product, and it's probably too much work to change it all. So it's probably not going to change. All right. And Dale says, the reason why I asked is because the Sunjo has both, and I thought the names were backwards from what Owlet calls them. Owlet calls them different things between different mowers. So I would say this: the spring-loaded fingers, that is what I would consider turf raking or scarifying. That is the least aggressive. Assuming you set the machine up properly to where it's not set up too low. If it's a solid blade, that is more dethatching. It's more aggressive against the turf. So the more aggressive one, do less frequently. The less aggressive one, the whatever they're calling it, the scarifier or turf raking or whatever you want to call it, combing your lawn, the combing tool, whatever you want to call it, like that less aggressive one is what you would use more frequently. So hope that helps. All right, so let's see what else we got here. I think I've caught up on comments. Talking about M-Pro. So Melvin Otta is here. He says, how long do I have to wait to reseed Bermuda if I already applied my pre-emergent? At least 4 months, Melvin, would be best. And let me see what else. Gary Kellett Jr. is up next. He says, hey, Ron, I watched an old video of you that you did on trimming, and I noticed you have the steel combi system. Wondering how you like it. I love it. It's awesome. I love it. I mean, the steel combi, they're not inexpensive, but man, it's definitely a buy once, cry once purchase. Like you buy that, and then you buy the attachments. You get the blower attachment, the string trimmer. I've got the rotary scissors for it now. I absolutely love mine. I mean, if I had to do it all over again, I would buy the exact same one all over again. Or I would have gotten maybe the big block. But in other words, I don't regret buying a interchangeable power tool type system. It's awesome. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. So yes, if you're in the market for one, by all means go for it. I think now they make an electric one. So if you want to go the electric route, they make a battery powered one if you want to look into that. So my power head of mine still runs fine, so I'm not going to change it. But I mean, if you want to go electric, you can get one now, from what I understand. All right. Let's see. Aaron Bowling says, what do you know about M-Pro? Is it just Essential G package for this company? I don't know. I'll have to ask. It's a good question. I'll have to ask Miramichi. I'll take a screenshot of that and I'll ask them. I will ask them and see. I don't know. All right, let's see. Mike D says, "Hey Ron, what the heck is this IT guy outside of lawn stuff?" That's what I do. I mean, I'm actually an IT guy. Like that's what that is my profession. I'm a geek. I'm a security geek. So yeah. But yeah, someone asked about a VPN and it was a fun. It's that's the mark. I mean, it's the thing about like technology topics. It's always fun to try and explain them to someone that is not like a practitioner, like a security practitioner. And actually, it's a good mark of how well you understand it, right? If you can explain something that's relatively complicated and leave the complicated parts out of it and explain it at just a level that's just enough for a person understands that, what the benefits of it are and how it works kind of at a very cursory level, then that's good, right? So now you guys have an idea of how VPNs work. And if you want to dig into them, I mean, there's an entire world. There's people that their entire careers are just around like VPN concentrators. You got like IPsec VPNs, you have SSL VPNs, you got WireGuard, there's all kinds of, there's VPN is like, you could make a career out of doing that. And then now it's becoming less of a thing because people are moving towards zero trust, where VPNs are becoming less of a thing, at least in the corporate space. So it always changes. It's always something new. All right, so I think I've caught up on all the questions that I missed earlier. I'm going to get back down here to where I left off. And again, for people that asked questions before earlier, I apologize. That was not intentional, but I think we are all good now. I'm trying to find where I did. Mike CS is like, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Mike. I mean, better late than never, right? Grasshopper Lawn Care says, Happy Friday. What's going on? And then It's Audacity says, any idea with the fair price for a 2008, the 2012 Greensmaster 1600 should run for after a sharpened service? Have been shopping, but not sure what a good price point is. It depends on how many hours are on it. So it depends on the hours, like how much life is left on the reel and bed knife. How well has been cared for. Has it been left out in the rain where it's got rust on it, or has it been largely, kept in a shed? It really depends. Like, I'll tell you, like, I bought my Greensmaster and it was a 2014 and it had 200, just under 200 hours. It had like 198 hours, I believe, when I got it. So practically a new unit. I mean, as far as used Greensmasters go. And I paid $3,500 for it, which is a pretty good deal for a mower that low of hours. And it's been great. So a 2008 to 2012, it'd be hours. I have to look at the hours on it, man. I mean, I would expect, if you're getting it for like a 2012 and it's sharpened, good to go. They're putting fresh belts on it. 2,500. Something like that, 2,500, somewhere in that space, $2,500, somewhere in there. I mean, depends on, is it an 8 blade? Is it an 11 blade reel? It depends on that. That would vary too. But yeah, somewhere north of 2,000 is what I would expect to pay for a freshly serviced Greensmaster in good condition. That's what I would say. So north of 2,000, and if you have a really low hours unit, then that's when you start getting into the $3,000 price range. So, hope that helps. It's Audacity. It's a great mower. I mean, you will love the way your lawn looks with it. You said, CS Mike is up next. He says, I finally decided to go with a used Greensmaster 1000 or similar, but I'm having a tough time finding one. Any tips? I'm in Cleveland. I don't know, man. I mean, you can ask, if you call local golf courses, you can find out where they rent, where they get their equipment from, where they're leasing their equipment from. Some places buy it, but most lease it. If you can find out where they're leasing it from, whenever equipment comes off lease, sometimes they will make that available for sale. So that could be a way to find a pre-owned mower at a deal. I mean, so you can call. I mean, what you do is this as well too. Call in your area. Look up like Toro dealer, Cleveland, Ohio, and even if the one you call doesn't carry reel mowers, they should be able to point you in the direction of the one that does. You know what I mean? For example, if you call like around here, there's lots of people that will sell Toro rotary mowers or Toro ride-on mowers, like they're Titan, like they're big mowers. But they don't sell the greens mowers. They don't sell the reel mowers. But most of those places will tell you where you can get one in the Atlanta area. So if you like an example in the Atlanta area, Jerry Pate is the dealer for Toro in this area. So if you shop around in the Cleveland area, you should be able to find out who that person is or who that company is, and they will have access. They should be able to get you a pre-owned mower at that's in good shape for whatever the market price is for that mower based on the condition and hours. So that's what I would that's how I would go about it. Next up is Okie Lawn Guy. He says, "Hey Ron, Okie here. What's going on, Okie? Yeah, you and I have been chatting back and forth. I know you've been emailing and everything. So yeah, glad to see you here in the live stream. Thanks for stopping by to say hello. I appreciate it." And Scott and Amanda Harrington says, "Scalping again because I had another freeze and it sent the Bermuda back into dormancy." Yeah, but that's fine. You don't need to scalp again though. It'll be fine. Like yes, you scalped it. It went into dormancy, but now that it's warmer, it will wake up and it'll be fine. You don't have to do another scalp. You don't have to do another scalp. And then No Name is up next. He says, "Speaking of sharp mower blades, pro tip, Ace Hardware will sharpen for a few bucks if you are unsure of how to do it yourself or don't have the equipment. Rotary mower blades only, FYI." That's good to know. Yeah, you can normally find like an Ace Hardware somewhere in your area. and they will. Yeah, it's cool. For a couple of bucks, they'll do it for you. Tough to beat. Okilon says, how much longer is the show? Until I pass out or we run out of questions. So normally I run out of questions first. So yeah, we're coming up on 4 hours. So I am speeding up now to try and get through it. But yeah, normally I go until I run out of questions. That's the how I normally do it. May have to change that at some point. All right, so let's see what other questions we have. CS Mike says, what's comparable to a Greensmaster 1000, John Deere 180, or 220, A, B, C, SL? Anything else I could look for in a used greensmower market? Here's the thing: I don't know John Deere mowers. I don't know the difference between them as far as like what equates to what as far as cutting width in compared to like a Greensmaster. I would imagine like the 180 is maybe 18 inches wide. I don't know, maybe 18 inches wide. The 220 is maybe 22 inches wide. That's just a guess. I'm probably completely wrong on that, but I don't, as far as knowing what compares to a 1000, I do not know. You know what though? We can probably ask, let me look, we can ask the Google here really quick. So JD 180, SL, sure. Why not? Right. It is, I'm not sure it shows the cutting width. It's probably 18 inches wide is what I would guess, but it doesn't. Yeah, so I did guess right. So yeah, so a 180 is an 18-inch wide cutting width, and I imagine a 220 is a 22-inch wide cutting width. I haven't looked up a 220, but I imagine that makes sense. So if you're going to go with the, I mean, it depends how big your lawn is, CS Mike. If like the choosing between a narrower or a wider cutting width depends on a couple things. One, do you like wider stripes? And if you have a bigger lawn, like if your lawn's bigger than 6,000 square feet, then I'm a fan of the wider stripes, me personally, you know. You can always get the wider stripes by just doing double passes, like double wides, but it's nice to just have a wider track than having to do that. So all right, next up is Henry Jones Photography. Okay, so I already answered that one, so I'm trying to find out, see where else we are. See where else we caught up. Disregard. I got it. I got your question answered. And then okay lawn guy says, hey Ron, how often should I mow my fescue lawn? So you want to mow frequently enough that you're not taking off more than a third of the length of the grass. So if you take this pen as the length of your fescue lawn, right? And a third, so we cut it into thirds. A third is about that much of it. So you would not want to cut off more than a third, like that much in any one setting. So what tends to happen is, as warm season grass anyway, but your fescue is so similar to some extent, I imagine. As temperatures begin to get warmer and the grass begins growing more aggressively, you typically have to increase your mowing frequency to maintain the lawn at the same height and not violate the 1/3 rule. So for example, if you take like my lawn right now, right, I can get by with mowing it like once a week because it's not growing that fast at 3/4 of an inch. As it goes into mid-April or into May, I'll start getting to the point where I'm mowing it every other day if I really want to keep it nice at that height and not get any kind of scalping. If you have your lawn at 1/2 inch, Bermuda lawn at 1/2 inch, you'd be mowing in the middle, the peak part of the summer, you'd be mowing it every day at some points to keep it to not have any scalpings, to where you don't lose color. I mean, you can go longer than that, but when you cut it a day or two later, it's going to lose its color. So if you want this, the goal is to mow the lawn frequently enough that you're taking off less than a third or less. And that's going to allow it to maintain its color between mowings. So how often should you mow your fescue lawn is based on how tall it is. I would say this for all grass types, when it's actively growing, 2 weeks is the minimum, I would say, right? So once on the weekend, if you can get a mow in the middle of the week, your lawn's gonna look really good doing that. If you're going for real mowing and you're going for shorter cutting heights, that's where at some parts, not the entire season, but at some points during the summer, you're going to get into, you could be out there every other day mowing the lawn. And that's where, products like Primo Max, like Growth Regulator help with that, because they do slow down how quickly the lawn grows, which allows you to mow every 2-3 days instead of every other day in the middle of the summer. So there is that. So hopefully that helps. Okay, lawn guy, it's based on how tall your lawn is, how aggressively it's growing. And the answer is make sure you're mowing frequently enough to where you're not taking off more than a third the length of the grass at any given time, and you're doing it right. Does anyone here mow lawns as a side hustle? Oh, maybe not me. Not me. I got enough work mowing my lawn as it is. I wouldn't have time to mow a bunch of other people's lawns outside of like maybe Alice's lawn whenever he's out of town on vacation or something. That's about it. That's about it. And the neighbor that, you can take care of the neighbor that's right down the street, but it has to be within walking distance. Okay, let's see as far as other questions. Okay, William Howard is up next. He says, "Hi, Ron. You're very much appreciated. Thank you so much, William. When here in Columbus, Ohio, is the best time to apply preventative grub killer and a preventative fungicide?" So if you're in Columbus, if you want to wait till like more towards the end of next month, the end of April, that would be a good time to get your preventative fungicide down. What I would recommend using is Acelepryn. Is this guy. You have two options for it. You have if I can find it here. Yep, I can. You have a granular and you have a liquid form. So the liquid, if you have a backpack sprayer, this is what I would go with because you have more control over application rates. As far as it's a little bit less expensive because you're not shipping a big bag of granular across the country. So there's that. And you really only should have to apply this once at the beginning of the season. It's going to do a great job controlling grubs, armyworms, other turf damaging insects in your lawn. So given that you're further north than we are here in here in Georgia, I'd say next month, so April, but you can buy us more towards the end of the month, more further closer to the May timeframe, end of April, early May. You can get your Acelepryn application done. As far as preventative fungicide, I would do that in the May-June timeframe. So same thing. So May-June, your May-June for your fungicide, and then your insecticide late April, and that should be it. They should be good to go as far as keeping insects out of your lawn or lawn damaging insects, the bad bugs anyway, and then as far as preventing lawn disease. And we carry both of those in the insecticide section on the golf course lawn store. To make it easy for you, I will put a link right here. So at William, I'm not sure if you're still here. You are still here, at William Howard. There you go. You can find both of them there. You can find Acelepryn, which is the insecticide, and you can find Headway G, which is the fungicide. You are very welcome, Miss Eagle, Nixa Eagle. And then next up is James Finnegan. He says, "Cool season lawn, 9,000 square foot backyard, very choppy, patchy spots. Should I seed and then use tenacity or attempt to seed the patchy areas and avoid those areas with pre-emergent?" So what are you trying to solve? Are you trying to fill in the patchy areas, I guess. So if you're trying to fill in the patchy areas, yes, you should avoid pre-emergent. Yes, you should avoid pre-emergent. And given that you have a cool season lawn, pre-emergent doesn't tolerate, or it's like this new cool season grass does not tolerate pre-emergent well. So if you are trying to fill in some bare spots or a few patchy spots, you could seed those areas and avoid pre-emergent in those areas. I mean, and by that I mean you need to give it a bit of a barrier. So it's not like you can go like right up there. Give it 6 to 8 feet away from where you're going to be doing the seeding. Don't get any pre-emergent. Give that kind of a border. Give it a pretty big border away from where you're trying to get the seed to germinate and grow in. And then once you have any weeds that come into that area of the lawn, because obviously it's not going to get pre-emergent, you can treat those with a post-emergent herbicide. So like tenacity or a 3-way. Again, depends, or sedgehammer. Just depends on what you are trying to control in your lawn. Next up is OK Lawn Guy. He says, "Hey Ron, I planted perennial ryegrass in my backyard last fall. It didn't grow like I thought it would. Can I scratch up my backyard and plant fescue with multiple varieties?" You can. You can. Sure. There's no reason you can't. If you don't like the perennial ryegrass, you can absolutely kill it off. And then if you want to go to fescue, you could do that if you want. What I would say is be careful about mixing different grass types, because one, from an appearance standpoint, they will look different, right? It's like fescue looks way different to perennial ryegrass. But also, if you're using products like, what is the application rate for growth regulator for pre-mill? Let's look here. When you start mixing and matching, so good example. So you said what would you put in a tall fescue? Yeah. So if we look at the application rate for Primo Max, so for growth regulator, if you have a perennial ryegrass, Your rate is, let's see, your rate is 1 ounce, right? 1 ounce per month over 1,000 square feet. If you had Kentucky bluegrass, it's 0.6. So if you have, in your case, you have you have rye, you're putting a rye, and then you have fescue. It looks like tall fescue is the same, so you'd get away with that. So as far as being able to use the same rate to control regulation on both grass types, you would luck out if you were trying to mix fescue and perennial ryegrass, but not always the case, right? Because if you had KBG and then you were going to go to fescue, like which rate do you use? You know what I mean? If you use the fescue rate, you're probably going to injure or cause some tip burn to the Kentucky bluegrass, and if you use Kentucky bluegrass rate, you're not going to get great regulation in the fescue. So for those reasons, in addition to it looking completely different from an appearance standpoint, is why I'm not a huge fan of mixing different types of grass if you can avoid it. I mean, at least you're sick in the cool season. There's some people that mix warm season and cool season grass, and that's, in my mind, that would be an absolute nightmare. Because how do you get rid of POA? How do you treat, it's just a lot of, you're creating a lot of headache where there doesn't need to be headache by doing that. All right, so next up, so hope that helps. Okay, long guy. Next up is Karthik Kamath. He says, hey everyone, wishing you a great lawn season. Cheers. Thank you so much for the kind words. We don't have anyone here in Insta that's chatting. You guys are just kind of just lurking and chilling out. All right, that's cool. You can do that. No worries. So Ahmad Jones is up next. And I gotta talk faster because Instagram's about to cut me off here. Ahmad Jones up next. He says, should I prune my rose bush and my crepe myrtles? I don't want to murder them, LOL. Ahmad, here's the thing, man. I'm the wrong person to ask about roses and crepe myrtles. Remember, I'm a grass guy. Like I don't have roses. I don't have any kind of shrubs. The few shrubs I got near the house, they're lucky they're still here. So I don't know what the correct time is to prune bushes like shrubs or your crepe myrtles. I don't know what the correct time is. If your question is, should I prune them to where they don't crowd out or cast too much shade on the nearby grass, my answer would be yes. The ideal time to do that or how to do that, I'm not going to be a whole lot of help on that because I don't have roses. So sorry. I'm sorry I'm not more use on this one. All right, then OK says, don't use Scots, you get what you pay for. Yeah, I mean, they're grass seed. I mean, good grass seed costs money, man. Like if you're gonna get a quality grass seed for cool season grass, like Barenbrug makes a good grass seed. If you're going warm season grass, Pennington makes a good grass seed. So, I mean, obviously there's others too. I'm not saying those are the only ones, but those are like, you're gonna pay more for good grass seed, and you get what you pay for. Like most things in life, right? Most things in life you do get what you pay for. And Mike D says, mayo and ice cream, my favorite. Man, listen, mayo and ice cream do not go together. No one likes mayonnaise and ice cream. No one likes mayonnaise and ice cream. I mean, most people don't anyway. All right, so let's see what else we have before we close out the show. We got Jamar McKinney's up next. He says, good evening, Ron. I have some areas of my lawn that need leveling. Some areas need 3 inches of dirt. What's the best way to approach this leveling job? I would do that over multiple rounds. I would do it in multiple rounds, Jamar. I would not... because if you do 3 inches at one time on Bermuda will tolerate it. Like the nearby Bermuda will grow in and it'll fill in eventually. But the reason why I'm not a fan of going that heavy in one go is that if you get any kind of heavy rainfall, you're likely to lose the material. It'll wash out and make a big mess. Hey guys on Instagram, I'm going to end the live stream and then restart it because it's going to boot me off here in like a minute, and I want to be able to save it so you guys can watch it after the fact. So I'm going to stop it, and then I'm going to restart it, and you guys will be right back. Okay, so just stand by, don't go anywhere. It'll be right back. All right. But yeah, so if it were me, Jamar McKinney, while I wait for this to end, I would do multiple rounds. I would not do it all in one go. I would not do it all in one go. I would do it in a few rounds. So if you did your first one, say in May, late April, early May, you could then do another one the end of May, June, and that should get you pretty close. And then, if you needed a third one, you could do one at the end of June, early July, and then you should easily be able to build up 3 inches over the course of the season by going, breaking up in a couple of sessions, in a couple of different sessions, doing it that way. Again, you don't necessarily have to, but the reason why I don't say to do 3 inches of material at one time is, one, it's going to take longer to recover faster from it. It's going to take longer to recover from that. And then second is if you have any kind of heavy rain, it's going to wash it out and make a big mess, which you don't want. So for those reasons, I would not do it all in one go. All right. Praveen Kumar is up next. It says the Prodime 65 suggests 2 spring applications. How far apart the spring applications should be? I did my first one on March 20th in North Texas. That's a bit late. And wondering when I should do my second one. So ideally, you want to get your first pre-emergent application done before soil temps cross 50 are consistently in the mid 50s. Praveen, your second one, I mean, depending on what temperatures do, you could do the next one in late April. But the first one is a bit late in my opinion for your first pre-emergent app. I would want to get that done a little bit earlier in the season if at all possible. So if you did your first one on March 20th, you want to do your next split app late April, maybe the first part of May. Given that you're in North Texas, that would be fine. But again, I would say next year, move your first spring app back a bit more. So move your spring application back more to like the beginning, like late February, early March, instead of like more towards the end of March. Because when it comes to pre-emergent, a bit early is better than a bit late for best results. Okay, Lawn is up. All right, let me restart the stream here really quick on Instagram because it's posted now. Can I do this? Live and this one. And there we go. Okay. He's up next. He says, thoughts on using the 10-20-10 the same time as seeding fescue. If your soil test results say, well, yes, I mean that would likely be okay because you got a little bit more phosphorus, which is going to help promote roots in new grass. But look at your soil test results is what I would say. Okay, lawn guy, like if you got a ton of phosphorus, you might not need to go with a heavier phosphorus fertilizer. You might be able to do a 10-10, instead of something like that. At a high level, yes, it should be fine. But again, if you've not spent the $30 and gotten a soil test done, I would highly recommend doing it. It's one of the best investments you can make in an amazing lawn. And then you'll know exactly the answers to that question that you're asking. All right, Benjamin Kane says, is it too late to throw down one more pre-emergent in Huntsville, Alabama, North Alabama in the next 10 days? Okay, so it depends. The best answer is it depends. If you've already done a pre-emergent application in February or early March, do you need to do another one now? No. And it also depends on the rate. So if you did like a full app of pre-emergent, or like towards the heavier end of the annual limit for as far as your application rate in your first app, there's no need to do another one. I'll put it this way. Like I've never done, not once, I've never done a split application of pre-emergent on my lawn in the springtime. Not once, not ever. It's always just one application towards the higher end of the application limit. And I don't have problems with weeds in my lawn. So if you've applied it at the correct rates, you should not need to do a follow-up. You should not need to do some people, a common question I've been getting here in email too is people ask if I did prodiamine like in late February, should I do dithiopyr in April? You shouldn't have to do that. If you've done one and you applied it properly at the correct rates, you shouldn't need to do another pre-emergent a month or two later. It's applied properly. The effects of it last for 4 months, 3 months, worst case scenario, but really more that 4 month, 5 month range is what you're looking at on pre-emergent. So if you went very, very light on the rate, Benjamin, on your first app, and you want to do your second one now, like 10 days from now, so let's play it out. Let's say you did your first application in early February and you went at like 0.3, you went very low on the rate for say Bermuda grass. And you want to do another one now in 10 days, I would not be opposed to that because the first application was on the lower end of the rate card for prodiamine in Bermuda grass. Now, if you went on the heavier end, there's no need to apply more now. So best answer is it depends. I never do, so it just really depends. You know what rates you used when you applied it last time, and that will dictate based on what I just explained to you on whether you need to do a follow-up application after the fact. Let's see. Heaven's Main says you skipped my question on YouTube. Did I miss your question, Heaven? What's your name? Heaven Simone. Let's see. Hopefully your name is spelled the same way, and it is. Oh, it is. Here we go. Cool. I found it. Yep. Cool. I found your question. Good thing. Thank you for using. Thank you for using the same name on Instagram as you do on YouTube. Okay, I found it. Okay, so your question is, hey Ron, first time watching you, first time homeowner. Hey, so first of all, normally it's not like this. Normally I don't skip questions, so please forgive me. Please forgive me. All right. First time homeowner. I bought my house in December 2021. My yard is a disaster. Your words, not mine, is a disaster, and I'm not sure what to do first. Right now, I do know I have a hostile weed takeover. Okay, so we have to clear up the weeds, and you have another, and you said, LOL, skip my question. By the way, in North Texas, I'm past pre-emergent, and apparently zoysia and Bermuda mixed together. Okay, so you are past the ideal time, but I would still apply pre-emergent. So, even it would have been better for you to apply pre-emergent like late February, early March. Yes, but applying it now is better than not doing it at all. So you're not going to get as good control or as good prevention as you would have had you applied it, 3-4 weeks ago, but it's still better than nothing. So I would still apply pre-emergent Heaven Simone Jones. I'd still would do that. And then as far as getting your weeds under control, given that you said you have a blend of zoysia and Bermuda, if I ask you what weeds you have, you'd be like, I don't know, a bunch of weeds. So what I would say, your lawn is a good candidate for that combination, like the Celsius Certainty Kit that I talk about, and you see a lot of people in the live stream mention. That would be a good fit for your lawn, because as a general herbicide combination that does a good job cleaning up like most weeds that you're going to find in warm season turf. It's a great option. So what you can do, I'm not sure if you're still here on YouTube. I'll show you where you can find it. You can go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop, and then go to weed killer. So we have the kit, right, that has Celsius. It comes with Celsius, Certainty, Marker Dye, and Surfactant, right? So you got all 4 of those, and this is everything you need to clean up weeds in a Bermuda or a zoysia lawn, like what you have. If you have a smaller lawn, right? So you have a smaller lawn, you're trying to save a little bit of money, right? So if you have a smaller lawn, what you can do is you can get Certainty only comes in the size that it's in. The Marker Dye and Surfactant only come in the size that they're in. But if you have a smaller lawn, so you have like a 4,000 square foot lawn, what you could do is you could still get Certainty, the Marker Dye, and Surfactant, and you can go and get Celsius, but instead of buying the large, right, this large one, which treats up to 2 acres, you could get the single dose, which treats, given that your lawn has got a lot of weeds in it, I'm going to go with the higher rate. This one packet treats 2,000 square feet. So for a 4,000 square foot lawn, you'd want to use 2 of these with 4 gallons of water over 4,000 square feet. So just depends. This is a better deal if you're going to have to do multiple applications. But if you save a little bit of money, you can go with this combined with Certainty, Surfactant, and Marker Dye. But by far, as far as it gives you the most applications at the best price, the Certainty, this kit here is the way to go. That is what I would recommend. That's the way to go. I just gave you another option in case you wanted an option that was a bit cheaper, not a lot, but a little bit less expensive. All right, and you said it's 12 different weeds. The house the house was vacant 10 minutes before I bought it. 10 minutes or 10? Oh, probably 10 months. I think you mean. You said probably 10 months. So it was 12 different weeds. So you actually counted. Here's what you can do, Simone. They are probably a combination of broadleaf weeds and grassy weeds. If that's the case, my advice still stands. Celsius and Certainty will do a good job cleaning up the weeds in your lawn. If you want to send me pictures of it, it says close to half an acre, large pond in the back, stickers, sow with sprinkles, spicy lettuce, you name it. Okay, yeah. So in that case, you're not going to want to use the small. You don't want to use this one then. If you're going to want to get the larger kit, the one I actually showed you, because this is like 2,000 square feet at the high rate. You're going to want to go for this guy, which covers like 2 acres. which gives you enough product for multiple applications. I guess is what I'm trying to say, because you may not be able to get it all done on one, depending on how bad it is. And I haven't seen your lawn, but having the larger kit is going to give you the option to make multiple apps if that is necessary. So yeah. Hope that helps. I did not skip your question on purpose. Thank you for being a listener, a new viewer. You're watching the show. I'm sorry that we got off on the wrong foot where Ron is like skipping questions and this kind of thing. I normally not like that. I got to figure out at some point a better system for being able to get super chats and still not lose my place, because it's like one big long stream, and I have to figure out like where I left off sometimes. So I appreciate your patience. Thank you for letting me know, and hopefully the answer was useful for you. If you have any other questions, let me know. You can drop them in the chat, or you can always email me, ron@golfcourselawn.com. ron@golfcourselawn.com. All right. See where I left off, and then I went and found your question. See, you see the issue. Let's see here. Okay, Ron says, nope, already got that one. So yeah, I'm trying to find where I left off, guys. I'm trying to put any music on or something to keep you guys entertained while we find my last place. All right, so this is a good one. Mike D says, new build is 1 year old with 2 baby oak trees. There's such a thing as 2 baby oak trees. Oak trees are pretty big. 2 baby oak trees in the front yard. Package builder deal. That's not awesome, but okay. Should I remove both, or is that just weird? Trying to get no shade, root problems for grass in the future. Phil? Okay, so I'm probably the wrong person to ask this. I'm when it comes to like preserving in other words, when it comes to choosing between like a brand new tree and shade and my grass, I'm gonna go for my grass. I like my grass a lot more. So if it's a small tree, it's a brand new tree, they just planted it, and you don't really particularly care for it, and you want your grass to definitely thrive and not have problems with shade, then yeah, removing the trees would be the way to go. I mean, what you would do is you could remove them, level the area, like top dress, and like level that area, because it's not going to come out perfectly even once you remove the trees, and then take the grass from the existing lawn and plug the areas where those trees used to be. Then it will match perfectly, and it will be you'll be all good to go. That is, if you're asking me what I would do, that's what I would say to do. If the grass is the priority, because this is the thing, baby oak trees turn into large oak trees. And another benefit, I don't know how close these trees are to your house, but if you don't have huge large trees in your front lawn, then that's the likelihood of them blowing over and hitting your house or damaging your property, that's one less thing you have to worry about, right? So that's another reason why I'm not a huge fan of trees that are near your property. So there's that. So it's up to you whether or not you want to do that or not, but you're asking the guy that really has no trees on his property, save the one Japanese maple that's right next to the house where there's no grass, right? So depends on what's important to you. All right. Next up is Sammy Bowden. He says, "Hey Ron, can I obtain good density with a normal mower and not a reel mower? Thanks in advance." Yeah, you can. It all comes down to mowing. So if you mow your grass, you mow your lawn frequently, right? So if you're out there, again, the base commitment is twice per week. If you can get there twice per week, your lawn is going to thicken up. You're going to encourage a nice, thick, dense lawn. If you have a good fertilization program based on nutrients that you get from a soil test, you're going to be good to go. So it's the thing with reel mowing. Reel mowing really becomes important whenever you are taking your cutting height shorter. Like a reel mower is not the correct tool in all cases. If you're mowing above 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches, a reel mower can work at 1.5 inches. It really is designed for shorter cutting heights. So if you have a rotary mower that you keep good and sharp and you use it frequently, and by frequently I mean at least twice a week, especially like during the time of the year when the lawn is growing aggressively, you can have an amazing looking lawn. It can look great. I mean, your lawn, if you're out there mowing your lawn a couple times a week, your lawn is going to look better than the neighbor's lawn that's being mowed once a week or once every 2 weeks. It'll look better than the lawns being reel mowed only once a week or once every 2 weeks. I mean, I can't imagine why you'd have a reel mower and only mow every couple of weeks. But if you are mowing more, he or she who mows most, all things being equal, wins. Like their lawn is going to look better than the lawn that is mowed less frequently. That's why golf courses look the way they do, right? I mean, yes, they have an awesome nutrient program. They do a lot of things right. But the biggest differentiator between a golf course and a home lawn is mowing frequency. Like the greens on golf courses get cut every single day. The fairways get cut every few days. You know what I mean? So the reason why my lawn looks the way it does, like why, like people that trying to get a golf course lawn looks the way that they look is because of the mowing frequency. I mean, I make sure I'm fertilizing properly. Make sure I build the best possible soil that I can, and then I mow it a lot. And that's what produces, great turf that has a great color. So yes, you can still get a great lawn with a normal mower. Just make sure it's sharp and use it frequently. So hope that helps, Sammy. And and whenever you decide you want to start mowing lower, that's when a real mower becomes more important. Next up is Denton Russell. He says, have had any experience with dealing with Tahoma 31. Oh, will this go in? It's not coming in. There we go. Yeah. Have you had an experience dealing with Tahoma 31 Bermuda grass? It's one of the very best out there. I have not had personal experience with it, but I've seen pictures of it. I've seen like the lawn tools, they have it, and it looks pretty awesome. Like in other words, if I were starting over from scratch and I were doing Bermuda, I would do Tahoma 31 because it's now the current hotness. That is what I would run with on my lawn. All right, and OK Lawn says, how often should I mow a fescue lawn? Same answer. I think I've already answered that one for you. Okay, and then No Name says Zero Trust plus VPN. Yeah, I mean that can work. I mean Zero Trust for most of the user base, and VPN for stuff that Zero Trust doesn't work for. A hybrid of sorts. Sure, that can work. Philip Curry says, is it true that core aeration after laying pre-emergent will ruin the barrier? At a high level, yes. In practice, what I have found, not really. So in other words, if you have the choice between aerating your lawn, if you have a choice between doing aeration and then doing pre-emergent or versus doing pre-emergent and then aerating, if you could do your aeration first and then do your pre-emergent afterwards, that would be great. The problem is that most pre-emergent, if you have warm season grasses, should be applied in like February timeframe to early March, and most people don't core aerate their lawn until later into March or into April timeframe, or even later in the season. I can tell you from my experience, from someone that has aerated their lawn every year that I have lived here. So it's coming up on 9 years now. Every year I've aerated my lawn. And every year it's been done after pre-emergent's been put down on my lawn. And I don't have a lot of breakthrough. I don't have like a lot of weed problems and crabgrass growing all over the place. I don't have a lot of issues with that. So if you're able to do your core aeration before pre-emergent, that would be ideal. But if you're applying your pre-emergent properly, you're watering it in, and you're applying it at the correct rates, if you get any breakthrough, it's not going to be a lot. I have not experienced that. Alex hasn't experienced that. Brett hasn't experienced that. And we've all done pre-emergent, and we've all aerated post pre-emergent, and we don't have a ton of weeds coming through our lawns. But then again, keep in mind, we also mow our lawns very frequently, right? So all of our lawns are very healthy, they're dense. A great way to prevent weeds in your lawn is by mowing it a lot. You grow a nice thick stand of turf. That's great weed control because it makes it difficult for weeds to take root in the lawn because your grass is like the dominant plant, right? Like other grass or other plants that are trying to infiltrate just simply can't because your grass is so thick and it's just the dominant species in your lawn. So hopefully that helps. I mean, yes, in a perfect world, you would want to aerate prior to doing pre-emergent. In practice, that's not always possible. In most cases, it's not really possible, at least not for warm season grass anyway. I mean, I can tell you that it's not a big deal. You're not going to have a huge problem as far as a lot of breakthrough, assuming you're doing all those other things properly, like you're mowing properly and you're taking care of your lawn, you're growing a thick stand of turf, you should be just fine. All right, so we got a super chat, one from Mr. LG. I knew he was around here lurking. He is here at a super chat of $10.93. I appreciate it, LG.
Super chat received.
I got to figure out what the 1093 stands for. I'm not sure. It's probably the time, maybe the time where you are compared to the time where I am, maybe. But yeah, thank you for the super chat, sir. I appreciate all the kind support and glad that you're doing well and having a beer, it looks like. All right. Next up we have, let let me see. I'm trying to. This is the problem with you, LG. Every time I do a super chat, now I got to go find out where I left off. Okay, I know where I am now. All right. Next is Mike D. He says, Ron, I want to get a top dresser. Should I go with the Earth and Turf multi-spread 100 SP, or is that overkill for just a homeowner? Or would just the multi-spread 65 PT, where I would have to tow, should suffice? I don't know the models off the top of my head, Mike D. Have you've seen the one that I used, right? The one that's in the intro for this video and in my top dressing video, the one that has, it's like belt fed and all of the material drops out the back. Like that's a great top dressing machine. Is it overkill for a homeowner? Depends on how big your property is. Depends on how big your property is, and if you have a place to put it, and if you put it on your budget. If you got, if you got the money for one, and you want one, and you got a place to keep it, then it's not overkill. You know what I mean? So it really depends. I'm not familiar with, let me see if I can find that one really quick. The Earth and Turf Multi-Spread 100 SP. It sounds really cool. Sounds really cool. Let's see if we can find out what that bad Mama Jamma looks like. That is Earth and Turf 100 Multi-Spread. Yeah. So this is what I use to top dress my lawn. I see what you're using here. This is what I use to top dress my lawn. This is what I rent from Keystone in Duluth, Georgia. It's a great top dressing machine. This thing is awesome. Love it. Is it overkill? It's, again, depends on you. Depends on how big your property is and how often you want to be able to top dress. I don't know about the pull behind that you have. I don't know what the pull behind version, but yeah, this thing is pretty sweet. Like you're not gonna regret getting one of these. But it just depends on one. I wouldn't be so worried about. I mean, obviously you have the budget for one, or you wouldn't be asking about it. But it's more so, do you have a place to put it? Because they're pretty big. They're large. They are like the size of a large riding lawnmower. They're fairly big. So the thing I'd say is having a place to store it is a consideration. If you've got that, then by all means, you can just top dress whenever you want, which is pretty sweet, right? So there is that. All right, so we got another super chat from LG, and I think this one puts him over the top to where he is the show sponsor.
Super chat received.
He says, LG, more beer. There you go. Thank you so much for the super chat, LG, and I will get you up here. Your name in lights for whatever that means to you. Yamaha Gold. And I gotta find his sun thingy because he likes his sun emoji. There you go. LG got you up here. You are all set to go. And there you go. Your name in lights for whatever it means to you. All right. Next up, let me look up here. Find out where I left off. And just because it's you, LG, I'll even put on some Tango Bolero while I try and find where I left off. And take a sip of my Arnold Palmer. All right. No fescue. Yeah, okay, so we have a question about here. All right, so Mike D is up next. It'll be used for leveling and future top dressing. I'll have to sell a grass picture in order to save enough for either. Yeah, so I don't know, man. I mean, if you're not going to use it that often, or you're not going to rent it, because I mean, here's the thing. I mean, how often are you really going to top dress? Even if you had one of those machines, if I had one, what I would use it for, I would use it to spread like carbonized PN. I'd use it to do like that. I do a lot more like just compost and that kind of stuff on the lawn. I do that more regularly, but I don't know that you would get the value out of it if you're just using it for yourself. If you're renting it, yeah, or if you have a big property, yeah, but I mean, just for yourself, it's hard to say that you get a ton out of it. You know what I mean? I just can't say that you would. But again, if you got the money for one and you got a place to put it, listen. I'm the guy with the C27 Evolution, right? So I mean, I'm not one to talk about overkill turf equipment. So it's really up to you. I would not be mad at you if you got one though, because it is pretty sweet. You will not be not happy with that unit. It's a very good unit. It's very good at what it's designed to do. All right, Kobe Robinson is up next. He says, hello, Ron. I haven't put anything on the lawn, but pre-emergent, what would you recommend putting down to help the lawn wake up as temperatures rise? I was thinking about Essential G and the 1608. Thanks. You already got it. You answered your own question. The 1608 and so the Humic Max and Essential G are a great plan. That's exactly what I would do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Only difference is I'm not going to be using Humic Max to start. I'm going to be using the 12024, the high potassium fert, but everything else is good. If you want to go with Humic Max instead of the 12024, that's fine as well. What you've got here is a good plan. I dig it. I dig it. It should work out well. And then Sammy Boland says, can I obtain a good density lawn with a normal lawnmower, not a real mower? I'm mowing it at 3 to 5 centimeters on average. Thanks in advance. Yes. Yep, Sammy, I think I already answered your question. As long as your mower is kept nice and sharp and you're mowing regularly, you can grow a great lawn. No problems with that. Real mowing really becomes important as you try and get those cutting heights down shorter and shorter. All right. Good evening, Ron. He says, I have some areas of my lawn I need leveling. Some areas need 3 inches of dirt. What's the best way to approach that? I've already answered that one for you, Jamar. We do that over multiple sessions. And I'm trying to see what else we, let's see here. Okay, Lon says, don't you have to keep fescue at 2 to 3 inches at all times? Or can fescue be more shorter than 1 inch? I've always seen fescue tall, man. I've never seen fescue at 1 inch. I don't think it would tolerate it very well. I don't think it would tolerate it very well. I mean, fescue, even at 3 inches, I won't say that's really short, or that's on the shorter end for fescue. You see fescue lawns that are like 4 or 5 inches tall. So they tend to grow them a lot taller than, say, Bermuda. So yeah, I would not try and mow fescue at Bermuda heights. It's likely not going to go well. Likely not going to go well. Jamar Killing says, what's the best approach to repair lawns that have been damaged from grubs and armyworms? Last year's drought and failure to insecticide damaged my lawn. Well, the thing is that as long as you are able to prevent them from coming back, prevent them from taking root again and doing further damage, that's thing one. Like grass on its own, if it's not being attacked by disease or being attacked by insects, will grow and it should be fine. Depending on the kind of grass that you have, Jamar, what question did you ask me earlier? Depending on the kind of grass you have, if you have like say a warm season grass like Bermuda, as long as there's not a disease problem and there's not like insects eating at it, like Bermuda should just take off and spread and do well on its own. As long as it's getting enough fertilizer and enough sunlight, it'll do just fine. So what I would say is this time of year, the time to get your preventative insecticide, assuming you have Bermuda, is now. Like this time now through April is the time to get your preventative insecticide down. What I would recommend is a Celiprin. This is what I would go with. You would want to use the rate of 0.2 ounces. So there's a measuring cup built into this. So 0.2 ounces mixed with 1 gallon of water over 1,000 square feet is going to do a good job. It's going to control armyworms, grubs, and your bluegrass weevils. Really, for armyworms, the rate can be even less than that. The rate for armyworms is quite a bit less than that 0.20, but the rate for grubs is higher than the rate for armyworms. So the catch-all rate, the rate that I just told you, the 0.20 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet, that will control everything. That's a good rate for armyworms, grubs, annual bluegrass weevils, bill bugs. It'll take care of all of it. And you can get that at the golf course lawn store. It comes in a liquid and a granular form. So if you prefer granular, you can do the granular. If you prefer liquid, you can do the liquid. The liquid and granular cover the same square. I can show you here. They cover the same square footage. I'll show you. Let me get over to this. So you got 2 options. So go to the insecticide, fungicide section. So shop, and then in fungicide, insecticide. Either one of these cover basically the same square footage, around 21 to 22,000 square feet, when applied at the same rate. So if you apply the liquid at 0.2 ounces over 1,000 square feet, that's going to cover get about the same coverage as a Celiprin G. So either one, it's dealer's choice. I use the liquid, the SC. That's what I went to last year, and that's what I'll do again this year. So as far as that goes, I would get an insecticide down early next month, so which is really next weekend, and that's going to do a lot for preventing problems or damage from grubs and armyworms. And then outside of that, now that we don't have stuff damaging your lawn, it's just going down like going down the program, right? So getting a soil test done, fertilizing based on the soil test results, and then mowing your lawn a lot. And then you can't help but have a great lawn if you do that. So hope that helps. Sorry you dealt with that with the grubs in your lawn doing a lot of the damage, but a Celiprin will keep you in good shape. We'll get you will get you squared away. It's a great product. Having Simone Samore says, thanks, you're great. You just saved me hours of research. I sent you an email of pics, LOL, you can share. I didn't do it. Okay, yep. So I'm glad that it was helpful. Simone, thank you so much for, ooh, Lord. Oh, man. That's, yeah, you gonna want it. Oh boy. You got your work cut out for you. I mean, here's the thing. I have seen worse. I mean, I know I've seen worse. I mean, I've seen worse. I've seen worse, but this is going to be a challenge. Like you're gonna definitely want to get the full kit, because this is going to take more than one application to get this back under control. So this is Simone's lawn. This is what she's working with. Yeah. So yeah, that's gonna be a challenge. It's gonna be a challenge. I mean, it can be done, but it's gonna take probably a couple of rounds of post-emergent herbicide, and then you get to get on your mowing. And but you can make it better. That can definitely get better. That is that's a challenge. That's a project line if I ever saw one. So I'm glad that you found it helpful. It's you got a lot of work cut out for you. If I can help with anything, definitely let me know. You already got my email. So you already emailed me. But if you have any questions about what to apply, how to use it, and how to transform that from where it is now to a better looking lawn, you can do that. It can absolutely happen. It's just going to be consistency and a lot of work, but it can absolutely happen. And yeah, that's you got your work cut out for you. That's a challenging lawn. That is a challenging lawn. All right, next up is Jason Sewell. He says, is it okay to apply a Celoprin and Caravan G in the same season? I wouldn't. And here's what I would do, Jason. If you're going to do a Celoprin, I would do a Celoprin, and then I would do Headway. So I would do, let me go back over here. So as far as this goes, Caravan is a good product for someone that says, hey, you know what? I just want to apply one product, get my preventative fungicide down. I know it's only going to give me a month of coverage, but I'm just going to do it just one time in the May, June timeframe. And I also want to get my insecticide. So it's a good option for people that just want easy, right? A better way to go is to do a Celoprin, which is just insecticide by itself, and then do Headway, which is just a fungicide by itself. The reason being is there's a couple of reasons behind this. The optimal time for doing your insecticide, for doing a Celoprin, is like April, May timeframe. So like a week from now, you could do your Celoprin. But really for fungicide as a preventative, not until you get into like May timeframe is when you want to get your preventative fungicide down. So if you go with Caravan, you can wait till May and do your insecticide and fungicide. So you're applying at least the fungicide part at the time when it's most beneficial. But as far as coverage goes, Caravan is not as good as doing a Celoprin by itself and Headway by itself. For example, Caravan is an insecticide and it has azoxystrobin as the fungicide, right? Azoxystrobin, it's a good fungicide. It's a great broad spectrum fungicide, but it doesn't do anything against say dollar spot. For dollar spot, you need propiconazole. Headway G, so we come back here, Headway G is both propiconazole and azoxystrobin. So it's a combination fungicide product. Going back to the insecticides, again, the insecticide that's in Caravan is great against grubs. It does a great job controlling grubs, but it doesn't give any control against armyworms or any kind of turf caterpillars, whereas a Celoprin does. So in other words, a Celoprin kills all the lawn damaging insects that Caravan does, and Headway and more, and Headway G controls all of the lawn diseases that Caravan does and more. So if it were me, if you're asking me if I had a choice between doing Caravan or a Celoprin and Headway, I would do a Celoprin and Headway, which is what I do. I'm not saying what I would do. That is what I do. I do a Celoprin by itself, and I do Headway by itself. I would not do Caravan and a Celoprin in the same season, not at the full rate anyway. So here's what you could do if you decided you wanted to go down this route. Like, let's say you already have Caravan, and you're only using a Celoprin for treatment or for control of, say, armyworms, because the rate for armyworms is like 0.05. It's very low. It's like 0.05 to just under 0.10. It's a very, very low rate with a Celoprin. If all you care about is armyworms, if you don't care about grubs, that's too low. But if all you care about is armyworms, the rate is much lower. So what you could do is you could use Caravan as your like to do the heavy lifting for grub control and that type of thing, and you could apply Celiprin at that low rate, right? So at the 0.05 rate, the low rate that is just for armyworms, that's just for taking care of turf caterpillars, and you could mix and match them that way. But again, if it were me, I would just not. In other words, if you haven't bought either of them yet, I would not get Caravan and go buy a Celiprin. I would buy Celiprin and then I would buy Headway, because that way you got like a Celiprin literally does everything that the insecticide Caravan does and more, and Headway does everything that because it's azoxystrobin and propiconazole, so it's better. It's a better combination in every way. So, and because they're broken up separately, you're able to apply them at the optimal times. You're able to apply the insecticide in April timeframe, and you're going to apply your fungicide in May-June timeframe. So there's tons of reasons to split them up if you can. So hope that helps. All right, so I got you all covered. Simone, and its Audacity says the 1600s are around 700 to 850 hours and well kept from courses. Thanks a ton as always. Yeah, so if they've been taken care of 700 hours, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean if they're depending on what they're asking, you'd it's as long as it's been well maintained, that's no problem at all. I mean those mowers are designed to run and run and run, so 700 hours is really not not an issue. So Anthony, let's see here. Anthony Melodrome says, "What's your remedy for fairy ring or ring spot?" I believe Headway will do that, but I don't know that you water it in. If you have fairy ring, Anthony, you'd have to check the label for it. That's not a particular disease or lawn disease I've dealt with personally. But when I was doing the video for Headway years ago, it's been 2 years at this point, and I was looking at the different ways that they recommend applying it for. I believe for fairy ring that you would not water it in for that, but double check the label and see. I believe it has control for that. On the label of Headway. So next up is Fairway Bermuda. He says, "Hey Ron, late to the live stream. My wife reminded me to get a Celiprin SC again. Great product." That's awesome. You got a good wife. She's like, "Hey Daryl, you got to keep the lawn looking right. Get that a Celiprin. Let's go." That's awesome, man. I'm glad that she reminded you and that you got it and you're good to go. So yeah, you got plenty of time still. If you ordered it today, it's going to be to you in a few days, and you still got time to get it down and applied, which is great. Let's see. Next up, we have Gunslinger Heel says, now that we're talking lawnmowers, do you have an experience with riding reel mowers? I do not direct experience. No, I've never driven one, never been on one. I've seen them in person, but I've never used one myself. I've seen 2 used John Deeres recently that were well maintained. They do look very complicated. Any thoughts? The thing is to realize is this, Gunslinger. There's more that goes into a ride-on, like a gang reel type reel mower. So like a one that has like 3 reels or more. There's more that goes into that. As far as when this gets sharpened, you're dealing with more cutting heads that need to be sharpened. But also keep in mind that those mowers are designed to run on golf courses like every day, like for months on end, for most of the year. So what we do on a residential lawn, a residential property, even though you may think you're mowing a lot, you're not really mowing a lot compared to what that machine is designed to do on a golf course. So if you have a place to keep it, and you are fine with the increased maintenance costs, so whenever you're sharpening it, you got like multiple heads, multiple cutting units you have to sharpen, and the maintenance that goes into additional maintenance that goes into just a bigger piece of equipment, then yeah. And if your property is big enough to where it makes sense, you know what I mean? If you have a lawn that is large and it's wide open, you're not like mowing around a bunch of obstacles. In other words, if your lawn looks a lot like a golf course fairway, then it makes a lot of sense. But if your lawn has, if it's a smaller lawn or you're mowing around a lot of things, you still have to make like a cleanup pass or cleanup cuts with a push or a walk behind reel mower, then it becomes, less of a good idea in my opinion. So if you get one that's in good shape and well maintained, it should serve you well. Just know that the maintenance costs are going to be more expensive than than a walk behind reel mower, which you'd expect, right? Because it's like at least 3 times the cutting units, so there's more that goes into that. All right, next up is Philip Cowrie. He says, "What's the best way to fill in bare spots at St. Augustine lawn that's been destroyed by drought?" So here's the thing. I'm not an expert on St. Augustine. You could transport. What I'm thinking is you could transport plugs from your existing lawn into the area that was damaged. That's one option. I would like, as much as you can use the existing lawn as possible is what I would encourage you to do, because if you bring in more sod or bring in seed or you just do anything that's you start bringing in a different type of St. Augustine grass, you're increasing the possibility that it's not necessarily going to match. You know what I mean? So if that's something you care about, if your lawn looking the same is something you care about, then and you've got areas that are thriving and doing well, if you have the patience to transfer plugs from that area into the area that was damaged by the drought. Again, I don't know how big a spot we're talking about here. If it's a relatively small spot, you can transfer these plugs in, be patient, allow it to grow in, and then once it does recover, what you are ending up with will match the existing lawn. Something to keep in mind, though, is what steps are you going to take in the future going forward to prevent drought from damaging the lawn again? You know what I mean? So are you going to use like a moisture manager, like Hydrotain or Foreplay? Are you going to do something else so we don't end up here again? You know, so that's a question that I would be asking myself as well, outside of how to fix the issue. Like fixing the issue is not that bad. It just depends on how picky you want to be about it. You can bring sod in, you can transfer plugs, which is what I would recommend if you want it to match, but to where you don't have the same problem again, we need to figure out, are you going to water more? Are you going to ensure that you get like a moisture manager down? What are we going to do to make sure that we don't end up here in the same position again, is the question that I would also ask in addition to what you posed. Okay, guys, so we are winding down. Okay, guys says, Ron, my phone died when you're about to answer my question about the perennial ryegrass that didn't do well. What was your answer? I don't remember. I don't know what the question was. What perennial ryegrass that didn't do well? I don't remember the question. Okay, lawn guy. If you can ask it again really quick, I'll answer it. But I don't remember that question. All right, Mo D says, if I already applied a post-emergent, not sure what it's called, can I still go back and do the pre-emergent that I completely forgot about? Yeah, you can. I mean, yes. If you've not applied pre-emergent on your lawn as yet, especially if you're in the Southeast United States, you're behind the curve. Like I would have liked to have seen you done it, a month ago, but it's still better than not doing it at all. So yes, you can still go out there and apply your pre-emergent. Know that you're not going to get as good a result likely than if you had done it again a month later, but unfortunately time machines are not a thing yet. So you can only fix where you are, right? We are where we are. So yes, I would still apply pre-emergent and just mow. And if you have some weeds that come in, sounds like you already have a post-emergent herbicide, you can use that to clean it up. All right, Oliver Ridham is up next. He says, considering overseeding this year, I have Bermuda. Any recommendations? I know Arden 15 is discontinued. Nope, not really. I would not really, because the question I'd ask you, Oliver, is what problem are you trying to solve when you overseed? Right? Because for most people, when I dig into these kinds of questions a bit deeper, it's normally, oh, I have a bare spot in my lawn, so I'm trying to, fix the bare spot. Overseeding is not going to fix that. If I've got, I don't know, I want something different. What I would say is this: if you don't like your existing lawn, and you absolutely don't want to put the work in, or don't want to you want to get rid of it. You want to go to something different. What I would do is do a renovation, burn down your existing lawn, kill off the existing grass, and then either bring in a sod of, say, Tahoma 31, if you want to stick with Bermuda, or go to whatever grass type that you want that's a fit for your area, depending on where you are in the country. I will tell you that Arden 15 and Tifway 419 mix reasonably well together. They look reasonably good together. But as far as other grass types or other types of seed with, I don't know what kind of Bermuda you have, but see, you have Tifway 419, you mix like Yukon with it, no idea how it would look. Chances are they're not going to match very well. And again, most people that are trying to overseed their lawn are trying to solve a problem in a way that is not really going to solve the problem. So if you don't like your grass, I would say great time for lawn renovation, like burn it down and start over. But I would not do, I wouldn't overseed it. And then as far as even growing Bermuda from seed is a lot of work. I wouldn't even go that route. If you can, just go the sod route. You know what I mean? Go the sod route. It's a easier way to go. Literally, you go from one day no grass, the next day you have grass. And it's just more consistent, and I think you'll like the result better. You're not going to spend as much on watering versus if you try and grow a brand new lawn from seed. All right, let's see. Ahmad Jones says, my session was skipped. Can I prune a rose bush? How back should I prune? Yeah, so I did answer your question, Ahmad. I didn't skip it. It just took me a while to get back there to get to it. So I answered your question. I'm not sure. I don't know about pruning, crepe myrtles or roses because I don't have any of them. But so sorry, I'm not more use on that one. Sorry, I'm not more use on that one. Ben Raham says, just got in from a business trip. But hi, lawn fans. Thanks for hosting, Ron. Trying, man. Thanks that after getting back from on your business trip, you still decide to come pop in and say hi on the live stream. That's dedication. That is. All right. So Archie Amos is up next. He says, last question before bed. I scout my lawn from 2 inches to 1. Okay. Sounds good. I like the 1 inch look. So I have to scalp lower to maintain 1 inch, or can I let the new growth emerge where it is at 1 inch? Yeah. So what you can do, Archie, is just keep maintaining at 1 inch. If you scalp down, if you want to maintain it at 1 inch, if you can go a little bit below 1 inch, that would be best. That said, if you're already at 1 inch and you don't have a way to go down much lower than that, just keep mowing it there, and it's still going to look great. So it's going to be just fine. But if you can go a little bit below 1 inch, 3/4, like a quarter of an inch or so, just a quarter of an inch below where you intend to maintain the height of cut, that would be ideal. But it's completely not. We're splitting hairs. Is what I'm trying to say. You've already done like the hard part, which is to change the height of cut and get it down to one that you like now, which is 1 inch. So I would just leave it there and rock with that. I would not worry about going down even more unless you just really want to and you have the time to do it. Let's see what else here. King Cobra Madness says, how often are you supposed to mow your grass? I like at least twice a week, King Cobra Madness, but the most correct answer is frequently enough that you don't cut off more than 1/3 the height of the grass for the desired height of cut that you're trying to maintain. So that's the most correct answer. That if your grass is 3 inches tall, if you want to cut an inch, 1/3 would be 1 inch, and if it takes your lawn, I don't know, a week to grow 1 inch, then you can mow it once a week. You know what I mean? But what you'll find is as you go down in cutting height, as you mow it shorter and shorter and shorter, the mowing interval has to decrease because 1/3 of an inch becomes less and less. So 1/3 of 1 inch is 0.33. 1/3 of half an inch is like, what is it, 0.17, 0.165 and change, right? So you're talking about as you go shorter, like the amount that represents 1/3 becomes less and less and less. So you have to pick up the mowing frequency to allow the lawn to stay green between mowings. And if you want some content on that, if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and you go to our blog section, there's tons of guides on mowing. There's one on talking about spring mowing. If you look in here, there's tons of content on mowing your lawn and how to get a good result with that. So hope that helps. But the basic answer is at least twice a week. And a most correct answer is frequently enough that you don't take off more than 1/3 between mowings. Okay, Mike D, we are almost there. He says, maybe that's a good reason for a split app pre-emergent. Apply first app and then aerate and apply Spectacle Flow for the win. No, Spectacle Flow it's a great pre-emergent, but you don't really want to use it in the springtime. Most people that use Spectacle, you'll find it's more in the fall. It can slow down green up, so it's not, you won't typically find people using Spectacle in the springtime. It's typically a fall pre-emergent product. Typically a fall pre-emergent product. All right, LG's got another super chat. I don't know if I did this one, so there you go, LG.
Super chat received.
Thank you so much. And then another one from LG.
Super chat received.
It's time for a giveaway. I haven't done a giveaway in a while. I should do one. I don't know what I've got to give away. I'll have to see. I'll have to talk to some of my partners in industry and see what we can put together as far as this giveaway. It's about time, right? We haven't done one for a while. So yeah, it's a good point. There will not be one tonight. Because one, I don't know what we're going to be doing, and we're always a week behind on giveaways. So I will see what I can do, LG, the demanding person that you are. But yeah, that's cool. Giveaways are always fun. If for anything else, we get to see somebody, not you, just bellyache and be upset when they don't win, their tantrums and that kind of stuff. Again, I'm not saying you. I'm talking about someone. Name rhymes with like RG or KG or something, but I'm not you. I'm not somebody else. All right. Next up is Sam. I think Sammy did I already answer your question. Sammy Bonin, he says, I have a bit of weeds, too much to remove manually. How long should I wait to spray weed killer after seeding English ryegrass? I don't know what English ryegrass is. He says, or when can I overseed after putting down weed killer? So if it's a post-emergent herbicide, so a herbicide that's designed to kill weeds after they are already growing. Most post-emergent herbicides outside of like tenacity, most of them will not affect a seed's ability to germinate, right? So if you have weeds in your lawn now, I don't know what English ryegrass, I think it's raygrass is. Maybe you talk about, maybe you meant ryegrass. If you have weeds in your lawn now, you can use the post-emergent herbicide now to get rid of them. And that post-emergent herbicide, unless it's tenacity, I'm not thinking of any others, but unless it's tenacity, it should not negatively affect your ability to then overseed and grow new grass in the areas that got cleaned up from the seed. You know what I mean? So hopefully that helps answer your question. If you're doing pre-emergent, you would not want to do pre-emergent if you're planning to do anything with any kind of grass seed. But post-emergent herbicides, again, save tenacity. For the most part, don't negatively or slow down your ability to for seeds to germinate. So there is that. Jeffrey Lancaster says, I just purchased Caravan G. What will I need? What, if any, will I need later? So if you already got Caravan G, Jeffrey, you will not need another insecticide. Well, you won't need another grub control insecticide. If you have a lawn disease problem, let me just do this real quick. You can just come over here. If you have a disease problem in your lawn, what you will need is Headway, because this is purely a fungicide. It's azoxystrobin and propiconazole. That's what you would need if you have a disease problem outside of the 28 days after you applied Caravan. And if you have armyworms or any kind of turf caterpillar problem, then you would need a Celiprin. So if all you care about is grubs, then you're good to go. You don't need anything else. You're fine. And if you have no reason to think that you're going to have a problem with armyworms or any kind of turf caterpillars in your lawn, then you don't really need a Celiprin. But if you do, then you would need either a Celiprin or Headway G or both. It just depends on what you're going to be dealing with. So if the answer is all you have are grubs or all you are worried about are grubs, then Caravan will fit the bill. All right. So next up we have, I don't think I have any other questions. M. Smith says, what is the best backpack sprayer? The best backpack sprayer is one that is properly calibrated and one that you are comfortable using. That is the best answer. If you're asking which one I like this one. This is the one that I like to use, the one from Yard Mastery. So if you go to the golf course lawn store and go to our search section and then search for backpack and sprayer, this is the one that I like. This is the one that I use. I have this one. I have a Flow Zone. I have a Chapin. This is the one that I use. This is the one I've used for the last few years. The reason why I like it is you buy this one sprayer and it comes with everything that you need. So in addition to the sprayer, which is a great sprayer, high quality sprayer, it also comes with this adapter, which allows you to use spray tips, like aftermarket spray tips, like these ones from TJet, like a FledJet tip, or like one for spraying herbicides or spraying liquid fertilizer. Like this allows you, it comes with everything you need to be able to do that. So for that reason, I'm a fan of this sprayer. It is very much a buy once, cry once sprayer. It's not inexpensive, but you'll buy one and you're not going to have to replace it. And as far as if you compare it to its competition, right? So say something like Flow Zone, which they make a great sprayer too. Like by the time you buy a Flow Zone and you add the adapter and then you add the extra spray tips, it's much more expensive than the Yard Mastery sprayer. So you buy that one product and then you're good to go. Backpack sprayer, don't need to worry about that anymore. Just take care of it, keep it clean, and you're good to go. So that's the one that if you're asking which one I like, that's what I like. But you can get a great result with any backpack sprayer that is properly calibrated and that, again, you use it enough that you're able to apply the correct amount of active ingredient over 1,000 square feet or whatever it is you're trying to do. So you can get a good result with any sprayer if you're using it properly. It is very much the Indian, not the arrow, when it comes to a backpack sprayer. Like most things in life, right? It's more the person behind it than the tool. But a good tool does make life a lot easier. All right. Okay. So let's see here. So, what are the questions we have? I think we are running low. T-Max says, "Hi Ron, is there such a thing as a shade tolerant zoysia seed?" So there are. Zoysia is more shade tolerant than Bermuda. I'm not a zoysia expert to know which ones are tolerate shade better than Bermuda does. But I'll tell you, zoysia is still going to want 6 to 8 hours of sunlight every day to do well. So even if you get like a shade tolerant Bermuda zoysia, it's still going to want at least 6 hours, probably more, to do its best. So I don't know off the top of my head which versions of zoysia or which types of zoysia are more shade tolerant. It will do better the more sunlight you can give it, is what I would tell you. All right. Jeremy Espinoza says, I have a lot of broadleafs, Bermuda grass in Fort Worth, Texas. Would you recommend a blanket spray of 2,4-D? The temps are under 75 degrees. Yeah. If you already have some and you want to knock back broadleafs, 2,4-D is not a bad option. The reason why why on the store I talk about Celsius and Certainty is because you can spray that combination. You can spray them individually, or that combination over a broad range of temperatures. You can spray it when temperatures are cool, and you can spray it when temperatures are above 75 degrees. Whereas 2,4-D, you really don't want to do that. You're going to get some discoloration if you spray it when temperatures are warmer. So because I want to make it easy for people to where they don't have to think about it, not to know, well, what temps can I do this or not do that. That's why I say just get Celsius, get Certainty, use surfactant with it, and you're going to get a good result. And for the most part, unless you live somewhere where it's 120 degrees, then you're gonna be just fine. Brew Cruise Fishing says, Ron, what height do you maintain your front lawn? Always looks great. 0.75 inches. Same height as the front and the back. They're both the same. 0.75, 3/4 of an inch. That is where I keep it. I tried doing it. I tried mowing it at a half an inch when I got crazy. That one year when I went crazy and was trying to mow it right at just under half an inch, and the front lawn did not work out so well because it's a slope. You had some cutting issues. Like just under half an inch is a bit too low for the slope, but 0.75 works great. No problems at all with that. Mike D is like, outlet giveaways. If the channel gets big enough, it's not impossible. I got to get a lot bigger though for that to happen. I'm not big enough to where I can give away a real mowers yet. And then Philip says, thank you for the answers. You're very helpful. You are very welcome, Philip. No problem at all. Thanks for the super chat, Jimmy. Appreciate you.
Super chat received.
Thank you for all the super chat. Thank you so much for that. And now we have a question from Jacob. This is a good one. Jacob Shipman. He says, "Hey Ron, what is the best way to kill common Bermuda without killing zoysia? Then when can I put blackjack Bermuda on top of it?" Okay. Two things. So as far as how to get rid of Bermuda in zoysia, there is a herbicide called Fusilade 2. That is what you're going to want to use to remove Bermuda in zoysia grass. It's a great product for that. That's what I would go with. Now, one thing I don't understand is why would you want to remove the common Bermuda and then go ahead and then go reintroduce Bermuda again? So I would say this: if you have a zoysia lawn, just have a zoysia lawn. I would not go out and put Bermuda in with the zoysia because it's not going to look good, man. Bermuda and zoysia look very different. Like they grow also very different. Like Bermuda grows a lot faster than zoysia does when temperatures are, especially when temperatures get warmer. And it's just like I wouldn't mix them. Like if your goal is to get rid of Bermuda and zoysia, then what I'm linking here to you now, this product at Jacob Shipman, this product will do that. And then once you get rid of it, I would leave it that way. I would not put blackjack on top of it. I would just keep it just zoysia. Otherwise, like what's the point? But then again, if you decide that you're still going to go ahead and do that, you get rid of the common and you put the blackjack in and you don't like it, you can still use Fusilade to get rid of the blackjack. So that is an option. If you just want to play, if you just want to try it out, you can do that. But I wouldn't. I don't, Bermuda and zoysia look very different. They grow at different rates. And I don't think that you're going to like the results as far as how they're going to look from an appearance standpoint if you do that. So I personally would not. Let's see. And then Lon, he's going down here and I have a question here for looks on Instagram. Let's see. He says, Ron, I have a patchy perennial ryegrass backyard because the rye didn't do well last fall. Why did it not do well last fall? Interesting. Want to know that? Wonder why? Shade issues? Some other problem? It says, do you have a recommendation of me? Do you recommend me killing off the rye and starting over, or throwing down the fescue seed that I have? It depends on you, man. Like rye and fescue look different. They grow at different rates. Like depends on which one. You know, if it were me, I'll put it this way. If it were me, I would want to have only a ryegrass lawn. I would not want to have a rye and fescue lawn. But that's just me. Not everybody's that way. So if you don't, it doesn't bother you, if you don't care if you have rye and fescue, then you can do that. But if it were me, I would try and figure out, and rye is what you want, I would try and figure out why I didn't get a great result with the seeding projects that you did last time, correct those issues, and then I would try again and just have only rye. I would not do rye and fescue unless that's just what you want. I mean, for me, I would not. I would not do that. So hope that helps. Okay, Lon. And next up is Case Robinson. He says, built first house and landscaper, use a fluffy white sandy soil to fill in some areas. I'm concerned that the fluffy soil is not compacted, and also concerned because he should have used regular brown soil. I mean, you can always bring some compost in, Case. I mean, so if you're worried about that, you can always bring like some compost in, some rich organic material to help improve the, to increase the amount of organic material in the soil. That's an option. So some things, and you can probably find compost in bulk locally somewhere. But if you're looking for something else, if you go to the golf course lawn store, I don't know how big your lawn is, but if you go to the Miramichi Green section, and then you go to Carbonized PN. This is an excellent product that is half compost and half biochar. So as far as rich organic material, it doesn't get a whole lot better than this. You can get it in a bag. It comes in bag form, or you can get it in, depending how big your lawn is, you can get it in a super sack. So you can get like a 2,000 pound bag of this stuff, which is enough, which is the equivalent of 50 bags. So if you're gonna do the entire lawn, one of these bad boys will do the trick. So it just depends on what you are trying to accomplish, how big your lawn is, and what options you have locally for getting compost that you can start integrating into your existing soil to, again, boost that organic material. So hope that that helps. Hope that helps. This is a random question. Do you have a wife and kids? My kids would be jumping on the screen behind me if I was doing a live stream on YouTube. I do have kids that sometimes I do have kids. They're grown. They're I mean, I realize, but I'm actually pretty old, guys. I look like I'm young, but I'm actually older than you guys might think. But yeah, I've got I know I've got the youngest is like on the high end of being a teenager, and got some that are in college, about to graduate college. So yeah, got the full gamut, man. All right. C-Math is up. He says, Ron, it's been a while, my friend. Long stream today. I'm excited about the upcoming season. Yeah, it is a long one. About to wrap it up. And yep, that's a good call, Casey. I'm glad it was good, helpful for you. And then our last comment will come in here from Instagram. G Bledsoe, I believe, is saying, live in Zone 6, Kansas City area. I had zoysia for 10 plus years, but just learning what really needs to be done. Looking to scalp early April. Does that sound about right for Zone 6? Sure. Yeah. I mean, you could have done, yeah, that's fine. That's fine, G Bledsoe. That shouldn't be a problem at all. Yeah. I mean, here in the Southeast, a lot of us have already been scalping. We were scalping in like late February, late February, all through March, people have been scalping now. So given that you're a little bit cooler, you're a little bit further north than we are, doing it in early April, shouldn't be a problem with that at all. No problem with that at all. So, all right, guys, gals, everyone, thank you guys so much. It's a long one again tonight. Again, the Miramichi, the organic fertilizer, is on sale. It's going to be on sale for this first batch until the price goes back up. Definitely check out the pinned comment that's just going to be at the end of this video on the new annual lawn care. We're going to keep building that out. I mean, this is just revision 1 of it. It's going to get better and better over time as I continue adding to it and just improving on it. So there's that. So definitely share it with friends, family, anyone you can benefit from it. Get your Essential G, your fertilizer, your soil test kits at the golf course lawn store. We got plenty of that stuff in stock, so definitely load up and get ready to dominate this season. Thank you guys so much for watching. Jimmy, thank you for the closeout super chat.
Received.
It's a good reason to miss the stream next week. Enjoy it. Congratulations on getting married. And you guys take care. Have an amazing weekend. The weather's awesome, so go do something fun in the lawn. See ya.